Hooray! Let the lights grow dim. I've been ready. Ready as this audience that's coming here to dream. Loving every second, every moment, every scream. I've been waiting so long to sing my song. And I've been waiting so long for this thing to come. Yeah, I've been waiting so long. I was the only one. Roll out with your freaking dreams, recruits. I've been ready. Roll out, you circus freaks and hula hoops. I've been ready. Ready to press this audience that's coming here to dream. Loving every second, every moment, every scream. I've been waiting so long to sing my song. And I've been thinking so long for this thing to come. Oh, I've been thinking so long I was the only one. I can stand here strong and thin, and I can laugh when this thing begins. What are we doing? There we go. Okay. Please do not crap up my connection too much. Please, please, please. God, I feel so strong. I feel so strong. I'm so strong. I feel so strong. I feel so strong. I feel so strong. Feel so strong. Feel so strong. Okay, so I am. So apparently the thing that I downloaded from Essence of Trash Content did not properly download the video. So, like, I was just using a browser extension to do it the other day when I downloaded it. So, hopefully, I can download it in a hidden tab and with this other thing I'm using. Up while I'm streaming. Please load the restream, please. What a da, Josh. because I say good morning 24 hours a day. Anyway, I so I was originally hoping to, but I had to take Bran for his rabies so that he can neuter next month when he's about 6 months old, and he's a little guy. He's a little bitty guy, and yeah. So I want to say before I started streaming the 31st the other night, I purchased. Anybody wants to waste their own hard-earned money on a shit poster like myself, I did place an order for a new phone. They've got something for like I don't know how they do it, but they're able to offer new and refurbished, but they were out of refurbished for this one, but it was the cheapest like actual I could do, that I can actually like do stuff with. And I placed the order for that on the night of the 31st before I started streaming. And today when because I went over on it that what was I looking for? I was pulling up something on here. Oh yeah. So I retaped a lot of things last night, I believe. But while I was out today, so like I went out with Bran, the kitten, and we went to the pop-up vaccine clinic at Pt2, and he, well, first off, the bus I asked the transit app to get me there like at 3 because the appointment that I made was for 3:15, and then what happened? But it's live about 10 minutes before the appointment, so I just like put into the app, give me time to get out to the stop in front of my building, get me to my destination by 3 p.m., right? So I still ended up there minutes early, so we took like 10 minutes because like the Pt2 is like like in the like behind the like when it was still the Arborland Mall, a shopping mall there. Now it's the Arborland Plaza, where they've got like like strip mall basically of the Ypsilanti Ripper behind the old Arborland Mall. One of these days, I gotta rewatch the John Norman Casual Criminalist on stream. Something about my stream just like crapped out at the beginning of the time I decided to watch it blind with but I've whole things since then. Oh hey, for my new phone, copy link text and put that in my deliveries app. So yeah, as I was saying, as I began many times before, when I so we went to Kroger, we got a couple of things, including the big bag of kibble, because the cats were out of kibble as of this morning. So I had enough to like put it on breakfast in their dishes. New phone. And yeah, computer basically. Save. All right, we've got shipping label created, USPS awaiting item for my new phone. So yeah, I placed the order for the new phone. the night of the 31st, just before I started streaming, right? Together by the, like protective outer case. The case is being held together with electrical tape. The phone also being like reinforced with some electrical tape on the back because lied around otherwise. And then what happens? So we were out at Crow, and then we went to Petco, vaccine, an extra blanket because I left by the time we went out to the bus stop to the appointment, so back in for a blanket after we were already halfway to the bus stop because of stuff, right? We're saying installation successful. My Avast is scanning it just to make sure everything's good. Okay. Add it to the do not disturb list. When you use this app in full screen mode, it's automatically okay. Yeah, let's say keep me notified. All right. Okay, try now. Ooh, hey. Yes. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, so let's see. Paste or drag URLs. Sure you've logged into the website before downloading. Okay. But anyway, by the time we got back out of Petco, after Kroger, there was a little bit of time. I wanted to do a quick Michael's to pick up a couple things I did for projects, including, so when the cats and I were in our first hotel room during the homeless period, I'd done what? I was thinking of doing some short form videos, like up to 3 minutes long, of just like these little skits, that I was gonna like, give an informal series of shit my dad used to say, right? And I put in dick quotes my plans to do an ultra realistic as my what the hell, please. I sort of I love you, President Sunday, but not right now. I'm not going to stream snipe yet. Oh, my poor laptop. My poor overworked laptop. So, like I said, I put the ultra realistic costuming as my father in dick quotes because I finally picked it up today, and also a bottle of dye because this is not a color. Like my dad would not have worn a plain white ball cap. He did wear ball caps all the time, in part because when he was hopping freights through the 60s, he did do some work like on that a lot of times would hire like migrant farmers, right? My dad worked my dad briefly worked on the peanut farm, like pulling peanuts that Jimmy Carter owned. So my dad loved Jimmy Carter. And but yeah, Jimmy Carter, first U.S. president to live to the age of 100. And he was also married to his high school sweetheart. Like, they married like shortly after, like not too long after high school. I think they were both 20, but yeah, they'd known each other since high school. He is literally the most wholesome guy. And like at the time he when he was president, like, he inherited like complete bullshit from Nixon and Ford, like directly from Ford, but Nixon was the one who started it, right? Like Ford was just he was just there. He was just there to pardon Nixon. Everybody knows that. Saturday Night Live cast Chevy Chase to do all that, and just like, he did a good Ford. He did a hilarious Gerald Ford. What the hell? All right, whatever. Goddamn, my goddamn browser. This laptop in general, this laptop is very overworked. I ask it to do like way more than it should do. Because, oh, that's right. I closed the other YouTube tab. God damn it. Okay. Because I gotta have the URL to do this. Okay. Hello? Son of a bitch. I mean, I'm gonna, like, seriously? But anyway, as I was saying, so, like, when we stopped into Michael's, they've got the self-checkouts at Michael's, and because, well, I grabbed the ball cap, not just that, but also, like, dye to, like, make it a color that my dad would have worn. I picked up, I think it's called smoke blue. That's pretty close. It's like a grayish, denim jean blue, right? And I've also got some puff paint to write Rowan's dad on the cap. Like, that's my ultra realistic, in dick quotes, costuming for my dad, right? And I also picked up, so I've got like these 4 pieces of wood, and I've got an embroidery hoop that I've needed for this one thing I'm working on for some time, and paint, more paint for crafting, not for huffing. New scissors, because barely human people stole my good Westcott scissors while the cats and I were in a tent. So I'm gonna do this, like, saw off a couple of, well, I'm gonna saw off 2 for the separation partition, and then I've got 2 others to do a little bit in front there and there. So now I'll finally like have my own goddamn spice rack again, semi-made by myself. I've also thought maybe of moving this down a bit closer so that it's not so deep that, I don't know. I'll look at it a little bit. I've got the main pieces of wood that I need for it, and I've got the paint for it. So I'm looking around on my browser right now, occasionally popping back to Restream so I can see what people are chatting at me over. Really? We've got allegedly 2 people in chat, and we've only got the I do not speak this. Is it Joe or Ho Este? I don't know. I know Josh is saying something to me in a language I do not recognize, but I know it's not Welsh, because the Welsh alphabet does not have J except for loan words, and So let's see. Essence of thought, THOT. Okay. Oh. Okay. So let's see. Copy link. Open this thing again. If this current attempt to download this thing so that I don't give Ethel another view. Yes, continue trial. Let's do that. All right. If this doesn't work either, then it's going to be the next stream I watch this piece of shit in. And I'm going to ask Courtney what she uses to do this. You know, so that she doesn't give her trashy sister. I'm saying trashy for the sake of YouTube, right? So I'm going to ask Courtney what she uses to do stuff, because this is my poor overworked laptop. Wait. Pause. So wait, is it doing it now, or do I have to? Okay. Download video. Wait, no. Okay. Oh, okay. That's asking for another one. Upgrade for full. Okay, there we go. Looks like it's doing the thing. Merging. Ooh. What target languages can I translate subtitles to? When it offers to translate stuff, I like to look and see, like, if Welsh is an option. Okay, target language. English, Afrikaans. Search. W-E. Ooh! We can get Welsh AI subtitles. Ooh. You know what? I don't want to fuck around with that. I don't want to fuck around with shit too much right now. Just, because, like, yes, because I haven't made no recent changes. Okay, so, no, I don't want to add to. Okay, open file location. Okay. Yeah, this is the one that failed the other day. What the shit? Please. I swear to God, Lappy. Okay, so. Oh my God! Right click. Cast to device. Open with. Yeah, let's go open with Windows Media Player. I still want to, like, start off with a couple of other videos just to, like, kind of highlight my points that I want to make before getting into what the hell Ethel thinks she's got on me. But, wait, really? I haven't used Windows Media Player since I've opened this computer? I mean, it makes sense to use Hulu and shit, so.
First come, first
No,
serve.
shut the fuck up. Shut up. Okay. So let's see. We're gonna close this one. Yes, I'm sure I want to exit. Yes, leave without saving. I don't fucking care. Can we embiggen this a little bit? Hello? Make it a little bit bigger? Make it a little bit bigger, just so I can read this shit better. Son of a bitch. Laptop, I am half blind. Let me do shit. Windows Media Player is downloading from one... What the... Okay, I don't care. Okay. Okay, let's adjust Jobby here a little bit. Go back, see if anybody is chatting at me on Restream. Why is this... Seriously? I have it set to always be on top? Oh, God. Why would it assume that Ethel always wants to be on top? Is that like... Is Windows Media Player committing a transmisogyny right now? By forcing Ethel on top? Magyarl Bezlezek Velit. Josh, what the hell are you speaking? Is this... This looks Slavic somehow. I don't know why, but it kind of does. Cute Gut says, ooh, we dragging Ethel again. Yeah. Hello, Miss Phoebe. What? Yes, I've got my new... I've got my good Westcott scissors back in new ones. Fucking subhumans took my damn good scissors. And somewhere amongst all my crafting supplies, I've got a goddamn, what's it called? Phoebe, what's it called? My scissors, my good foam scissors that I use for, that I use to, help me reupholster my Hungarian. Okay. Hungarian is, so her middle name did start with an O. Wait, Josh, are you saying you know Ethel? Are you saying that is Ethel, or are you just like throwing in Odessa just as a possibility? Or is somebody else like? Do we have confirmation that her middle name does begin with an O? Because if somebody can, because if somebody can at least. No. What was the offer the other day? I think it was, yeah, I know it was like $5, exactly $5. That is what I can afford, given all of my other expenses for the month. And given that this month I have to replace my goddamn phone, because as I began about like 10 minutes ago, when Bran, my kitten, and I were at Michael's, I dropped my phone to the point that the battery dislodged. So because like I said, it's being held together by the case, and the case is being held together with electrical tape. And even though I did attempt to reinforce some things, Tuesday night, no, Monday night, whatever, New Year's Eve night, just before I started the stream, right? So I like or did I reinforce things yesterday? Whatever. I used electrical tape to reinforce the back of the phone, and then like retaped up the phone case. So so then what happens was when I dropped my phone at Michael's, the battery dislodged just enough that like while it was still staying on, the battery power was just like not registering. I went like in the 20 minutes it took me to get from the bus stop from the Arborland Plaza to the depot in downtown Ipsy. My phone went from about 50% charge to 15% charge. And then like when I noticed it was 15% charge, I went into my backpack to get the power bank to, just like keep it having some charge, and it went from 15 to 2% charge, right? So it's like the battery was in there. Like I couldn't so I got back at just before 8:30, but I needed that extra hour to do some fucking around, like unload all of the things, let the cat out of the stroller, give the cats the special chicken that they all get, because you can't just give it to one of them. But every time somebody comes back from the vet or the groomers, because Nigel needs to get his toenails clipped at a groomer, because he's a large and lean 18 pounds, and he's so because like the house cat is to the African and Eurasian wildcat as the domestic doggo is to the Siberian timber wolf and Eurasian gray wolf. So like Nigel's got some, some of the stronger Eurasian wildcat genes, which is what like Norwegian forest cats and the large Siberian breed of house cat. Like apparently there's a breed of house cat called like Siberian forest or something like that. But like they're both like large Eurasian breeds. Like I said, Norwegian forest cat and Siberian. And and they have a lot of the stronger genetics from the Eurasian wildcat. Nigel is larger than the average African wildcat, but he's on the small side for a Eurasian wildcat. And like the Eurasian wildcat and some Norwegian and Siberian forest cats, like domestic breeds, Nigel's back claws do not retract fully into his toes when he's walking. So when he's walking around on the vinyl floor in the front room and kitchen and bathroom, you hear his toenails click, but it's his back toes only. And it's because his back toes don't retract fully into. It's because his back claws don't retract fully into his toes. So it's like they're not extra long. That's just how his back toes work. Like they don't. His back claws like are pretty much out all the time. Because he's got that genetic. He's got that genetic trait that you typically only see in like Eurasian wildcats and like some of the house cat breeds like Norwegian and Siberians who are extra large like that and do have that some of the genetic commonalities like stronger with the Eurasian wildcat. So yeah, like Nigel is my big boy. He's my big gorgeous beautiful boy. And I was saying something about that. Oh yeah. So like, because I was talking about taking him to the groomer to get his nails clipped because he's destroyed a couple of my t-shirts with his back claws alone, like while I'm trying to clip his nails by myself. So like when the cats come back from the groomer, like even if I'm just taking out just one, when we come back from the groomer or the vet for any reason, all three of them get their special chicken. And Nigel and Phoebe know what I'm talking about when I say special chicken. Now, they only know that they only get it once a day when it's a special chicken day. I was telling my Aunt Karen on the phone earlier today that I have two aunts named Karen, so because it was a really popular name in 1948. Anyway, I was telling my aunt about the cats and the special chicken time. And I was telling her about like when we first moved in and the cat, so like I brought the cats in, like because it was just Nigel and Phoebe at the time. I brought them in, I let them out of the stroller. Nigel goes walking around, like checking out each room, just checking things out. Because like before I let them out of the stroller, I set up the litter box in the bathroom, right? And some kibble and dishes in their water fountain. And so we got in. Nigel goes checking shit out, going and inspecting every room, like even though it was like still like heavily unfurnished. And then he comes like right back up to me and he's like, "Okay, we're home. We're out of the stroller. It is special chicken time, father." Just giving me this look as if to say, "You know what time it is. I know what time it is. You get that special chicken." So, wait, really? We're down to one audience on YouTube right now. Please tell me that this is just like my restream being stupid on me. Oh, Josh, I don't know her middle name, cute guts. I'm just guessing. Oh, yeah. Like it. Honestly, because like Ethel is such an old lady name, I was thinking to myself, maybe it's Opal. Maybe her that like, to like go with the old lady name themes, right? Like, because I've known a few old ladies. Like, granted, they were all my grandmother's age, and my maternal grand was born in 1919. So, but then again, like that's about the age where you see a lot more women named Ethel, right? So I was just like maybe she's just like going like full hardcore old lady name, and it's like Ethel Opal Thurston, right? Would not surprise me. Because, as I've began many times before, her primary autistic special interest is herself. And part of this includes being fucking obsessive about the EOT initials in everything. So, wait. Okay, right. Today was Thursday. So Saturday. So I'm streaming tonight. So tomorrow, day off, streaming. But City Club closes early on Friday nights. And when I say they close early on Friday nights, I mean they're only open until 2:30 rather than 3:30 on Friday nights. So I'm planning to go to City Club on Saturday night. So so like I said, Friday night I was already planning to take, because if I'm doing every other night, so I don't know, I might do like a really short, quick stream, or maybe I'll do, I don't know, like maybe I'll like just like, do a video, like do a getting ready with me kind of like story time kind of thing or something while I'm setting my hair for Saturday night. And I can upload that Saturday before I leave for Shitty Club. And I'll do a stream on Sunday instead of Saturday. Oh, sweet. My phone has finished charging in just a little over an hour and a half since I've been home. That's nice. Because, seriously? Okay, so yeah, in theory, there's like just regular goth industrial night at City Club tomorrow and Saturday, but Saturday's the best. Just because they're open until 3:30 rather than 2:30. They have a special license to stay open after hours. It's just you can't serve alcohol after 2 in Michigan, so I'll hold on, because it's saying that I've only got like. Then again, I know Restream will lie a lot about about like who exactly, like how much they have tuned in. Okay. Oh, yay. I get to Inception stream. Actually, I don't have the share screen thing on yet, so. Really? We've got 0 likes in stream? That's disappointing. Ooh, new. Managing moderators can support your channel in even more ways. Start Q&A or poll. I don't want to do that. Oh, wait. Goal. Make a super chat goal. Okay. Set a goal to engage with your audience in a new way. Once you reach goal, celebrate with your community. Woo! Okay. Choose super chat colors and count. Set. Okay, so let's pick a like really stupid low goal that we could, in theory, make. set a timer. All right, 3 hours. Let's can we do 3 hours? Share how you'll celebrate. Let's see. Okay, let's set a super stupid low goal of a minimum 1 super chat of $10 or more. Even within 3 hours. So this should be obtainable, you'd think. Even though I'm going to show you something real quick. No, that's YouTube music. Where the hell did I put YouTube Studio? Do I have to go all the way down to... Okay, YT Studio. Because the YouTube Studio app on the phone has a new thing where I can... So YouTube doesn't send out payments until you've reached a minimum of $100, and I'm at $51.93. It has been at $51.93 since, I want to say, let's see, when was my last payment? What you've been paid. No, I have gotten a payment. Okay, so it's been so long since my last payment, which I want to say was in like May of 2021. So that's already fallen off YouTube's thing. So they've decided that I've somehow not, I somehow haven't even gotten paid yet, which I know is incorrect because when we look at lifetime earnings, dashboard, analytics. Will analytics show me shit now? Okay, revenue. So when we look at lifetime revenue, why are you showing me shit by the month then? This is, oh yeah, okay. So I have a lifetime revenue of $154.90, right? So YouTube has paid me before, but it's been so long since they last paid me that when we come to here and we look at view payment activity, it says I haven't received a payment yet. So that's how long since the last time YouTube has paid me. So let's see if we can get a single super chat within the next 3 hours of $10 or more. Let's see. Yeah, let's do a Q&A video. Q&A, nothing stupid, raunchy. How about nothing stupid, nothing too raunchy, because nor otherwise inappropriate. Okay. I don't need to get inspired with examples. Why is it telling me that I misspelled inappropriate? Yeah, that is how I spelled inappropriate, you stupid fucking browser. Okay, start goal. So we've got a 3-hour timer to pull in at least a single super chat of 10 or more. And really, we do only have one audience. Oh no, that's not good. That's not good. I'm not happy about that. So, let's okay, share screen. Ooh. Window. Okay, media player. Oh, I gotta close a couple of things then. Okay. No, I'm not gonna do entire screen. That's stupid. Okay. Okay, a bunch of tabs that I'm not using. All right. So let's share my YouTube tab that I've got open on myself because I was monkeying around in the jobby thing. I don't know. Show playlists. Ethel of Thurston. Oh wait, no, stream sources. 33 videos also up. That's stupid. What did I do that for? All right, well, I'm going to open up this one. And 2 hidden? That's stupid. Okay. Playlist settings. Set as official series for this. What? I don't know what that means. Add new videos to top. Well, I don't care about that. Allow embedding. Here we go. Edit playlist, right? Description, privacy. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I just didn't set it to public when I made it because of because I was doing it on my phone, so maybe it just so maybe it was just like the automatic like default thing. Okay. Oh, I forgot about this one. I think this was a response to one of the Lily Orchard videos from somebody who was actually somehow victimized by Lily Orchard. And I'm not saying somehow victimized to like be flippant about it, just because like I don't remember the particulars of that person doing it. But yeah, like somebody then re-uploaded it for archival / educational purposes. So let's see, we've got a couple from I forgot that Lazy Bedhead did one like not too long after it even happened, because that's how stupid it fucking was. Like I love Lazy Bedhead's lolcow series because oh, that's right, a recent one, Lazy said she's a she they, right? Her words. And so like she does like these like deep dive videos like in her lolcow series. Like that's how I learned about Andy Ditch, who, here's a funny thing. So like I watch a lot of videos I got about the, major internet lolcows, which I say in dick quotes that I even like motion with my hands because I don't know. I think a different term would be more appropriate for at least certain people, but for lack of a better one, it's what works because people know what you're talking about when you say that. But I don't know. I think there could be a better term, but I'm at loss for a better one that would work. But yeah, so like I have a bit of a history with as with I have a bit of a history with a number of internet lolcows. Um, some more spectacular than the others. So like Nicolaus Passioni, who seems to be like this forgotten lolcow, right? But he's also like really niche. He's mostly known amongst horror writers on the internet. My friend Aaron had oh shit, my friend Billy, also known as Poppy Z Bright, the author of Lost Souls and a bunch of other books. But that's the one he's most known for, and written pre-transition. So yeah, like my friend Billy and my other friend Aaron, who like I knew locally before he started publishing, well, before he married his ex-wife, who he met through a local goth event that I organized. And then he moved to Chicago and began publishing more. He's also a teacher and runs an ice cream truck in the summer. And it's his own truck too, so it's not like he's doing it for some other like business owner in the Chicago area. Anyway. What the hell? How are these not... on... Why are these defaulting to do not monetize? That is kind of driving me a bit nuts. No. That's the one. Serious. Okay. 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 So, those are the ones that I'm allowed to fix. Because fuck you, Ethel. Anyway, so let's see. Going to City Club on Saturday night rather than tomorrow. All right. So yeah, like so yeah, like I've gotten into it with Nicolaus Passioni, like even separate of my friend Billy, and like I don't remember if I like heard about him first through Billy and his weird vendetta against Billy when still living as Poppy Z Bright. I don't remember if it started. I don't even remember. Like, but that's like the dude is just he's nuts. He's fucking nuts. Probably autistic. He gives everybody that kind of vibe, but he's also, but like in addition to that, and that's like only speculation, based off people, like running a vibe check from like their own personal experiences and stuff. He's he might have like some kind of paranoia and related anxiety disorder. He's just he's nuts. Dude's nuts. But yeah, like I would get into it with him often enough that it's a thing. It's a thing. He knows who I am. I can't remember the last time I got an email from him, which was about like it was about like it was about my friend Aaron, who Nicolaus was trying to sue for literally like $10 million. Because why? Because Aaron compiled a page on his blogger website at the time that just like compiled links to all of the stories that Nicolaus had published in a short story book of his own, just like a collection of his own short stories, right? But these were all previously published online on various websites, like some on his blog, or like his fiction blog, some on Author's Den, some on just like some on other sites, just like other sites, like not even stuff that was published in like online literary magazines, just like stuff he'd published throughout the internet, like on his own. And so, like, because my friend Aaron, who agrees that Nicolaus is a terrible writer who really wishes he could write like H.P. Lovecraft and Edgar Allan Poe, but he's like not even half as competent. And so yeah, like how like HP Love, like some early HP Lovecraft stuff comes off as like trying to get the vibe of Edgar Allan Poe fanfic, right? Like that's the vibe it gives people when you read like his earliest stuff, but eventually Lovecraft found his own voice. So Nicolaus kind of comes off with a vibe of like you read his stuff, and like even the stuff he's more recently written, because the dude, like Christian, the dude does not like make many significant changes in how he does things, and if he does, he loses ability in a different area of doing that particular thing. Like Christian's ability to draw has had some significant improvements over the last 15 years. This cannot be denied, but only in certain aspects. In other aspects, he seems to have gotten worse. I explained it to somebody on Reddit one time that, like, if you've ever seen the old sitcom Married with Children, there's an episode where Bud explains to somebody else how Kelly's memory works, and it's like there's only a certain number of slots that can be filled with a fact at any one time. And if Kelly learns too many new facts, old facts get replaced because there's no longer room for them. And so, like, that's kind of like how Christian's ability to draw works. It's like, yes, he can learn how to do things better that will improve the quality of his drawings, but only if he like adds them on rather than replaces those rather than replacing bad habits with good habits, but or something like that. It's like I don't know, like if he draws hands more proportionate, like the fingers more proportionate to the palm or something, he will suddenly like forget how to, like draw perspective in arms. Like, just taking like a random example that may or may not actually apply to Christian. I haven't read this Sonichu comics in depth. So yeah, like after Nicolaus, after like I was having constant run-ins with Nicolaus on LiveJournal, I actually met Christian one time when I was briefly living in Virginia for an extended summer. I lived in Charlottesville, couch surfing at the time, and I met Chris because a couple of the guys I would hang out with would like in those little like capsule toy dispenser machines, they would buy like all kinds of like cheap little Pokemon things and Sonic Nintendo-ish stickers out of just like those little dispenser machines at a couple of the stores like out like in the downtown mall area, right? So like if there's like, so like there was a liquor store at the downtown mall that would have like had a little sticker dispenser outside the store, to like siphon money from kids who can't come in and buy liquor, right? I'm not saying it's necessarily a good thing, but like you knew where these like little like capsule dispenser things were at, right? So like they would buy like these cheap little like Pokemon trinkets, right? Stuff that, because it was like 2004, would like cost between like 50 cents to like maybe $1.25. and they would sell these things to Chris for like between like, like $2.50 to like, $5 or $6 a pop, right? So like they would basically rob Chris blind and have Chris lining up like willingly like be robbed blind. Like or like maybe Chris rationed it to themselves by thinking, well, okay, they've already got the ones out there, whereas like if I went to the capsule vending, I would just be taking the luck of the draw. I wouldn't know what it is, but this way I know what it is. I don't know. Like maybe it's Chris Chan logic, right? So like I'm at I'm like in the outdoor dining of a restaurant where another friend of ours is working, because her manager at that place was really cool and would sometimes let her friends like obviously like we weren't allowed to exploit this. Like it was like, one or two tables of friends a week could like get, her employee discount on, like something to eat. So like a lot of times we would just like split like a huge plate of nachos or chili fries, or I seem to remember one time we like split a massive burrito 3 ways, but it was big. Like this was a burrito as big as your head. So really, really easy to split up to 5 ways if you ask me. So anyway, we'd also dumpster dive Little Caesars a lot, but like that's irrelevant. But because like I'm living with a bunch of I'm like couch surfing amongst a bunch of other gutter punks in Charlottesville, Virginia. So anyway, like we're at the restaurant. We're in the outdoor dining area because it's summer, and that's what you do. And we're splitting a big plate of bar food at least 4 ways. If because there was like me, 2 of the guys who would sell Chris like cheap trinkets, and one of the girls in our usual group at the table, not counting the waitress who was working there at the time. And Chris had a hard time recognizing the girl because she'd changed her hair color from like a bright green to like a burgundy cherry kind of color, kind of like this shade of red, right? For her job. Like they were just like, can you do a different color besides the green? Because it was 2004, right? I think it was at Penny's at the mall, actually. But no, I'm getting sidetracked. So yeah, like Chris had a hard time recognizing her because she changed her hair color. So like I absolutely believe that Chris wasn't stupid, right? Like Chris just has like severe face blindness. So like if I was paying attention to like 4chan and Something Awful Forum, like my best ex was paying attention to Something Awful Forum the next year when they found Chris Chan on Something Awful, but that's beside the point. So yeah, like I knew about Chris Chan, like vaguely from like a year before Something Awful found out about Chris Chan. So like I said, like I'm splitting bar food with everybody at a table of 4, and Chris notices, I think he noticed, was it the guy with the blue mohawk or the guy with the green tri-hawk? I don't remember. I don't know. It was one of the guys that had like anime hair. So like that's how I figure like maybe Chris, because yeah, like Chris, like even still to this day, like has an aversion to, like befriending guys, and like had it even hardcore back around 2004, right? But like after learning so much about Chris Chan during 2020 while everybody else was watching Tiger King, I figure, okay, like maybe Chris rationalized that like the punk guys I would hang out with were okay because they had anime hair, right? Like that's what I'm thinking. Like, is this how Chris is rationalizing it to then himself? I default to they with Chris. I'll use she if other people are using she, but I'll avoid he even if other people are doing that. But I'll admit, like, I'm sure like every once in a while, even in the past year on Reddit, I've slipped up just because, sometimes you're just going in autopilot with people. Oh, okay. There's copyright issues on the other stream. That's why I can't switch to the monetization. Anyway, so Chris is coming over and is like really excited to show the guys that this Lego fanny pack that they made. It is a fanny pack made out of Lego brick. This really stands out. I wish I had a photo of this because like there are people on Reddit who believe me when I describe the Lego fanny pack, and like, yeah, somebody even once replied saying something like, there's something about the Lego fanny pack that somehow just makes just kind of personifies the way Chris's brain works, something like that. Just like so yeah, like Chris was really excited to show off this Lego fanny pack to the guys with the anime hair, and was having a hard time recognizing the girl in our on our table that day because she had changed her hair color. And then suddenly our friend who was waitressing that day, she just like all but teleports over to our table to like get on Chris and Barb about how Chris is banned from the restaurant. Chris is banned from most restaurants on the downtown mall area because Chris, I believe her words, our waitress friend, I believe her words was like, Chris can't stop getting handsy and groping the waitresses. What I think might have happened was something like how Megan described. It's just like I said, like, this is my friend. This is on the workplace. It is especially inappropriate to, like touch waitresses while they're, taking your order and stuff. So like, my guess is like, Chris just kind of like, would just be like, hi dear, like touching the waitress on her arm or shoulder or something, like acting extra familiar with them when they don't know him, right? And it was probably like how one of the Megan Schroeder emails said, like, where like she's saying, look, I tell you not to keep touching me all the time, and you say you'll stop, but then you do it 5 minutes later. So that's my guess is like, Chris, either, accidentally touched somebody on like a hip or thigh because, like Chris is sitting at the table with the parents and, waitress is standing. So that's an accidental groping, right? Not what Earl Doobie describes. Like there's no way that happened by accident. And there are texts when somebody found the young lady it happened to. She's like about 20 now, but she was like 17 when it happened. So like what Earl describes, like no, that was not an accident. Nobody believed that was an accident. Still nobody believes that was an accident. You're the only person who believes that was an accident. And the only reason he's saying it's an accident is because he got caught. But that's another story for another time. So yeah, like Chris, like I said, my guess was like, Chris was just like being extra familiar and like trying to like, pat them on the shoulder, might have accidentally touched somebody, like, like had a hand brush against, a thigh just like on accident, like a genuine accident in that case or something. And so like, basically like, like the waitress could tell Chris was a bit slow and would just be like, dear, I need you to not, right? And Chris would be like, oh, okay, I won't anymore. And then like she comes back with the food and Chris is just like, thank you so much, and touching her again. So, but anyway, like the point is that like, Chris just like did not understand the personal space of waitresses. And so like my friend was just like, no, look, this, you and Bob can come back by yourselves, but Chris is not, no. And like, no, Barb, the outside dining is the restaurant. It doesn't care that you're on the opposite side of the fence. If you were talking to somebody in outside dining for all, okay, fine, I will get the manager and he'll tell you just what I am. And so she flags down the manager to come over here, and I'm sure he could see that, oh, it's Chris and Barb Chandler again. And she, comes and she turns to us and reminds the other three, tells me that if Chris, starts coming over to, if Chris sees us in the outside dining and starts coming over, ignore him if you can. Her words, but like avoid, like discourage any conversations, right? So yeah, like that was like the first time I met Chris Chan. I might have like run into Chris with or without Barb one or two other times before I came back to Michigan. But like if it was any time after, but like if I did, it was like very uneventful. But yeah, like that is a way to that is certainly a way to meet Chris Chan and remember it. Still took me a while to really put it together that like, oh, right, I think I finally saw a video where Chris was speaking. Like before that, I was like reading forum posts and stuff like that, and like looking at pictures, and I just like hadn't heard a good one with like voice, or maybe it was one that I finally saw with Barb at in the Geno Samuel documentary or something like that. I don't know, but it like took me a while to like put together that like, oh, this Chris, Chris Chan is, Village Idiot Chris that I met in Charlottesville during that summer, right? Like, but yeah, like I said, like it was an eventful first time, encountering Chris Chan. If I did indeed bump into Chris one or two times after that summer, it was relatively uneventful. Probably just something like, arranged to like meet up with a friend to like sell him, like buy like Pokemon trinkets from my friend. Something like that, something uneventful, but yeah, like the one time I met Chris Chan, and of course, like, Poppy and Xena, and I definitely met them at least once at Necto in downtown Ann Arbor. I want to say 2019, or maybe it was early 2021, like after restrictions had lifted, because I seem to remember one of the, if not the time I met them, Sage was visiting from Indiana. But yeah, it was like a very brief thing. Like, I see new people who, who have, well, my words, fun hair and, know how to dress, like they're not just like students at University of Michigan coming to like, point laugh at the freaks at the dark alternative night. Which does happen, especially during fetish themed events, even though, of course, like since fetish themed events started getting a $10 cover, that's definitely brought down the number of people coming to, like basically engage in freak pointing. And of course, Earl Doobie, who I'm pretty sure just because I know a lot of people in the anime and RPG community in the greater Metro Detroit area. Like I know a lot of people who will like do serious LARPing with, like costumes and make like foam weapons for LARP stuff. And I knew somebody. Is Chris like another Chris, a local Chris? It's such a common name. Like I don't feel bad about like, just dropping his first name there. I think Chris is still occasionally involved in the UMich Animania meetups on U of M property. So yeah, like I'm pretty sure like I might have briefly met Earl Doobie sometime about like, in the area of like 10 to 15 years ago, just like through like little like one day gaming conventions where like people aren't even like there's barely people vending stuff, but like it's a thing. Like I might have bumped into him, at some kind of event like that, but yeah. And of course, Ethel of Thurston has decided that, like I'm one of her enemies. So oh, I just noticed here. Cute Gut says, I've had my issues with Lazy Bedhead, but she's, oh yeah. Lazy Bedhead, like I've noticed that, she'll have some factual inaccuracies every so often, but she really makes an effort to do things as thoroughly and as possible, and at least like she's definitely more left-leaning than a lot of people who do lolcow videos. Like honestly, I get the impression that like Smokey McSee is like diehard centrist, if you want to put it that way. Like he seems more politically apathetic than taking, an especially strong stance in one way or the other. Which can come with its own problems, being politically apathetic, but hello? I don't know why, but Phoebe likes to come up from behind me to ask for pittance. It drives me nuts. She's only been doing that the last, like, 3 months or something, like just before Brand showed up. And I don't get it. It drives me nuts. I really want to know why she's doing this. Coming up from behind me. It's bonkers, right? It's silly, lady. You're being silly. No, someone needs her nails clipped. But not on stream. Not on stream. I'm not gonna be that undignified. Anyway. So yeah, like Lazy Bedhead is like definitely like more left leaning. She's more socially and politically conscious than a lot of the people doing lolcow topics. But you know, to do those videos, because she likes to be thorough. She won't have, you know, she won't be like 100% factually accurate about a number of things sometimes. But she at least aims to be in the direction of like 85 or better, right? And I say 85 or better when we're talking about factual accuracies about stuff people have allegedly said and or done. You want to be a bit more accurate than that, but like the way that she'll summarize something, sometimes I could really nitpick about. And she does give Earl the benefit of the doubt on the groping incident with the 17-year-old at the Imagine Cinema in Macomb. She does give Earl the benefit of the doubt, though with a raised eyebrow, because because it's just fucking ridiculous that Earl expects anybody to believe that was a genuine accident. Like, no, Earl planned this. There is, you know, significant evidence to suggest he did plan it and planned to pawn it off as an accident, right? Because Earl is a dumb shit. But the fact that that Lazy Bedhead addressed the Ethel of Thurston incident with where she's trying to extort Vangelina Skov, or in Ethel's first video on Vangelina Skow. I'm like, what the hell? You don't read anything, do you? Like, I'm not the only person who noticed that, but you know, and how like she just like casually like fixed her pronunciation in the second, you know, in the follow-up on Vangelina Skov, because, you know, like, why address the fact that you didn't pronounce it correctly the first time? Like, why even address that and apologize, because, you know, that is a transgression you did. Oh no, just like don't address it at all. Just like go along your merry way. You know, like use the advice that people give, like if you accidentally like, you know, if you accidentally like he a trans woman in public, because, you know, like, I mean, it's best to not call attention to an incident like that. But when you're making a video trying to take down somebody's character on the internet and you repeatedly mispronounce their name in that first video you're doing to, you know, try and take them down, I'm sorry, that is not just like something that you should just like ignore and move forward from. That is you like not even paying attention to the things that everybody else can see about this person you're trying to take down. So, like, no, you should address that. You should apologize for that, because that is you fucking up repeatedly for, like, I don't know, like, how long was that first video of Ethel's? Like, an hour or something? Like, no, that is something where you should, like, address it. Like, yeah, if it's like a cashier at the grocery store, and, you know, you're going, you know, through, and they say, here you are, sir. I mean, ma'am, you know, and they say, here you are, sir. Sorry, ma'am. You know, like, that's the thing. Like, don't call too much attention to it. Just, you know, change it. You know, maybe a brief little, I'm sorry, I meant ma'am. It's been a day. Just, but no. Ethel's, like, following that advice, you know, which is good advice when we're talking about, like, accidentally misgendering someone in public, you know, and like, even if it's like a group of friends, and, you know, and like, you know, it's people you've known for like years, and somebody says, oh, Brian, I mean Brianna, right? That's not a dig at Brianna Wu. That's just like, you know, me like being at a loss for, a feminine name after saying Brian. I'm sorry, I mean Brianna, right? That is a thing where you don't want to call too much attention to it. But when you're repeatedly mispronouncing somebody's name that egregiously, I'm sorry, you have to address it in your follow-up video. If not, re-record the audio, or at least like edit in a proper pronunciation for every instance you did in the first video and re-upload it. Like, I'm sorry, that's something that you fucked up on, and the fact that you're not even willing to address the fact that you fucked it up that badly, it comes off as just fucking narcissistic, where you don't even want to admit that you made a mistake, like, in any form. So so yeah, like when I pulled up that HG Tudor video the other day about victim narcissists, like his categories, I'm sorry, that is just Ethel of Thurston to a T. Like, she likes to play the victim because it makes her seem more virtuous when she does this cry-bully nonsense. And but yeah, like, lazy bedhead is how I was gonna say something really briefly before I like, let's yeah, this is it's an hour, I don't know, thing, but um 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 but yeah, lazy bedhead is how I got introduced to Andy Ditch. And even though I watch like a lot of lolcow content, I really like Kusari's videos about Daniel Larson. That's how I discovered Daniel Larson. And I kind of get the impression from Kusari that that he does on some level feel sorry for Daniel Larson, but he's a very frustrating person to feel sorry for because, like, yeah, he's clearly got these developmental delays and intellectual handicaps that, make his situation a lot more, it doesn't necessarily make it grayer because he has had, observable pedophilic tendencies since at least the age of 17, which, like, the minimum age for noticing, for diagnosing pedophilic disorder in people is 16. Like, you can be diagnosed with a pedophilic disorder as young as 16. Because, as young as 16, if the young people one is fixating on are a minimum of 4 years younger, right? So like at 16 or 17, if the people one is fixating on are a minimum of 4 years or younger, and remember, Daniel Larson is about 5.5 years older than Grace Vanderwall. So she was like not yet 12 years old. I think she was like, a few weeks from being 12 years old. I usually just say 11 and a half on Reddit because it's easier. And a lot of people on Reddit say 12 because, well, when you do the math based on the birth year, it would say 12. The birth year versus the year she was on American's Got Talent, right? So, like I said, Daniel Larson is about 5.5 years older than Grace Vanderwall. So he was 17 when he first saw her on America's Got Talent, meaning she was not yet 12 years old. That is disturbing. That is not only over 4 years his junior, she looked like a fucking 10, 11, young, less developed 12-year-old, right? She looked like a roughly 11 years old. Like, and I say, and I emphasize that because, me being, with my testicular scarring, I had some symptoms of precocious puberty prior to, like, as young as 8, when I was, like, my aunt and I were talking one of the other, not earlier today because we were on the bus when, most of the conversation happened. Yeah, like a couple months, like when we were talking on the phone, like a couple months back, because apparently my niece also having precocious puberty in different areas than I did. I was wearing a B cup when I was 9 years old, right? So I'm like, most people would not expect somebody that developed to be 9 years old. So that's why I emphasize that, not only was Grace Vanderwall, like, not yet 12 years old, she looked like your typical 11-year-old too. And I'm sorry, Nancy Scheimer encouraged that because she was fucking stupid. She was a fucking moron who infantilizes disabled people because, like, you should never infantilize disabled people for any reason. There was like it was either at the end of our block or somewhere along the following block on my old street when I was like a kid in the 80s that was like basically a group home for young adults who had most of them had Down syndrome. I'm sure a couple of them had some, were somewhere on the autism spectrum. My dad, kind of like, hired, because my dad did like scrap metal, like, and he would like haul junk for people and then like, sort out the scrap metal, like sell scrap metal at the junkyard and, that kind of thing. Right. So, like he'd give him like, like $20 to come down like, 2 days a week to our garage, at the house I grew up in. So like a couple of the guys from, that house would come over like, like on like, I don't know, like Wednesdays and Saturdays for a couple hours a day. And he'd give them like $20, a week. So like $10 a day roughly each. And the reason they liked, like sorting out scrap metal with my dad was because he talked to them like they were adults while still like, keeping their own limitations in mind. So like he didn't talk to them like they were like, overgrown toddlers. He talked to them like they were adults of about 20 years old, like they were, right? And like, I don't know, like 23, 24, something like that. Like, they were in their like, early to mid 20s. So like he talked to them like they were adults while still keeping their own, these guys' limitations in mind too, like, okay, like you're going to have to explain some stuff a little bit more carefully to them, but you still talk to them like they're fucking adults because they are. And it was like, well, Nancy Scheimer thought it was adorable and sweet that Danderson was, obviously sexually fixating on an 11-and-a-half-year-old child when he was 17. But I went off on that tangent because Andy Ditch, as I mentioned, lazy bedhead that got me off on this tangent for like the last hour-ish. Andy Ditch is the only like major lolcow whose voice will seriously disturb my cats, especially Phoebe. Phoebe seems to find Andy Ditch's voice especially grating and disturbing somehow. Nigel has kind of gotten used to it, but it's like Josh was in stream one time when I was like watching a bit of the Kusari doc on Daniel Larson, and and Josh had mentioned that like Josh had mentioned that it was that Danderson reminded them of their own brother who is like practically nonverbal autistic and would have these like emotional fits, meltdowns. What I don't know. I say fits because I'm old and it sounds less like trivializing and or infantilizing than tantrum, right? I don't know, like having an emotional episode where like he's like wailing and flailing limbs and stuff. So like it's like Daniel Larson could be squealing like a howler monkey in videos that I'm watching, like from the Kusari doc or people running commentary on like by like Smokey or something. My cats are just like, yeah, whatever. It's clearly this guy in the video is upset about something, but it's not disturbing yet. But something about Andy Ditch's voice like really, really upsets my cat Phoebe. So it's like I'll like only watch for the most part anyway. Like I'll have to turn down the volume when it gets to like clips of Andy speak. Like even with Andy's just speaking, right? Like not even like when he's shrieking for attention, because there's plenty of evidence that Andy Ditch does do it for attention, right? So it's like even when he's speaking, like just like, you know, at a raised voice, my cats find his voice disturbing somehow. It's like something about Andy Ditch just like really bothers my cats, and I don't know what it is, but in a sense it's kind of funny too. It's kind of funny. It's like, what is it about this guy in particular that my cats find disturbing? It's funny. But yeah. So all right. So I've tied together Lazy Bedhead and my cats, which is like how I started off, you know, talking about shit tonight. So let's it's been a while since I've rewatched this, but I don't know when this like red bar of viewing, you know, falls. But I do like Lazy Bedhead just because she seems a lot more socially and politically conscious about these topics than a lot of other people do, which is nice.
Hello. This video that transpired on Twitter referenced a lot in this video. While this video will mention attempt on his own life, I wanted to add this forward to send kind regards to family and friends.
Oh goddamn, I forgot about that. James Somerton is such a piece of shit. So like, who else saw the evidence that he did not end himself? Like, James Somerton has been alive and well and arguably thriving, albeit like on TikTok. At first, he did a little like, you know, cartoon avatar replacement for himself with like a mild voice changing thing. But then at some point, whether he got lazy or he just got cocky, he ditched the avatar cartoon. I think he ditched the voice change first, right? And then he ditched the cartoon, and now he's like running it through some filters to like kind of like, you know, make himself look slightly younger to hopefully throw people off, I guess. But it's like people figured out it was him. He's such a piece of shit. He is, and I feel no qualms in saying that. I will say, you know, just to like really drive it home, James Somerton is a bigger piece of shit than Ethel Thurston is. And I mean, being as shitty a person as Ethel is like a pretty low, like, or not being as shitty as Ethel is a pretty low bar to cross. But somehow James Somerton tripped over it very severely.
James is okay, and I hope his mention throughout this video isn't seen as completely disrespectful or inappropriate. Given what happened during the guards to the Somerton family at this time, and I hope doing well and getting the help he needs if he is still okay.
Oh, he was lazy. Don't feel bad. Don't feel bad. He was fine the whole time. And this video is allegedly only about, you know, 9 months old, less than 10 months old, because that's how YouTube's like fuzzy aging stuff worked. Oh, did anybody say anything in the like? Let me just like quick sort by. What are some of the recent? Okay, newest first. What are some of the most recent ones on this? Okay, that one's pinned. That doesn't count. 10 days ago. Okay. 4 weeks ago. Man, the James Somerton thing aged like milk. Exactly. Oh my gosh. People are still going on about Ethel. Ultimately, okay, so somebody, Charlody. We'll just call them Char. I'm not trying that. Ultimately, Ethel needs to understand that when addressing a situation like Lily Orchard's, copyright and exclusive rights to evidence should not be a concern in the slightest. Gee! See, this is where I get off on calling Ethel a fucking narcissist. Because, I mean, first off, for some very obvious reasons, Vangelina Skov did not plagiarize Ethel of Thurston in the slightest. Like, that is just fucking bizarre. Yeah, that's just a fucking bizarre thing to say, like, on so many levels. But it's like like Shar here is saying, ultimately Ethel needs to understand that when addressing a situation like Lily Orchard's, copyright and exclusive rights to evidence, which, like, nobody has exclusive rights to evidence in accusations like this, right? Should not be a concern in the slightest. If Ethel cared about warning people about Lily, and most importantly, spearheading those who have been victimized by Lily, she would be promoting any other videos about Lily, sharing evidence, and trying to get as much coverage on this topic as possible. But she's mad over screenshots. Ethel doesn't see this as doing the right thing. She isn't doing this because it is the morally correct thing to do. She sees this as a business venture. No, she sees this as a way to get attention for herself, to fill in her delusion that she's the most morally virtuous person on the entire fucking internet. And that's why she's constantly being victimized by everybody and anybody. She's doing it because it will give her a paycheck. Ethel believes she has a monopoly on Lily Orchard-related content. All right, I'm going to updoot that one because, I'm also going to updoot this, the James Somerton thing, aged like milk. Oh, yeah. Because the dude's a piece of shit. He is such a piece of... 10 days ago, I don't know if Lily's victim wanted to be named in the first place, but Skov keeping them anonymous isn't about erasing or dismissing them or whatever Ethel said. It's most likely that Skov kept their name withheld because she wasn't sure if the victim wanted her to reveal their identity. Exactly. Like, Vangelina is not talking to this person directly. She does not have anything directly from them that isn't, like, clipped or screenshotted from from something that, we're talking about that one, like, victim's testimony, right? So, and yeah, if that was, like, exclusive testimony, to Ethel, no, Ethel doesn't own the rights to that either. She's merely the one platforming the victim. That would be like saying that, like, Oprah owns the rights to Tom Cruise, like, being completely batshit on her show, that, especially that one time, where that caused the meme with the lightning bolts coming from his hands and shit, right? That would be like saying that Oprah owns the right to Tom Cruise being a complete space case for Xenu. Like, no, Oprah doesn't own Tom Cruise's words. Oprah is someone who platformed Tom Cruise to say those words. Oh, here we go. Looks like Toby Palmer's 181. I was someone who grew up watching Lily Orchard, and when I was a younger teen, and interacted a bit with her Tumblr blogs. While I've never had direct contact to her, I can testify a lot of things I've watched from her channel did sort of damage how I viewed media and art for a while. The fact that anyone is speaking up about Lily Orchard in general makes me happy. We desperately need more eyes on her after the abuse she's given out over the years, and I hope Vangelina does make a part, but I sadly can't condone Ethel or her coverage if she's going to treat this coverage like it's her own, or like it's hers to own. That just feels like a huge pie to the face. Her and other YouTubers like Trans Girl Therapy. Oh God. This person is obviously not kept up on the Zoppy. Have taken these situations and ran and not bothered. No, because Poppy took down the interview with Courtney Orchard, after those two had a falling out for very good reasons. If you ask me, and I'm taking, Courtney's side to heart. And, as best as anyone can tell, the reason Poppy took down the Courtney Orchard, interviews, on Poppy's show, after the falling out was because of just, like, pure ego. Like, Poppy did not want Courtney's, testimony linked to her Poppy's own name, because Yeah, because, well, Courtney spurned me. Courtney's an enemy now. Therefore, I shouldn't put this up there because, like, that's now connected to me still. I don't want to be reminded that Courtney wronged me and is now my enemy. Like, no. If you care about getting the word out about, like, all the horrendous shit Lily Orchard has done, you will swallow your pride and keep that up there, just for a matter of public knowledge. But, Poppy doesn't actually care, and I might come back to this comment later. I don't know. I feel stupid. I would feel stupid, like, out a comment in response right now. I just thought the point H. Bauer guy was trying to make about that little clip was about laziness. His entire video isn't supposed to just be a hit piece and a call out to cancel the individuals he was talking about. It was about making a larger point about how self-cannibalizing and cynical content creation has become, and the reasons and circumstances that enabled that to happen. He was discussing a gym. I might look that over a little bit better. Okay, just saying, I called out Ethel, full stop. Oh, Courtney, hey! Took me a second to recognize that because, like I said, I'm half blind. Just saying, I called out Ethel. I called Ethel out, full stop, in public video, and she did what she was told and slithered her snake ass back to the swamp. Best way to deal with Ethel is with a strong arm. Call her bluff because she is in fact bluffing. Then we've got Wesley Nelson 8960. You said it, Courtney. You've done a terrific job putting Ethel in their place nearly 7 months ago and not even giving in when they tried to bully you too. You stood your ground, stuck to your side of the story, and broader audiences are now on your side. To this act of bravery remains commendable. Oh yeah. And see, like, this is why Ethel has been going on, has been basically cyberbullying Rachel Oates for the last 5 years, going on 6. Oh wait. Josh came back. New guest for Ethel's middle name, Ophelia. Oh no, don't do that, because I was just thinking, I was talking to somebody else. Or wait, no, was I talking about it? I know I was talking about it a little bit, my last stream, but I think I was talking to somebody else earlier today about the Addams Family and how the sitcom, like, if you look at, like, what is established in the sitcom versus, like, a lot of things that got retconned in the 2 movies with Angelica Huston and Raul Julia, from those 2 movies in, like, 91 and 92, I believe, Addams Family and Addams Family Values. I still haven't seen Addams Family Reunion, which, like, the only cast that they have in common is, I believe, Carol Kane as Grandmama, and I think the same guy played Lurch too. But they got Tim Curry as Gomez because Raul Julia died a couple of years before that one was done. But they got Daryl Hannah as Morticia, and that offends me on some level. I can't quite put my finger on why, but I'm just like, come on, Daryl Hannah as Morticia? Come on. Like there's a reason that one was, like, straight to video, but it's got Tim Curry as Gomez, which, like, even if I might quibble about how when I eventually see it, I might quibble about how he portrays Gomez because, like, like Gomez, Gomez should always be like a wild, eccentric on some, but, like, yeah, the gentleman eccentric, right? Who is constantly horny for his wife. Like, that is that is one of, like, Gomez's defining characteristics, is, like, it doesn't matter who's portraying him, as long as he's being portrayed as, like, 24/7 horny for Morticia. Like, Gomez and Morticia have, like, done it on every flat surface of the house, all the vertical surfaces of the house. They've invented surfaces of the house to do it upon. We know that every room in the Addams Family mansion has had Gomez and Morticia's various fluids leaked onto them. Like, like after discovering like they were like she was pregnant with like Pugsley and Wednesday separately, though I think in the two movies with Huston and Julia, I think they were implied to be fraternal twins in the two movies, but in on the sitcom the first season, Pugsley was 8 and yeah, so Ken Weatherwax was 8 when he portrayed on the first season as Pugsley, and Lisa Loring as Wednesday was 5 for the first season. So like on the sitcom, they were 3 years apart, Pugsley being the older one, but in the two films, it seemed implied that they were fraternal twins, which does work. It does work in the films. They do make that work in the films. Yeah, and like, come on, like fraternal twins is just automatically like kind of like a I find twins in fiction just like kind of interesting in like some of the ways that I don't know. I don't have a twin myself. I don't know of any twins in my amongst my cousins. There are definitely none in my immediate family that I'm aware of. But I see a lot of people will like fraternal twins in fiction are usually portrayed in a way to like really highlight how different siblings can be, even though they have so much in common, which is interesting. It's like like they're no more genetically similar than other siblings. They're just exactly the same age, maybe a few minutes apart, right? So up to a couple hours apart of giving birth through the canal itself. I don't know what the hell YouTube is going to get on my ass about with stuff, right? But yeah, like and the reason why I say that like Pugsley and Wednesday as fraternal twins works in the movies is because in the sitcom, because a new idea for a new guess for Ethel's middle name is Ophelia. In the sitcom, Morticia has a well, they're both played by Carolyn Jones, but Ophelia Frump, Morticia's sister, is blonde. So, but yeah, they're both portrayed by Carolyn Jones. So yeah, Morticia's got a twin sister, and Ophelia was originally dating Gomez before he met Morticia, and then Ophelia brings Gomez by to meet the rest of her family, and he meets her twin sister Morticia, and they and first he's like struck by yeah, they look very similar, being implicitly fraternal twins, though you could say that that they're identical twins. It's just one dyed one or both dye their hair different colors to emphasize that they are different people. So it's yeah, like they're twin sisters. Identical or not is irrelevant. So they look very similar. And I say that because by the time he's met them, they've got different hair colors. One may be dying, we don't know, or just I don't know, some genetic quirk. They're like semi-identical. Technically, the Olsen twins are pseudo-identical. Like they're fraternal twins, but they look so similar that they've been able to pass for identical, at least when they were kids, right? They do look different enough as adults that you can generally tell that they're that they're that they're not that they're not true identical twins. It's just I can never remember which one is which, right? But yeah, Mary Kate and Ashley Olsen are pseudo-identical twins, as in they're fraternal twins who just look similar enough to pass for identical. So, but yeah, Morticia has got a twin sister named Ophelia, and initially Gomez was dating Ophelia, and then he met Morticia when she brought him home to meet her family, and like you did on the second or third proper date when when you're courting, especially with these old money eccentrics like the Adamses and the Frumps, and and Gomez is just like, oh my gosh, she's she's somehow identical, pseudo-identical twin, but she's somehow, like beautiful in a way, that Ophelia isn't. And then he gets talking to her, and it's like, oh my gosh, this is my kindred spirit talking. Like, this is my soulmate talking to Morticia. Like, I felt when I first saw Ophelia that like maybe like this was the woman I was destined to be. That I was destined to be with a woman like this. But no, I was only destined to be with a woman like her, but also unlike her, like similar but not the same, not her. I met Ophelia so that fate could bring me to her twin sister, who is so much more on so many ways, right? So like, no, I will not let you besmirch the name of Ophelia Frump by associating it with Ethel of Thurston. Like, not even as a middle name. I refuse to believe this. If that is indeed Ethel's middle name, it is because Ethel wants to lay a personal attack on me in specific. Like, like that is to personally insult me. Josh asks if I don't know if Poppy put it back up, the Courtney Orchard interview. She might have briefly, but I know last time I saw Kel Doge live talking about Poppy, it seems Poppy hasn't streamed in several months. Might be taking an extended hiatus, in hopes that things will all blow over after a year and she can do a comeback special. I really hope not. That would be nice for the internet, though. I do have people talking to me about, like, locally getting involved to, just like help increase safety, amongst the, various local, local, like, subculture communities, like, goth industrial fetish, alternaqueer, stuff like that, just like make things a little bit harder on the zoppy. Oh god, the Macho Man RS. Oh, okay. Macho Man Randy Savage. Timestamp 38 or 3438. She really thinks she's giving like an end of movie hero monologue. It's so corny it hurts. Oh god. Same person said timestamp 18. LMAU. She's fucking nuts. She cannot be serious. OMFG. Imagine the New York Times or something emailed this to someone. They'd look insane. Oh god. Yeah. I don't remember if Poppy put the Courtney Orchard interview back up or not. Clinker Tin Legs, I think, says, I loved Vangelina's Illuminati coverage, and the title had me scared for a minute. Glad she wasn't the bad person in this situation. I would have responded with a lawyer contact if I received that unhinged. Oh yeah. Which, like, I would have to go down to county legal services for, like civil stuff, just, like for some kind of advice, like, hey, can you like offer me a form letter or something to send to this fucking nutcase who lives in India and has since at least 2018 and still won't, be bothered to learn any of the language. Agency Menace 1090 says, Ethel genuinely took the nuance and care away from the topic by victimizing herself with the you're taking food from starving mouths shit. I got deeper into the video and emoji, hopefully a disapproving emoji. Claiming Skov was on the level of Illuminati or Somerton is genuinely delusional. Oh yeah, absolutely. But, oh my gosh! Alistair 4909. Oh god, speaking of Jackie Coogan as Uncle Fester, which on the sitcom it's Jackie Coogan as Uncle Fester, but Uncle Fester is this was my Bauer Birth stream when I started going on about Jackie Uncle Fester and stuff, right? So like 2 streams ago. So like in the film with Raul Julia and Angelica Huston, Fester is retconned as Gomez's brother. I think slightly older brother. But on the sitcom, Fester is Morticia's confirmed bachelor uncle, which Fester said of himself on at least 2 episodes. Granted, one of them was for comedic effect because he was being set up on a date against his wishes. But yeah, there's at least 2 episodes where Uncle Fester says that he's a confirmed bachelor. And in the early mid 1960s, confirmed bachelor was, a Hays, like an old movie Hays Code, and then television coding for saying that a character is a gay man, right? So Uncle Fester was Morticia's ostensibly gay uncle, who's also like in the couple of episodes where we meet Morticia's mother, Hester and Fester. This also implies fraternal twins, right? So yeah, like I said, it completely makes sense to retcon Wednesday and Pugsley as fraternal twins, because we see twins, especially on Morticia's side, and I think you're more likely to have twins yourself if twins run on your maternal line, right? So like your mother's mother, your maternal grandmother, your maternal grandmother's maternal grandmother, your maternal grandmother's mother, et cetera, right? So like you're more likely to have twins if twins run down your maternal line, right? So yeah, like Hester and Fester, but this person's like, username is Alistair, and so like Jackie Coogan is like using this like, squeaky falsetto, which was like kind of to mock Aleister Crowley, because Aleister Crowley, we see him a lot of times with a shaved head, but he was like most active in the 1910s and 20s, maybe early 30s. I forget when he died, but he had kind of a squeaky voice. It was English, but it was a bit high pitched. Like he was a bit. He came off as a bit fey to many people. So, but and they were originally going to name the character Alistair because in the one panel Chaz Adams comics from like the New Yorker and shit, he didn't give them names. Like they only got their names when it was being adapted for the sitcom. So like he gave John Aston a number of names that he had personally picked out for the character that would be named Gomez Adams, and he was just like, here, just like pick your favorite out of these ones. There were a couple others that Chaz Adams approved of, but did not make the cut. And no, I think John Aston suggested Gomez on his own, like was not, and Chaz Adams agreed with it because I believe Aston says he himself does have some Castilian Spaniard like on his mother's side, but like obviously with the name Aston, it's not like he's full Castilian Spaniard, but yeah. So Lisa Loring, who played 5-year-old Wednesday, had some trouble pronouncing Alistair, so they shortened it to Fester because she had an easier time saying that, and they were just like, well, if because let's just like give that the character's name, right? So like when we're introduced to Morticia's mother, her name is Hester Frump. So, like I said, like it makes sense. It makes sense because like twins run on, her side. So yeah, like retconning Wednesday and Pugsley as fraternal twins, or at least implied fraternal twins, absolutely makes sense. No issues with that. What I do have issue with is the implied or explicit retconning of all the extended family members, like since the films with Angelica Huston and Raul Julia. it's Adams's. It's Adams's as far as the eye can see. Like, you only see Gomez's side of the family. Very rarely anybody from Morticia's side of the family. So therefore, like, Morticia, like I said, on the sitcom, Morticia is her own person. Like, she has her own person with her own family history that is just as involved in the household raising the children because, you know, it's her uncle Fester, her mother's twin brother, you know, Fester, who is, you know, like helping raise the children in the Adams household with Gomez's mother, Grandmama. I forget what Grandmama's first name is, but, you know, like, she calls Grandmama, you know, Grandmama Adams Mama, just, you know, because that's the you know, that's the upper middle class convention, right? You know, your mother-in-law, you know, is like, you know, it is also, you know, is expected to be referred to as Ma by you, even though, like, that would, that gives some weird vibes. I do not like that convention, but I understand it in terms of writing the show, right? But yeah, so but on the in the two movies with Hassan and Julia, like I said, like, all the extended family members are from Gomez's side, and this makes, like, even though Angelica Huston you know, had like the more like femme fatale vibe that Chaz Adams initially envisioned for Morticia, whereas like Carolyn Jones just, like, you know, she comes, you know, she's got her own eccentricities, but she has like this more like innocent kind of vibe to it. It's not to say that she's not also constantly horny for Gomez. She is, you know, but her children are still very young. She has to reel it in a bit, you know, like, right? She has to reel it in a little bit, you know. She's mom. Like, when the kids get a little bit older, you know, and they understand that their parents are doing it at least as many times as to create them, and, you know, like, they're old enough, they can grasp the fact that their parents are still constantly horny for each other, and have done it in all the rooms of the house. When we found out that we were pregnant with you, Pugsley, we decided which room it was in after we got the news, and then we christened your room with our own intimate fluids. Because, and, you know, and of course, like, you know, we decorated it for your nursery, you know, just before you were born, because, you know, like, that would be weird otherwise. But, you know, to celebrate the pregnancy, we pick out a room for the child that to be, and we right, and they do it on the floor, up the walls. They'll find a way to do it from the ceiling if they could. Yeah, it depends on, like, how industrious Gomez is feeling today with, like, his little, like, craftsman hobbies. But anyway, okay, so yeah, like, back to Alistair499's comment. EOT as a teenager. Their early content was pretty interesting and kind of chill. Well, they say super chill. I don't ever think Ethel was super chill, but a little bit more chill than she is today. They would talk about weird nature stuff and their experiences with religious trauma growing up, which really hit home with me. That, well, oh yeah. Ethel is something. She really is. Saw a video made 6 months before this one, going over Ethel's videos in that series, talking about grooming her entire audience. Talking about wait. Where is this one? Going over one of Ethel's videos in this. Okay. Going over one of Ethel's videos of the Lily Orchard EOT series. Okay. And showing how shittily it was done. I gotta find that one too. I think even a lot of the victims have said her coverage of the Lily Orchard allegations has not been good, especially after this whole plagiarism debacle. They regret trusting her with their stories. Gee, it looks like people. It looks like Ethel is withholding the information on the person Courtney Orchard was hoping to get in contact with, for purely selfish reasons. That Ethel does not care about, you know. Ethel says that I've decided this because my approach is victim-led. No, it's Ethel-led. if Ethel cared about what the victim wants, Ethel would offer that victim of Lillian Orchards the choice to contact, Courtney, or, for Courtney to contact them, etc., etc. Ethel does not want to give that victim of Lillian Orchards a choice because Ethel is a fucking power-tripping tyrant. Well, power-tripping narcissist. I have absolute belief that if Ethel was an elected official in anywhere in the world, like even as a city, like if Ethel was the mayor of a city one day for some asinine reason, like maybe the votes were rigged that badly, huh? Right? Ethel would be would operate that mayorship as a tyrant. Ethel would do whatever she could to, enact like mayoral level tyranny. Like, because Ethel is that kind of narcissist. But yeah, like if people who trusted Ethel are now regretting that, that says a lot, but you'll never hear Ethel admit that. Because it's, in the Ethelverse, Ethel is like the most virtuous and just and righteous person there is in the world. Okay, Raccoon Fangirl. Ethel is a grandma name. Sorry, but I had to say it. But seriously, Essence of Thought. This bad take, dude. Please don't. Or I mean, I don't know. They could mean dude. Like, I still know a lot of people of like Gen X, like myself, will like use dude as an interjection or like very gender neutral, which is why like I tell people like, look, I understand that you've got these connotations, with certain words, and and that's fine. And like in the in the world of like internet communique and social media, it's best to err on the side of caution and acknowledge that sometimes, words in your dialect that you think are completely fine or benign or neutral, etc., may be used quite differently in another person's local dialect that they grew up with, right? I kind of don't like the fact that this means that like English is becoming more homogenized of its regional dialects, which is just it's kind of sad if I think about it too much, because I also speak Welsh, not very good, but I do speak I do speak I do speak Welsh with an okay fluency. It's like on the better end of tourist, but and like I get talking to people in like Celtic language Discord servers and forums, etc., and like the way that like dialects are becoming homogenized, especially English, is just, I don't know, it just like strikes people as like no, we're losing diversity this way. It's like the internet is good for all these things, but we're losing a linguistic diversity, which, like, if you think about like how language informs culture, like there are two counting systems in Welsh, and one of them was only like officially quote unquote adopted into like the Welsh, like the Welsh dialect, but there's also Patagonian Welsh, because like Patagonia is it's a region in Argentina, but like that had a lot of Welsh immigration in the 19th century. So like there's a development of the Patagonian dialect of Welsh that is, it's roughly equivalent to how American English, especially like some of the like really homegrown dialects like Appalachian English or something, like like some of these like like really idiosyncratic dialects, like they're like a deep Appalachian English is going to sound very different to somebody speaking like UK Commonwealth English, right? Like standard UK Commonwealth English. They're going to think Appalachian English just sounds bonkers, right? But it will still be recognizable as English. So like that's kind of like how Patagonian Welsh, like it is to to the Welsh of Wales, Cymru Welsh, like as approximately like one of these more like especially regional U.S. dialects, like U.S. Southern or Appalachian or Ozark, kind of thing, right? Where it's like it's still very much recognizable as Welsh, but it's developed these interesting idiosyncrasies to it, right? That can only be explained by like how the culture of people who speak Welsh in that region just kind of like diverge from the culture of origin, right? And so like the decimalized counting in Welsh developed in Patagonia, and I want to say like 70s, like in the late 60s, early 70s, mainland Welsh, I guess, in Wales, like mainland Welsh adopted decimalized counting, but it's mainly used for situations like money. I know it's mainly used for money, but when we're talking in like time, including days of the month, or even a person's age, like time on the clock, like you look at a clock and it's oh shit. I'm forgetting. I'm brain farting on the order of like to say 3:15. Well, I mean, let's just say like, so like in decimalized counting, it's I'll just say 3 and 15 because I know that off the top of my head. Pimp. No. Shit. Okay. In the old style, which is, it's a modified base 20 counting system in the traditional numbers of the Welsh language. And I say modified base 20 because it does have its own little idiosyncrasies that deviate from a more standard base 20 counting system, which is tri bimtheg would be Indeg Pimp is decimalized 15. So 3:15, on the clock in decimalized Welsh counting would be or 3 and 15. So tri Indeg Pimp, right? So but yeah, like because it's a clock, so it's like tri 15 tri Indeg Pimp would be more appropriate for, let's say, £3 15 pence. Because it's money. But if we're talking about the time, tri bimtheg, so 3 and 15 on the clock, because I'm forgetting 3:15 in like the time. I'm brain farting for some reason because I've been slacking on my daily Welsh refresher for quite some time due to crippling depression. But anyway, I'm just like hi, coming right up behind me to beg for pettins, aren't you? Aren't you? There we go. Hello, Miss Phoebe. Oh, you need your nails clipped. I know. Don't worry. I love you. So, and it's just like these other things. So it's like when I get like serious in like, I use the base 20 counting when I'm doing crochet, like, counting stitches, and it takes me a while to like if I'm like doing crochet work for like a 6-hour stretch, and I do my base 20 Welsh counting when I'm doing that, I don't know, it's just easier for me to remember that way. And I don't know, it'll like take me a bit to like kind of recover that and like understand why a lot of people prefer decimalized counting, like like base 10 counting system instead. So yeah, like even just that, like like I said, for some reason, like base 20 just makes a little bit more sense to me. It might be because my Tashau, my Cornish granddad, who did speak this like interesting, like, you know, like not quite a pidgin, but people think it would be when I say a Creole, like a Creole is technically like a base language, let's say, like, because like where he grew up in Cornwall in the 1920s, you know, like, yeah, it was like, you know, a base of English, which, you know, with seemingly random Cornish vocabulary just like peppered throughout it. So so like when he would be counting with me, like helping me with like maths homework or something, you know, we would break things up into 20, like into like, you know, amounts of 20. So that probably might be why it makes a bit more sense to me to do a base 20 counting when I'm doing like some intense counting for my crochet work. You know, just because like, you know, I've got that memory from my granddad, and like, you know, I don't know, we're doing whatever maths homework, and he's breaking it up into like, you know, bits of 20 rather than bits of 10, which, you know, like would I guess that makes sense because like, you know, 5 and 5, 10, you know, so right. But no, so and, like there's other things like the word moorn, like, so when I say but a daving bubble with ran idu creso iving carter moorn, you know, good morning, my strange people. I'm Rowan, and welcome to my spooky home. So Karchev is it is home, not so. It's home, rather than house. When I'm saying it, I used to say in English, spooky house, but Karchev, which I said like is like more equivalent to home. It's like, you know, you are at home, right? Regardless if it's a house or an apartment, right? But when I was looking for a good word to translate spooky in Welsh, there's when you're looking to translate words like that, like, you know, you're not often going to find perfect translations, right? But Murn is one that I saw in Apgeri Idir, Prefysgol Cymru, Dictionary of University of Wales, I believe, is my Geri Idir app on my phone, right? That like when I was looking up, like, you know, to find like at least close enough synonyms to spooky, but in Welsh, Mwrn, MWRN, but I think the W has a little hat on it, like in Dur. I don't. Oh gosh, I've been talking a bit, right? But Mwrn, it's usually translated for sultry, as in like, you know, like that kind of like murky, you know, just humid, but not so much to be uncomfortable. But there's like this kind of thickness to the atmosphere that seems like, you know, somehow ineffable thickness to the atmosphere, right? Like a sultry, like, you know, weather condition, right? That's usually how it's translated, but it can also be, you know, translated, you know, like euphemistically to refer to like, you know, like a sultry kind of, well, you know, like that kind of like, you know, like sultry femme fatale kind of vibe, right? But it can also be used to say the Getty idea that I consulted gave one of the definitions as darkly old-fashioned, right? And, you know, like I'm a goth tuber. I've also been an avid antiquer since I was about 12 years old, and I'm like, that is just kind of perfect, right? Like it doesn't perfectly translate, you know, to spooky, like well, one of the things that Bran loves to one of the things that Bran, my kitten, loves to play with me is like, I will take out a tissue or a paper napkin and I'll go, here's a spooky ghost. It's spooky ghost time. Spooky. And he loves it. He loves like tissues are like his favorite, you know, like thing. Or like most cats, like, you know, like many cats will like the little rings from a gallon of milk. many cats will love those. Bran prefers tissues. Tissues are like his milk ring, right? He loves to play spooky ghost with the milk ring. So it doesn't so like in English, spooky can have some supernatural vibes to it, which, is also appropriate with, myself practicing pagan and witch off and on for oh God, going on 30 years because I'm that goddamn old at this point, right? So like I said, it's not a perfect translation, but, it's not a perfect translation of spooky, but, like I was going on a couple streams ago about Gomez and Morticia, and it's there is no correct answer. Or the only correct answer when you ask if you prefer John Aston as Gomez or Raul Julia as Gomez, the only correct answer is both, because both of those men portray that character somehow so perfectly. They all tap into what makes Gomez such an endearing character, but they each give it their own kind of spin to it, right? So Murn is to the way I translate, the whole atmos I try to put on when I'm streaming or making, my booktube, otherwise, goth topic in, GothTube videos, right? It's a translation that's perfect, but for different reasons, right? So it's like I said, both John Aston and Raul Julia tap into this ineffable perfection of their portrayals of Gomez Adams, and both feel very true to the character, but they both will do it in with their own spin. So it's Spooky House is a good English name for, like I said, the whole atmos that I try to do when I'm doing book reviews and other uploaded topic videos, because it implies a supernatural deal. It implies the whole dark, creepy atmosphere, whereas Karshev Murn, that's to translate to English, it would be spooky home, but more in the sense of there's this thick but sensual, but murky, but also dark in a murky way, but also in a way that kind of calls back to an earlier time, right? So like I said, they're two distinct names for, like I said, the atmosphere of when I'm doing, especially when I'm doing uploaded videos, or when I'm doing a concert or something. The last time I had a stage concert, they're both, it's not an exact translation in either direction, but it's the English version, Spooky House, like I said, it's the Aston versus Julia portrayals of Gomez Adams. They're both perfect because they both tap into this, into these qualities that make Gomez such an endearing and enduring character, but they play up different aspects of that, perfect essence of the character. And I was going on about this because of linguistic differences, that this person be saying dude, not intentionally misgender Ethel, but because there are dialects of English where dude is an acceptable interjection, saying fuck when you stub your toe or shit when you stub your toe, right? It's an interjection. It's a word of interjection when, you're just, stunned or flabbergasted somehow by what somebody did. When it's used as an interjection, it's gender neutral. When you're using it as a greeting, usually in those same regional dialects of English, dude is gender neutral. Now, is it universally gender neutral across all dialects of English? No. But if we lost, like if those dialects of English homogenized themselves, I wouldn't like that, because like I said, it's losing a diversity. And like, like I'm not saying this in the way that like, crypto fascists will, talk about, like cultural diversities, it's like, I'm like, no. Like cultural diversity can still like, grow and adapt to the changing times and still remain true to itself. Like it's got nothing about cultural purity. Burp, 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 burp. No. It's about it's about like things like, like I'm still the same person that I was when I was 5 years old, but I've grown and adapted, my life and my thoughts and my opinions since I was 5 years old, right? But like my aunt was even talking, like one of our more recent conversations, not the one today. The one today, we just like touched on the fact that like I've always been a night owl, right? And that's something that has not changed about me since I was 5 years old. I don't get it, but it's like I'm always a more awake person after like 3 p.m, but and the earliest I can make myself wake up at any time is like noon is a comfortable enough time for me to wake up. I can go as early as I can wake up as early as 10 a.m. to make an appointment at noon, depending on where it's at or whatever. But it's like the earliest I can make myself wake up and still be functional is about 10 a.m. But I'm a much more coherent person if I wake up at noon, and I'm like a much more awake and just like I've just got all my shit together after I've been up for a few hours. So it's like 3 p.m. is like when I can reasonably expect to like make myself do stuff like chores. So but yeah, but I'm still the same person. There are many ways that there are a number of ways in which I haven't changed since I was 5. Like I've always been a night owl. I've always loved animals, especially cats. I've always been like I've always like had my thoughts just like go and ramble in, like I can talk about, granted, this might also be something I've behaviorally picked up from my father, who would do the same thing, where like, you can talk about, like the menu at a restaurant, and then like 10 minutes later, the conversation has been flowing, but now you're talking about, like Epsom salt baths, like which brand of Epsom salts are like, make the superior, bath, right? I mean, I don't think my dad ever had a conversation exactly like that, but like that's just like that can, and definitely not within the span of 10 minutes, but it's a humorous exaggeration of just like, like how but like when I've got a focus like this, like where I can come by and do something like this and see like, okay, that's this. So trust me, it makes sense why I'm mentioning this now, because like I'm reading stuff here and I'm talking about like how Ethel, like if Ethel had her way, dude would always be an absolutely 110% gendered term. Using it as an interjection is now an act of sexism. When you're talking about somebody like Ethel, or even like trans misogyny, when you're talking about Ethel in specific. Because like, no, that word is always gendered. I don't care what you say. I don't care what your regional dialect of English is like, because Ethel's dialect of English is the only correct dialect of English to use. And if Ethel says dude is always gendered, then you must believe that, or you are a vile sexist and queerphobe, etc., etc., etc. I'm like, no, it's a regional dialect. And yes, regional dialects can adapt and change. But like this is where we get into like weird ways that like, I don't know, like when I was in Hellenic polytheism, I was once on a sexual ethics in polytheism panel, and somebody asked like, well, how can you be a Hellenist and like honor gods who are mythologically describing as violating others, like men and women? And I say first, and I responded to this person with like, okay, first off, that word and the word robbery share the same root in the English language. Like they both share the same, I think it's the same early English, like early, like pre-Old English English root. So like, and you have to understand like the way that like the word that shares a root with the word robbery in English that YouTube does not like people saying, the intimate autonomy violation crime, right? Like when that first became recognized as a crime, it was recognized as a crime of dowry theft. Like the person who would prosecute another for that crime would be the father of the young woman in question, because or it would either be the father or the betrothed, that the father promised, he could marry this, his daughter, by this date. But so it's like there were consenting relationships, like in the early in the early days of recognizing that as a crime. There were consenting relationships where, like, by all metrics, like, these were consenting relationships, but either the father or the betrothed that the father promised her to would prosecute the young man that the woman consented to be with, but he stole the dowry by engaging in that with her. So, like, when you get the mythological translations, that, like, the convention of translating, this to the name of that crime stayed, even when, even when the crime evolved into, or at least the way that the crime has been defined legally, started going in the direction of, this is a crime of violence against another person's autonomy. This is not a crime about, robbing some other guy of a father's dowry for, marrying his daughter. This is a crime against another person's, bodily autonomy. It is a crime of violence. It wasn't always recognized as a crime of violence against the woman. It was initially recognized as a crime of dowry theft. So, yeah, like, so yeah, like I said, like, words evolve, regional dialects evolve, and there are times when there are times when dialects when language and words can change for the better. Like I said, like that crime is now recognized as a violent crime against another person's intimate autonomy, right? But it wasn't always that way. It used to be a crime of robbing another man of the father's dowry to, marry his daughter. So yeah, it's like words. So yeah, like that's how I can, that's how I could, like, have like household votive offerings to Zeus, in my apartment at that time, is because, like, when I got into Hellenism, I came there from, like, a background as a lapsed language arts major, and it's like, I don't have a degree in linguistics. I wasn't going for, like, I wasn't hoping to get a degree in linguistics, but a degree, in creative writing. But like, to really make the most out of creative writing, you have to have a really good grasp of language. So understanding linguistics and etymologies can be really helpful at times when you're doing creative writing. And so it's like, yeah, like, by the time I came to Hellenism, like, I understood that word was not always seen as a crime of violence against the young woman, because, only until recently, in our history, has it been recognized that men can indeed be violated in that way. So it's like, it was recognized for a long time as a crime of theft of her father's dowry to, the young man who would marry her, whether she was, previously betrothed in an arranged marriage, or, a marriage had not been, proposed yet by anybody, but, he was still on the lookout for a good one to, marry off his daughter to, right? So, so yeah, and like, so yeah, like I said, if Ethel had her way, she would absolutely, like, charge people with hate crimes for, using dude as an interjection when speaking about her, a trans woman. This is a hate crime in the Ethelverse. I'm like, no, it's more likely than not well, I don't know. This is the internet we're talking about, but if we assume that, a person, because people are more often, just not thinking and being like kind of stupid, or are just simply ignorant, as in they don't know better. Like when you're being kind of stupid, it could just be a matter of like you do know better, but you're acting or speaking in the moment and you just aren't thinking about how you know better, right? Like especially people with ADHD and even, people across the autism spectrum do that kind of thing a lot. Like, we'll speak first and then be like, oh, I already knew better. Oh crap. I wonder if I can edit this before they see it. Because internet, right? So yeah, like it is more likely that this person, Raccoon Fangirl, I think is what it says, is just like using dude as an interjection the same way somebody would say damn, fuck, shit, what, OMG, right? This is more likely than not an interjectional word, right? This is an utterance of interjection, of being just like kind of flabbergasted at how bizarre Ethel's behavior can be. It's probably not a dig against Ethel personally. Because like I said, in my experience, people are more likely to be like, speaking or acting without first thinking, ergo being a little bit stupid rather than actively malicious. But like I said, if Ethel ran the world, this would be a hate crime right here, because that's how Ethel thinks. Because granted, if it was about, Poppy or Lily Orchard, Ethel wouldn't care as much. Therefore, it's less likely to be a hate crime because it's not against Ethel in specific, right? Okay. Let's see. Clicked because this person's talking a little bit about Somerton, because Somerton was determined by the algorithm, since he was mentioned briefly. Okay. I'm gonna pronounce this. If I'm interested in some kind of drama or controversial person, whether I'm interested in watching a 45-minute recap or a 4-hour breakdown of said drama, heavily depends on how invested I am. Okay, fair enough. I think that's how a lot of us work when we're watching these kind of videos. Skov and Ethel's videos simply serve completely different purposes for an average viewer. Okay, yeah, I can see that argument. And I think what Ethel misses is people who watch Skov's videos may have their interest piqued by the contents and seek out more in-depth information. Exactly. Like this is something that I've been saying. Granted, not, I haven't been especially like driving that point home publicly, just because, like the less I talk about Ethel, the happier I am. Until recently, because, like Ethel's trying to come for me now. And I'm taking a page from Courtney, because I love Courtney. Courtney's fun. Courtney can be a bit unhinged at times in a usually entertaining way. And, if I find her less entertaining, I'll just like, I'll go watch something else for a little bit and come back later. And like, usually it's nothing I find, worth talking to her about in DMs. But like, if it ever happens, I know that she and I can hash it out over like most things, if it's just like a minor quibble. But, the evidence that Lily is, very sick regarding children, to the point where it is appropriate to say that, yeah, Lily Orchard is, what would be recognized as, pedophilic. And I say pedophilic because, like, the legal definition versus the psychological definition, and I understand that a lot of people will use the legal definition as a stand-in for the psychological definition, because, well, as, like, I saw somebody on stand-up saying, like, there's no way to discuss the difference between a pedophile and an ephebophile without making yourself sound like you're trying to justify the other one, the pedo one, right? And it's like, Yeah, to the layman, I will like, to the layman, yes, I will understand that that's, that's just not a hill worth dying over if we're talking in layman's terms. If we're talking in psychological terms, there are some, like, yeah, it is a nuanced thing if we're talking in psychological jargon, right? And jargon is a professional dialect. So, yeah, like somebody who was doing a psychological, master's thesis on Lily Orchard, right? Would probably describe Lily Orchard as an ephebophile just because Lily Orchard is fixated on the age of 14. So somebody who is pubescent rather than prepubescent, because again, in psychological jargon, P describes prepubescent, ephe describes pubescent to, just before, adulthood, right? So yeah, like in a psychological study, if somebody was writing a master thesis on Lily Orchard, they would probably say ephebophile because of the psychological distinction. But if we're talking about, like, if we're talking about how Lily has committed crimes that, the relevant country that these happened in, at least on Lily's end, in Canada, these happened in Canada because that's the relevant country on Lily's end. That's where she was when she was doing these things, including writing Stockholm amongst other fan fictions of questionable content, for lack of better phrasing, I guess. So, like, Canada defines these legally as pedophilia and, CSAM, right? Yeah, CSEM, child sexually exploitative materials, right? So yeah, like, even if it's fictional, like, Canada still says nope, it's CP enough. It is CP because that is legal jargon. So, but yeah, like I said, like, that's the thing about dialects. Like, I love language dialects. I love the way that dialects can, like depending on context, like, a single word can mean, one of any number of things depending on the context in which one is using the word, right? But yeah, like, I don't know how I got off on that tangent, but okay, we were going here. Yeah, the point Ethel misses is people who watch Skov's videos may have their interest piqued by the contents and seek out more in-depth information. Exactly, because Vangelina did a shorter. I don't even think it was a full half hour long. No, maybe it was like 45 minutes. I don't know. It was definitely under an hour. I remember that much. I haven't watched it a second time, or I haven't watched it again since then, but for a while. But it's like it was a fairly condensed video. Okay, they say 45 minutes, or at least they reference 45-minute recap. So I'm assuming it's in the area of 45. Is, that's the length of Law and Order episode without the commercials, or the length of an episode of any number of, hour-long primetime dramas. Like, so, like, if you're not into watching, Law and Order, Prime, SVU, whatever, any of the spin-offs, right? If you're not in the mood for Law and Order, like, you could watch the OC. But if you watch it on Hulu without commercials, is the OC on Hulu? I don't know. Is the OC even still running? I don't know. Whatever. If you're watching, like, the OC or Grey's Anatomy or ER or whatever, like, on the streaming service of your choice, it's about 45 minutes because, you've paid a couple bucks extra to not have to sit through commercials, right? So, a lot of people can watch 45-minute video easier than, like, a series of videos that works out to, like, 4 hours or longer. So, watching Vangelina's video would be a gateway to the deeper dives, such as the one, albeit of questionable quality, that Ethel did. Yeah, which would naturally lead them to watching Essence of Thought's very long coverage. Exactly. It's like no, like these more condensed, like, 45-minute overviews of the crimes of Lily Orchard done by Vangelina Skov and others. That serves a purpose. that serves a different purpose than Ethel's, mediocre series. But Ethel's mediocre series does get a little bit more in depth in some areas. There's no need to be fighting about this, except for the fact that Ethel sees that it's coming from somebody who has a larger audience than Ethel does. And Ethel is, let's be frank, Ethel be jelly. Ethel's a bit jealous, does not want to see other people, getting attention for what she did, like, over a year before Vangelina's video. That, and the older a lot of videos are, unless you're looking up something rather specific, older videos do get bumped down in the algorithm as time goes on. Like I said, unless you're looking for some, rather specific topics. Okay, very long coverage. I don't know how Ethel, expects other people's coverage to be vastly different from hers when this isn't like artwork. This is an established factual series of events. There are only so many ways to talk about it. Multiple videos on the topic are inevitably going to resemble each other. What? Does Ethel not want anyone else to talk about and expose Lily's disgusting actions? Yeah. I mean, this seems to be the consensus, that when Ethel threw her stupid shit fit in the direction of Vangelina Skov to the point of attempting to extort money from Vangelina Skov. I'm sorry, like, we're talking the first video that Ethel made, where she tried to extort money, where Ethel called her Vangelina Scow because Ethel is that fucking lazy and stupid. Okay, in this day and age, we're probably going to find that out of this video. Okay, in this day and age, we're probably going to find out that this video itself is either plagiarized or will soon get plagiarized. Banana 94. That's kind of funny, but not funny enough to hit a thumbs up. Okay, I'm seeing Ethel's name. I want to read this one. I know it doesn't get mentioned much in this video because it's not relevant to the Ethel Skov drama, but I need everyone to know that Ethel purposely withheld evidence of Lily sexting a minor from Courtney, Lily's sister, who was trying to go to the police for the crimes Lily had committed against her because Courtney and Britt, the person who wasn't playing WOW fast enough, Warcraft, would be supporting the police and state and rape culture if they did it. You can't make this shit up. Yeah. Oh, I'm not gonna let the victim of Lily Orchard have the information that they need to make an informed choice on what they want to do. I'm just going to declare on their behalf, ACAB, ergo, no victim info for you, Courtney, because, no, that is bullshit, plain and simple. You've taken bread out of my starving mouth. Proceeds to go after Vangelina's sponsors. I watch Rachel and I have a distinct feeling EOT is the person Rachel has talked about having to file police reports over. Rachel is pretty good, if a bit naive ally, and doesn't deserve harassment. I'd say, Rachel Oates, can be a bit naive about some things anyway. And I do think, she did, word her, like I said, either the previous stream or the stream before that I think Rachel kind of, worded herself a little badly when saying that, she doesn't care about sports, so, she's not gonna, go in depth about trans women in sport because it won't hold her interest, and she won't be able to do a good, video topic, about it, because sports don't interest her, so it would be lazy coverage at best, right? It would be lazy, half-hearted coverage at best. I think Rachel saying that she, when she said, I don't care about sport, I don't care, so why would I do a video about, trans people in sport if I already don't care about sport? It's like, I think she could have thought about that a little bit better. But I also understand that at the time she's getting this intense sense of pressure from Ethel to say something about it. So, if she's really being pestered for, no apparent reason, because when has Rachel Oates ever talked about sporting events in any way? She doesn't. She just doesn't. She talks about books and poetry and media literacy and broad feminist topics, but even when she's talking broad feminist topics, it's not about women in sport, much less, queer or trans women in sport. She doesn't address topics about sport because she's not interested in sporting events, regardless of the women sporting event topics might affect, right? She just doesn't talk about that. She talks about women in arts and women in academia and women in, local politics kind of issues, right? That's how she talks about, women in art and culture. That's how she talks about feminist issues, because that's what interests her. So if she was going to talk about women in sport and trans women in sport in specific, she'd make a lazy video about it. I think she probably could have thought about it a little bit better. Hindsight is always 20/20. But I also understand, if she's really being, pestered by Ethel to, say something to take down her friends, Rachel's friend, Stephen Woodford, I'm just I understand why Rachel didn't, think twice about, having the flippant response that she did, because, and at that time she made the flippant response to Ethel. It's just she didn't know, how fucking insane Ethel of Thurston can be. I was just scrolling and skimming a little bit, and I see this person, Goblin Rat, 5 months ago. Being a leftist doesn't mean you can't criticize other people who make the same type of content. It's preferred, actually. I'm not exactly sure what they're speaking about there, but yeah, that's a thing that's I don't know, that's a statement that can be applied in both directions, my dear. I said it somewhere else, but the way Ethel gesticulates irks me and makes everything she says seem performative. Yeah. There's a couple of Chris Chan videos I've commented on where it seems like Chris is trying to perform the expected, what Chris thinks is the expected way to show a kind of emotion, so it comes off as more performative than natural, and it comes off as insincere if you don't acknowledge the ways that somebody with ASD like Chris Chan or Ethel, though in Ethel's case, Ethel has more common sense than Chris Chan. I know Chris Chan and I know more common sense than Chris Chan is a really low bar to cross, but Ethel observably has 10 times more common sense than Chris Chan, observably. So Ethel knows what she's doing more than Chris Chan does. So when Ethel is doing this emotional performance, it's not to try and convey the sincerity she feels the way Chris Chan can come off when they're being performative about their emotions, just to make up for, the fact that they, it doesn't come to them as naturally, right? But when Ethel's doing it, she is doing it as a way to exaggerate and and hopefully manipulate people into taking her side on this issue that she's, gesticulating, etc. around. Guarding 60. I am a trans person, and Vangelina said she is afraid of me. Therefore, she's a transphobe. Yeah, I remember the comment that can be summarized that way. Is so ironic coming from someone who spent so much time creating a call-out series about Lily Orchard. and creating a call-out series about Rachel Oates over complete nonsense that didn't need to be called out. Ethel, of all people, should know that calling out a trans person for being toxic and manipulative doesn't make you transphobic. All right, I don't know why I didn't see that one earlier, but well, okay, because it was 6 months ago and I saw this all when it went down initially. Used to be a huge, okay. This makes me sad. I used to be a huge Lily Orchard fan a few years back. I was one of the mindless drones that believed her when she said she didn't write Stockholm and believed a lot of the lies she told her audience. Ethel's video series provided enough evidence in a respectful manner. Well, at least seemed respectful at the time, since apparently a lot of Lily's victims who confided in Ethel now regret it, but let's continue. Believed a lot of the lies she told her audience. Ethel's video, okay, and was in a respectful manner that finally convinced me just how manipulative and predatory Lily was and still is. I watched Ethel's entire video series because I wanted to know just how much stuff I had been lied to about. It was sad, but it was also freeing. Understandable. This behavior from Ethel just makes me feel disappointed. Again, she helped me realize just how horrible Lily is, and I feel thankful to her for that. But I really don't approve of how she's been treating people. Yeah, that's absolutely reasonable comment. It's a bit more fair than I'd like to be, or than I would be, because, like, I also have a much lower opinion of Ethel than some people in the replies, like people like that one I just whose comment I just read. God damn, why am I falling over words tonight?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, me, Lazy Bed. Alright, is all normal, is not gonna make it any less awkward. I got a lot of comments in video recording at the computer desk that I look like a older brother character. This is my attempt of doubling down. Actually, you know what? Actually fucking look like? Here, give me a second.
Is born without a chin.
Kill me with the fucking senpai hat and everything. No, lazy.
Real quick, I'm going to turn the volume on my home speaker up. I don't know if that's going to affect things too much, because it's about 12:15. So I am going to go into the kitchen and make wet cat food for Amsa Super with the cattos in question. So I'm turning up the volume so I can hear bits of it from the kitchen.
So I'm gonna try and give it.
Oh, and it's at 1.25 speed, just so that we're not sitting here for a whole hour before I pull up. I mean, I'm not gonna be watching the whole thing. I just I don't know. But I do want to like try to get to the video where Ethel thinks she's got anything on me. Like I said, it's all shit I'll admit to, because none of it falls within any legal definition of stalking, as in the crime. Nor does it fall under a psychological definition of stalking, unless, by Ethel's own logic, my absurdly good memory for, facts and events that, I've, been part of, alone is enough to make somebody a stalker. Because in that case, a lot of people with ASD would be stalkers by Ethel's apparent logic.
As much detail and context to the situation, probably more than necessary, but y'all know me. I don't ever know when to shut up about something that genuinely interests me. So I'm not an avid viewer of Essence of Thought or Vangelina Skov, but I'm familiar with both of their content, and I'm also familiar with both of their videos about Lily Orchard that started this whole fiasco. But I did want to talk about an underlying issue with, what would you call it, call-out culture or the accountability crowd that I think this situation highlights. So this story is really hard to follow because a lot of extra characters that have absolutely nothing to do with any of this gets randomly name dropped, but I'm gonna focus on the main characters in the title of this video and then address the smaller players throughout where it's most relevant. So, Who are we talking about today?
So what we are going to talk about today, though, is the updates regarding her legal case.
Vangelina Skov is a content creator that got big off of covering the Illuminati scandal. But before that, she was put on the map after her coverage of Team Pinata and Dissociate did. Vangelina has over 100,000 subscribers with an online presence totaling 6 years. She's made herself a brand on YouTube, getting sponsors, a Patreon earning, and merchandise. She is what many would consider a drama YouTuber, or someone who covers ongoing spats on the internet.
Hey there, my name is Ethel of Thurston, she, her, they, them.
Now, Essence of Thought, or Ethel, as I will be referring to for the remainder of this video, has been on YouTube for a little while longer, to be exact. The Essence of Thought YouTube channel has 43,000 subscribers, and Ethel is the co-owner. The channel produces content revolving around LGBTQ topics, secularism, feminism, and ethnic equality. You could kind of call this like breadtube type of content, but also Ethel has been openly criticizing a lot of breadtubers such as ContraPoints, Xander Hall, and Vosh, as well as those on the Republican side of the political commentary sphere such as Blair White, Matt Walsh, and Rose of Dawn. The thing that Ethel is most well known for is her series covering Lily Orchard, which is a 7-part series going into the entirety of Lily's online history. I do have to point this out as well before we continue that Lily Orchard and Ethel are both trans women. Ethel and Lily have faced a lot of transphobic harassment and comments online because they've been documenting their transition since its infancy. And I want to make this clear that this channel, this space is LGBTQ friendly, and any sort of transphobic comments towards Lily or Ethel is going to be heavily moderated, mainly because, well, for one, the fact that people are transgender in this story, it doesn't really mean that much in the grand scheme of things. If their trans identities are used as like an actual talking point against them, you kind of already lost the argument because that's not really what we're talking about. It's ultimately irrelevant to what this whole situation is actually going to be covering. And the second reason is because Ethel has made it a point in their content that a comment section is proof of someone's transphobia. And I am of the belief that a content creator can't really control absolutely everything an audience does or says, because we don't really choose our audience. Not really. I mean, we can make content that appeals to a specific crowd and say stuff like, well, if you're this kind of person, I don't want you watching my videos, or something like that, right? However, when you get to a specific, there is an inevitability that there will be people in your audience that subscribe to you and watch your content that you don't want to be there representing your brand. But still, I want to make this a space for Ethel to being bombarded with negative comments, calling her like a man or some shit, so let's give her a chance to engage and read critical comments that aren't so hostile. Ethel won't engage with the arguments at all if this space is gonna just clown on her. So now that I've presented the players, let me talk briefly about their shared person of interest that started this war of plagiarism.
Hello, everyone!
So, Lily Orchard is a cartoon commentary / review channel that discusses My Little Pony. Their most controversial and popular video that most of you might be more familiar with is Lily's video discussing Steven Universe and how she personally believes it's hot garbage. Lily has had a long, weird history online, outside of like the over-the-top, angry commentary on kids' cartoons. To go over this like really quickly, she made an alternative account to be her fake online girlfriend named Tara Callie. Tara's backstory was that she had like a sister who died of hypothermia when they fled their family from Colorado. But what's weird is that Lily like added this strange part of Tara's backstory, which is that Tara was an incestuous pedophile who had sex with her sister? Why? So this relationship would end when Tara died in a car crash, and then Lily would announce that they were transitioning and kind of moved on with their lives and then just never addressed the Tara situation ever again. She also tried to push her ex-friend Josh Scorcher into a relationship with a minor that she shipped like IRL, so she's a pro shipper. Lovely. She broke off a friendship for something as simple as not playing World of Warcraft and wrote a My Little Pony fanfic called Stockholm, which included underage sexual assault of a minor, who is also the main character's adopted sister. Something about incest, man. What's up with that? So as you can imagine, Lily is a peak, like a dedicated, like a Bad Bizarre Lolcow Adventure episode on her, maybe, if I remember to dig deeper, or if I care. Now, completely unrelated and unbiased, but I actually would recommend that you do check out Essence of Thought's videos on Lily Orchard. I think it's really refreshing to see a trans person going after another trans person for predatory behavior or lolcow antics. I think since they're both trans women, seeing Ethel's take on Lily is very refreshing because up until that point, a lot of the coverage on Lily was either inadvertently funny or directly transphobic at times. And they put a lot of work into this series and also spoke directly to victims of Lily Orchard. And because they have done a good job covering Lily so extensively, it makes what happens next so interesting. So, as I pointed out, Ethel has made a 7-part series spanning like hours in length talking about Lily Orchard. So, Vangelina Skov would make a form as she does of an online.
And not only is it refreshing to see Ethel discussing Lily Orchard's various crimes against young people, it's not simply refreshing because she's trans, because, you know, like, Blair White, like, I think Lily Orchard is a bit niche for Blair White, but Blair White has no, you know, qualms about, you know, talking about predatory trans people. I mean, I still say that the Blair White Jessica Yaniv interview was like one of the finest pieces of unintended comedy ever to have aired on YouTube, because because Blair's reaction to Yaniv's like unadulterated Yanivery is just, it's so precious. It's so precious. But, you know, like I said in a previous stream about the Ethelverse, for every one Jessica Yaniv that Blair White likes to talk about, she will talk about, like, you know, at least 24 Milo Stewarts who did nothing wrong other than saying like some cringe takes when they were literal teenagers. Like that, like Milo Stewart has since said that, like, you know, yeah, his cringe take about like white people are always racists. And, you know, with Milo being like, you know, a natural blonde, unlike myself, you know, ergo, you know, definitionally whiter than I am. But yeah, like Milo Stewart has since said that, okay, that was a cringe video, but keep in mind, I was 15 and thinking I was the smartest person to be talking about these things at that time. What the hell? After you get your Omnibar Mark of the Beast and you 32,523, the money Satan shall give you to join his evil church Omnibar, Jesus shall put grace. What the hell? All right, who is this weirdo? Oh dear, I kind of want to like on yeah, I'm gonna put you on a timeout. Yeah, I'm gonna put you on a timeout just because you're just being a bit much, my dear. And I'm gonna look into your insanity at a later time because you're being a bit much. You're being a bit much. Like I say to my kitten when he's clearly annoying the 2 12-year-old cats. So, like, I've got 2 geriatric cats, both coincidentally about 12 years old, though they do act like litter mates. You know, so, you know, like, yeah, for cats, 12 years old is old. Like, most cats live to about, like, 15, 16. I've had cats who lived to be 20. My mother had a cat who lived to be 23. And I have a 5.5-month-old kitten. So, and as I say to the kitten when he is clearly annoying either of the 2 12-year-olds, you're being a bit much, my dear. So yeah, put you on timeout.
She was recommended to cover Lily via her Twitter DMs, as explained in her.
Oh yeah. It's refreshing not just because Ethel is also trans, because like I said, like Blair White wouldn't think twice. Like if Lily Orchard wasn't too niche of a internet personality for Blair White would have done like a dozen videos on Lily Orchard already. But, you know, for Lily's sake, I say ironically, you know, she should count herself lucky that she's always been a bit too niche for Blair White. Or Blair White would have come for Lily Orchard harder than she came for Jessica Yaniv. And like I said, I still stand, like, I know all the problems with Blair White, but there was a time when she was like kind of a guilty pleasure YouTuber that I would watch. You know, like I knew like she was like I knew I at least had a sense that she was lying about her political opinions to to cozy up to, you know, right wingers when she's well, I will, you know, one of Xander Hall's stopped watch moments was when he pointed out, you know, to his audience how Blair White fabricated her political compass test results when you could see, like, in her lazy editing that she actually tested as libertarian left on that, you know, political compass test everyone was taking. So so yeah, like, she believes in personal liberties, and she, you know, has like left-wing ideals and fiscal ideas, but you know, but she changed it to libertarian right because that's where her audience is mostly at. So so yeah, like Blair is as much a character as she is a terrible person. And I know I have a very nuanced take about Blair White that I've like described to a few people sometimes, and as like, you know, like she kind of like invented this character version of herself that has kind of gone out of control. But one of these days I'm gonna like show my receipts on how I support this idea. But yeah, it's but you know, like, at least Blair White's public persona is, you know, aligning herself with the political right, if only for clicks and views and the money that comes with it. So the fact that Ethel is willing to address Lily Orchard, you know, because Lily Orchard is not too niche a topic for Ethel of Thurston, unlike Blair White, is also because, like, Ethel is, you know, a you know, she's publicly trans, and she is at least ostensibly left-leaning. But if you ask me, she's as much of a fake leftist as Lily Orchard is.
Her most recent video, which we will go over in just a minute. But what's gotten Vangelina in some hot waters in regards to her coverage of Lily Orchard is that she seemingly has very similar screenshots that were also used in Essence of Thought series. This led Ethel to believe that Vangelina plagiarized her videos. Now, when you look at the evidence in regard—
Oh, we saw the human shield! This is what I like, that like, in the banner, so like this is less than a year old, these screenshots that Lazy is using, because I didn't want to go to, like, you know, Ethel's, you know, channel page that night. Yeah, this is what I was talking about in my last stream about how Ethel uses Udita as a human shield, because, like, you know, everybody knows that Ethel's Essence of Thought co-host is Levi. You know, a Levi called Bird is like his YouTube handle, right? And he's usually represented with that little cockatiel avatar, right? Which is fine. He doesn't have to show his face. He doesn't have to show, you know, a cartoonized, you know, version of himself like Ethel does on the videos. You know, it's his, he, they. I think his. I'm going to go with his because my memory is of Levi being, you know, preferring he, him, but accepting they, them as well. So I'm just going to, if somebody wants to correct me on that, I will change as soon as I see somebody with a chat box, or, you know, like a little chat comment correcting me on that. But yeah, like I said, last I knew, Levi was he, him, they, them, rather than they, them, he, him, right? You know, so like you figure, like, you know, their first choice would be, you know, what comes first, right? So so yeah, and we're gonna see this again because I backed up a little bit.
character,
But yeah, like I said on the night of the 31st with Ethel's, like I said, about how Ethel uses Udita as a human shield. Udita used to be on the videos a bit more, but was mostly doing stuff behind the scenes on the videos, like, you know, like writing and fact checking and stuff, right? But then, like, you know, Udita finished her law degree and started getting regular work as a lawyer, and and now is like even further behind the scenes. I don't know off the top of my head if Udita is officially, actively participating in making any Essence of Thought videos anymore at this point. But as we saw from this video from, when was it? Between 9 and 10 months ago, because, after it passes 9 months and 30 days, that's when YouTube changes it. So it could be 9 months and 3 weeks, could be 9 months, 29 days, could be 9 months and 1 day, whatever. But, less than 10 months ago, definitely under a year ago. And like I said, I don't think Udita has been actively participating in making any Essence of Thought videos for over a year at this point. But let's look at the banner from approximately ago.
Recommended to cover Lily via her Twitter DMs, as explained in her most recent video, which we will go over in just a minute. But what's gotten Vangelina in some hot waters in regards to her coverage of Lily Orchard is that she seemingly has very similar screenshots that were also used in Essence of Thought series. This led Ethel.
So this is not Levi, is it? No, this is a brown-skinned woman, not a Caucasian. I think Levi claims some Ashkenazi ethnic background, or that might just be me assuming due to his name. But Levi is otherwise Caucasian. I believe Australian or maybe New Zealand. But this is obviously not Levi, is it? No, it's Ethel's human shield, aka Essence of Spouse Udita. Udita has not been actively participating in creating Essence of Thought videos, at least not in a way that is obvious to anybody watching an Essence of Thought video, for well over a year, possibly longer, if memory serves me. But who's represented on the banner? Is it Ethel and a Levi called Bird? No, because his avatar on YouTube is that little cockatiel in the circle. Which, again, his choice. He can do what, he can represent himself on YouTube however he wants. That's not a big deal. But, it would be really easy to even do I don't know, maybe a humanized cockatiel, that went along with this kind of thing, just to have some cohesion in the way that these two avatar characters look to represent, that's, it doesn't look that much different from how Ethel looks in real life, as we see down here. Then again, I remember what that thumbnail looks like, so it might not be all that apparent to anybody else, but like I said, who is this? With people come to the Essence of Thought channel, front page of the channel, they're going to see this, but then, this doesn't look anything like, Levi's little avatar, his little Levi cockatiel bird. And Ethel only mentions Udita on any Essence of Thought videos when it's convenient to Ethel to mention Udita. So like I said, Udita is Ethel's human shield. This is Ethel's human shield for whenever Ethel gets called out for being the racist she is. At one time, I'm sure, Ethel felt great affection toward Udita, but at this point, at least as far as the Essence of Thought videos are concerned, Udita is more of a fucking prop to Ethel's, to Ethel's public image. That's all Udita is as far as the Essence of Thought channel has been concerned for the last 2 years. Because, Levi has been present in Essence of Thought videos. He did that, little, weekly stream podcast with Ethel. What was it called? I think it was called The Trans Agenda, right? I don't know if that's still going, but, you barely heard anything from Udita during the Trans Agenda weekly, streamcast, right? We barely heard anything from Udita during that time, which, like I said, early into it was 2020, 2021, thereabouts. No, we barely heard anything from Udita, and Udita has been having gradually less and less presence as time has gone on. But Udita is still, right up there, giving equal representation to Ethel, even though it's Levi who's Ethel's, right-handed trans mask at this point, like, nobody knows who the fuck Udita is until she's convenient to whatever Ethel is saying. Udita is Ethel's human shield. The essence of spouse is Ethel's human shield. Like, this is tokenism. This right here is a visual tokenism that Ethel is using, you know, to like improve her public image. That's all this is. This is a PR move. This banner here, because this banner, you know, it hasn't been up here for like 5, 6, 7 years because Ethel's, you know, fucking, you know what? I'm gonna break my fucking rule. I'm gonna break my fucking. I said I didn't want to do this, but I'm the Essence of Thought channel page. Let's see how long like this little like cartoonized version of Essence of Dipshit has been in use. Goddamn, why is this bitch up to 45 subscribers? Oates. Oh, 323 videos. She's hidden some. Okay, let's see. Seriously. What the fuck? Okay, so about a year ago, so yeah, we're getting up to a little bit owning up to my mistake. Yeah, right. Okay, so it's been about 2 years of this avatar. Yeah, how much you want to bet that like this is barely lip service? I'm not playing that right now. Okay. Three years. Because I know she's updated the avatar. Unless she's updated the thumbnails to some extent as well. Like if she's updated the thumbnails, you know, on some of these that, you know, with the older version of her avatar, then what the hell? I swear to God, I vaguely remember. Like I said, I vaguely remember. So that doesn't mean doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be in a thumbnail. Wait. Okay. 5 years. God damn it. I don't want to play this video, but it looks like there were some minor changes to the avatar after the 5 year, like since the 5 year mark. But again, like we're encroaching on the 5 year mark. So like at around the time Levi was, you know, being okay, maybe I misremembered. Maybe I'm willing to own up to that. Like I said, I've got an absurdly sharp, but not necessarily a perfect memory about, you know, facts and events in my life. So just because it's sharp doesn't mean it's a razor. Okay. Okay, I might be misremembering the avatar, but I do know that this banner is relatively. You know, hold on. Is right click, copy Earl. I don't know why people want to say each initial in Earl. I always say Earl, URL Earl. You know, like Earl Mountains. Okay. We'll, okay. Wayback Machine. Excuse me. Okay. Oh, crap. I think I clicked mainarchive.org. I did. Okay, well. Okay, Wayback Machine. Enter Earl. All right. Do we have any? We do! Oh, shit. People have only been plugging her bullshit into, Okay, people have only been plugging her bullshit into here since November 2022, which is odd. But that does show, like, you know, the trajectory she was taking at that time, wasn't it? That, like, people decided that they needed this was the time when people decided that they had a good enough reason to being Ethel's nonsense. All right. Okay. I clicked on the show all. Okay, this is interesting. This is getting interesting now. This is getting interesting. Okay, so let's go. Um, 2022. Excuse me. Okay, so let's try Xmas Eve 2022. Because the November 2022 was giving me nothing. It said that this can't, you know, isn't available. Come on. Okay, okay. So it's been a couple years. But, you know, still, like, this was the time when I God. Oh. But still had a mere 34K subscribers at that time. You know what? Let's see how many fucking videos she took off her thing. Since 2022. Because I swear she's had more videos than that. I swear Ethel surpassed 320 videos at least a year ago. But this implies that, you know, she's hidden some. But since I'm not an obsessed stalker, I don't know this shit off the top of my head. Because, you know, having a good memory for, you know, a lot of stuff doesn't mean you're obsessive about the stuff you remember. Okay, Ethel broke the Wayback Machine. I'll just put it that way. Okay, switch back to this tab. All right. I may have misremembered Ethel's old cartoonized avatar. Or Ethel might just be updating her thumbnail to match the current avatar. But like I said, I know this banner has not always been this way. Ethel's last trans agenda live stream with Levi was was 2 years ago or something. At least 2 years ago. Transphobia and tokenization at the atheist community of Austin. Okay, so yeah, they haven't done an episode of the transgender for a couple of years. It is curious because, you know, like, oh god, yeah. This episode of with Brennan, you know, about Brennan Beckwith, I watched this live. I kept my mouth shut watching it live just because, like, I had nothing to say about it. But yeah, like, when I was watching that live, I was watching it live because I saw something on, was it on Twitter? That you know, that Cops Hate Mo was calling in because, you know, was planning to go on, you know, call in because, or at least like look at the thing because because, you know, like, I guess Cops Hate Mo and Brennan are friends, right? You know, like, that's fine. Like, you want to go see what the hell somebody that you already dislike, but, you know, you're still willing to give her the benefit of the doubt, right? Like, Mo is still willing to give Ethel the benefit of the doubt and didn't even say anything when he first, like, showed, well, like when Levi Levi just, like, fucking just, like, went ballistic when Cops Hate Mo, like, even, like, said hi to somebody that he saw in the chat on stream. Like, it wasn't even something, you know, to Levi or Ethel. It was just, like, saying something just, like, kind of innocuous, like, responding to another chatter in stream. And Levi went ballistic for, like, down to the point, like, where Cops Hate Mo then said, all right, look, I can't deal with being yelled at right now. I'm going to log off. And Levi was just like, don't you dare log off. You're going to get back here and listen to me. Back. Because he's fucking Ethel's little mini-me at that point already. He'd already, like, abandoned his original personality and replaced it with the cult personality. Because that's what Ethel wanted from him. But yeah, they haven't done an episode of the Trans Agenda for 2 years at least at this point. That's interesting. And the fact that, like, this is the first, this is right now, like, I'm just like, okay, that's something. Yeah, like, this is the first time noticing that, because but, you know, like, if you ask Ethel, I'm an obsessive stalker. Okay, Cute Gut says, yeah, Levi's he. Okay, cool. Never mind. On Blue Sky, Levi says he's he, him. Okay. I mean, Levi might have, you know, been okay with they at some point earlier. I mean, it happens a lot with, you know, like, trans people and pronouns, you know, like, and that's fine. Like, you're allowed to change your preference. And I will say it's a preference because you do not use he, him referring to yourself. You prefer it when other people speaking of you in the third person refer to you as he, him. Because unless this is an episode of Seinfeld and you are the Jimmy, when you, the pronouns that you use for yourself are I, me, mine. I'm sorry, I'm going to be a little pedantic. Okay. So is Essence of Spouse the Xena being a yes woman on, and Levi is the Alexis Sage constantly white knighting Ethel? Yes woman referring to Essence of Spouse, not Xena, but oh, of course, like, you know, yeah, like, Xena is they, them to everybody in the world except for Poppy and Sage. And that's assuming that the relationship with Sage is still happening because last I knew was from about, like, 6 months ago or something. And Sage said something about, like, needing to take a break from all of this shit and, like, seems to really mean it this time. And had the talk going on in a number of Discord channels was that Sage had broken up with Poppy and Xena, which I'm like, I hope that still, I hope that Poppy wasn't, I hope that Sage was able to Noah Flake light and be like, no, I'm not taking it back. I'm still broken up with you, except, Sage would say it in a Hoosier accent. Levi is very much. Oh yeah, that would not surprise me if Levi's giving anger management issues vibes, because like I said, he used to be in the early episodes of their trans agenda live stream podcast, whatever you call it. He would almost, in the early episodes of that, he seemed like the one who would keep Ethel grounded for a little bit, at least early on, at least in the first couple episodes that I listened to, because that's who he was at that time. But in the area of a little over 2 years ago, with the whole Brennan Beckwith takedown they attempted, where, like I said, Cops Hate Mo shows up and says something completely innocuous to another person in chat. Levi sees it's Cops Hate Mo, goes fucking ballistic, because I guess those two were spatting on Twitter or whatever, something in that general direction, right? Because, I was barely paying attention to it at the time, because, whatever, Ethel be crazy. But yeah. And then, like I said, this was the TTA that I'd listened, that I'd seen live in a good long while, because I was already just kind of done with their bullshit. But then I saw this was going to be about Brendan Beckwith, and I've got mixed opinions on Brendan Beckwith. I think they're just I recognize that they mean well, and I think they're at least doing their best to be a good person, but they've also said a lot of really stupid shit on their road to being a better person in all areas of their life. And I don't think they've addressed some of the casually ableist bullshit they've said in their journey to being a better person, which it would be nice if they addressed that, but whatever. Like I said, I think they mean well. I don't think, they're, I don't think they're a saint. I think they're, just overall, Brendan Beckwith is a person who means well, is trying to do better, is at least doing whatever Brennan's doing, as much as one can to, gradually improve oneself, right? And that's fine. That's I don't know. There's just, I don't have to like everybody, right? And I don't know. I just kind of get the impression that if Brendan Beckwith and I knew each other IRL, he'd be one of those people that I kind of we'd be friendly, on the friendly end of, but on a more casual, friendly, acquaintanceship, right? It's not like I've got some acquaintances where it's a little less casual, but it's still overtly friendly, but they're just look, we're not friends, because it's I've got to have some boundaries in my life, and I don't know, I'm not feeling the vibe with you as clearly, but we're cool, and I can talk to you about some shit, and but it means because I need an outside perspective from somebody who's not a close friend, and I trust your perspective. And I'm like, okay, yeah, it hurts. I thought we were closer friends than that, but okay, sure, that works. And one such conversation I remember that, it's I was having a really bad mental health day, and I was just so yeah, it hurt extra hard that day, but whatever, it is what it is, it happens. So it's I get the impression that like I said, if Brendan Beckwith and I ran in the same IRL circles, which we do not, I believe they're based in California and I'm here in Metro Detroit, at least the greater Metro Detroit area, given that people will still argue about whether or not Ann Arbor, Ypsilanti is, but whatever. Like if Brett and Beckwith were local to me and we saw each other at a lot of the same events a lot, I think he was an okay kid. And I say this because he's 15 years my junior at least. I think he's an okay kid who's doing his best, and would probably make small talk with at the bar, but not somebody I'd go out of my way to spend time with. So it's I know Brendan Beckwith means well, and doesn't mean sometimes he'll put his foot in his mouth. Of course, it happens to the best of us. As an ex-Catholic, I've got some serious issues with Mother Teresa and the weird fucking sect she was a part of. Her weird fucking order that believed pain, brings us closer to God. The more you suffer, the closer to God you are. Like the little hospices that she was running in India. This wasn't about easing people's pain. It was about doing the bare minimum because she and the rest of her weird little fucking order believes that, physical pain and suffering brings us closer to Jesus. So it's I've got some serious issues with Mother Teresa, but, again, ex-Catholic, it's I'm not saying Brennan is on the way to be in the ideal person you'd want to see as a saint, right? I would have no problem if Pope Francis was eventually canonized as a saint. He's the most progressive pope I'm sure we're ever going to see. He's the first and probably going to be the last Jesuit pope for a long time, because the dude, yeah, he's still very Catholic when it comes to LGBTQ issues, but the dude is downright subversive, and and I get the impression that sometimes when something comes out about Pope Francis, doing whatever that is gay positive enough, but he's all the rest of the Vatican will be just to be clear, even though he's Pope, he will still speak for himself more often than he will speak for the church. And I'm what? Wow. You guys are not going to let another Jesuit be Pope for a long ass time. Are ya? And it's I'm sure I will never see another Jesuit Pope in my lifetime. But it is what it is. So it's I would have no Pope. I mean, hell, even Francis of Assisi, the dude was just the dude was fucking Dr. Doolittle of the Vatican, of the history of the papacy, right? So it's I have no problem with, Francis of Assisi, right? I think Francis of Assisi was one of the most amazing, beautiful, human beings, just as a person. This dude had a beautiful soul, and I think he was one of the most beautiful human beings, just in general to have ever lived. And I would have no problem if Pope Francis eventually became canonized for sainthood, just because, there are some pretty strong rumors that he will go out dressed as a regular priest, so without his papal cassocks and all that, and will do stuff like distributing food to the needy and doing odd little chores for people who who've been who he knows in the rest out in the outside the Vatican, in Rome, the bigger city of Rome, if he knows that somebody is taking care of their mother who just got out of cancer, he'll there's rumors that he'll not only do stuff for the homeless and needy, not just the homeless and destitute, but people, if he knows that there's there's another Roman Catholic in Rome who I don't know, needs laundry, he won't say he's Pope Francis. He'll say he's been a priest for a long time, and and he believes in doing good works for people, so it's dude, the dude is the dude is practically a reincarnation of Francis of Assisi, right? He's just so fucking amazing as a pope, and just as a human being. So it's yeah, I don't think Brendan Beckwith is on par with Pope Francis, right? But, you know, he's trying. He's doing his best, and that's all we can ask for. But that doesn't mean I have to like him. That doesn't mean I have to go out of my way to spend time with, or it doesn't mean I have to especially like him. Like, I can like the fact that he's trying to do better and, you know, and better himself every day. And he's, you know, and, you know, he seems like actually serious about his activism, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm just like, yeah, I've got no problem with Brendan Beckwith. So when I saw that Ethel of Thurston and Levi were going to try and do a takedown of Brendan Beckwith, I was just like, oh, okay, I gotta see this shit, because like, how can you have a problem with Brendan Beckwith? The kid is just like, he's just a kid. He's just a kid who's like doing his best all the time, and he's trying to do better all the time. Like, how can you have a problem with this kid? He's fine. He's fine. Is he the best person who ever lived? No. Can he stand, you know, to have like some criticism in his general direction? Sure. But does he need to be criticized over whatever the fuck, you know, Ethel and Levi are going to be bringing up in this? I don't think so. So I want to see, just so I know for myself. Like I said, Cops Hate Mo came on because like he and Brennan are friends, and, you know, he just like wanted to see what the hell was going on. Like, what the hell got up their fucking ass about this or something? I don't know. I don't know the details. All I know is that Levi saw, you know, Cops Hate Mo respond to somebody else in chat to something completely innocuous that, you know, and then Levi just like went fucking ballistic and demanded, you know, Mo come back onto the chat in the stream so he can be yelled at some more. That is somebody who is no longer like the voice of reason, you know, who's keeping Ethel grounded. That is somebody who Ethel has like gotten their digs in even deeper, and, you know, like changed his personality for the cult personality that Ethel wanted to see.
To believe that Vangelina,
because Ethel is an emotional predator. Like, yeah, Lily Orchard is, you know, is a sexual predator. This is hands down no contest. This is not a matter of debate. Ethel Thurston is an emotional predator.
plagiarized her videos. Now, when you look at the evidence in regards to like the screenshots that Vangelina has in her videos, they are pretty much an identical match to the screenshots that were used in Essence of Thought's videos. There was also like specific word choice Vangelina says that Ethel says were taken directly from her video script, because in every single video that is on the Essence of Thought YouTube page, the scripts are actually fully available in their description. So this is the entirety.
And remember when in this one that we went over on the 31st with Malcolm, like when we rewatched his video, his stream VOD about with Ethel's little anecdote about being shouted at in Hindi, specifically in Hindi. She has to like, you know, punctuate this anecdote with, you know, reminding us that she lives in India surrounded by these brown people who don't speak English as much as she wants them to. I'm like, lady, he's a low wage security worker. And yes, you know, security workers in India, you know, often have, you know, like rifles on their back as opposed to holstered handguns at their side. There are plenty of security guards in the United States who have holstered handguns at their side. So, like, you know, she didn't have, like, do you have any idea, like, how much more effort it takes to position and shoot a rifle than it does a handgun? But Ethel had to specify that this armed security guard had a rifle because, you know, like, it's a bigger gun. And Ethel, who grew up in England, you know, has a very limited familiarity with guns and how they work. So in Ethel's mind, the bigger the gun, the scarier the incident, right? I'm like, no, the smaller the gun, the scarier the incident, because the smaller the gun, the easier it is for the shooter to access it and pull it out, and bang, 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 you're all dead because security guard's having a bad day. When you've got, and like, okay, yeah, like rifles are associated with, you know, like like attacks on schools and other such and people like oh shit no, not Starkweather. Starkweather was the teenager. Charles, the guy at the guy at Texas at the university in Texas in the 50s. Shit. Okay, this is gonna drive me nuts for a bit. Texas shooter. I think Charles. Charles Whitman. Yes, I knew it began with a W, but I didn't want to like say something incorrect. Okay, yeah, Charles Whitman. Yeah, like Charles Whitman had like he was a trained sniper, so he had rifles. Like that's got to be the only reason that Ethel points out that that the armed security all over India, have rifles on their back because rifles are those big scary guns associated with American attacks on schools, etc., etc. Therefore, this is the scary kind of gun. I'm like, no, look, if it's a security guard who's got a rifle across his back, do you have any idea like how much more effort that's gonna take to to pull out and like shoot somebody down here? Like I don't have. Shit. Sorry. Dropped my San Pellegrino, but it fell on a grocery bag. But so I don't have a gun, but I have a hurdy-gurdy. So like in terms of length, it's much shorter than a rifle. I do have an antique Derringer, but I don't remember off the top of my head like what box that's still packed up in. So okay, we've got my hurdy-gurdy strapped across my back, and let's see if I'm remembering correctly. You know what? Let me just I don't know what to search to yeah, English is a national language in India, but it's not going to be it's not going to be most people's first language. They're not going to be especially familiar with it. Like English is a national language in a lot of countries where English is still not the first language of many people, like, or even most people. Like most people are going to have enough of a familiarity with English to, do what they have to, but they're not going to be especially familiar with it. So, because it's not their first language. It's just, and plus, like, English is a national language in India because why? Because of over 2 centuries of British colonialism. So yeah, like I know there's been a rise of Hindu nationalism, which is like it's a to my understanding, it is as problematic as other kinds of nationalism, though like Welsh nationalism is an interesting topic that I don't know enough about to make an uploaded video about. I might do a research stream into it one day before, like when I get in a more financially comfortable position to start seriously planning my bicycle tour of Wales with Nigel. But like I know Welsh nationalism is more like it's more about like separating from the UK and like having an identity that is not England and Wales. It's not it's about like a Welsh national identity and affirming that in the newer generations. Like similar to how like people in Scotland will identify as Scottish before they'll identify as British, right? It's in that area. It's in the area of like anti-colonialism. Whereas like in India, colonialism has like been done. I mean, they're still part of the Commonwealth, which is, I am not comfortable speaking on like, post-colonial Commonwealth stuff myself because, I do know it can be a very nuanced thing and, yeah, but okay. Like, I don't know which which way the exit point of a rifle is pointed in when it's on when it's like, you know, strapped across somebody's back. But like I said, like in terms of length, a rifle is going to be like, you know, here to just down here. So like, you know, it's going to have like a good like 18 inches on my hurdy-gurdy. But in terms of bulk, I'm thinking my hurdy-gurdy is appropriate because, you know, it's in terms of bulk, it might even itself out a little bit. So okay, like, yeah, the rifles of armed security in India, yeah, like armed security in India typically carry rifles, right? And, you know, so it's across the back. Now if the exit point is pointing down, yeah, sure, like you can bring it out this way, but, you know, like to get a good shot with a rifle, you're going to want to hold it up this way, right? So it's like, I am less anxious around somebody who's got a rifle on their back, like out and about, and you seldom see that outside of the more rural parts of Michigan, which is like where I went to high school in a rural part of Michigan, right? So it's like, I'm less nervous when I see somebody walking around with a rifle across their back because I know it's going to take some effort for them to actually start bringing it out and shooting. A rifle is not a gun you want to use in the spur of the moment, you know, to, you know, like even disarm like people you're there, you know, to like be a security force for, right? You know, like people you're supposed to protect the other, you know, people in that area, like at the transit station in India that Ethel, you know, went on racistly about. A rifle is a gun that you take with you when you're hunting, which is why they are the preferred gun of snipers. These are not the gun of somebody who is going to like, you know, who is going to like blow you down because, you know, because you got lippy with them on a bad day while they're at their low-wage security job. Because to shoot a rifle, you know, you're going to have to like bring it up here to get a good mark on the target. So yeah, like, you know, yeah, like Ethel wants to go like, you know, armed security, rifles strapped across their backs. I'm like, yeah, it's strapped across his back. Because rifles are not a gun that you're going to want to use, you know, like the security guards in the US who have handguns holstered to their hip. So like, you know, like I said, like a rifle, you're going to like, you know, jimmy with it a bit like that, and you're going to like bring it up like that. That's how you get a good target on, you know, that's how you get a good mark on a target with a rifle. You have to bring it up. You have to do so much more finagling around with it if it's strapped across your back than you will with a handgun that the armed security guards in the US have. And, you know, like, you know, does Ethel know what a shotgun holster looks like? No, probably. But here's what a shotgun holster looks like. It looks like, well, actually, it looks more like it looks like a belt with a bag on the side, right? So it's like not quite my fanny pack. So like where a shotgun holster is going to sit on an armed security guard is going to be like right here where my keys are at. And it's going to be pointed in a direction where, like, you know, he can put the finger on the trigger right here, roughly equivalent to me, like, pulling out the carabiner with my keys on it. And he's going to pull it up like that. Bang, 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 bang. He doesn't have to, like, you know, like you can learn very easily how to maneuver a handgun to get a fatal shot without, like, positioning a target like you would with a rifle. So, yeah, Ethel's little anecdote about, like, armed security guards in India, rifles strapped across their back, barking in Hindi because big scary brown person doesn't speak English fluently enough, and that makes him scarier. And I'm Ethel. I'm Ethel of Thurston. Hindi is a scary language to me, even though I've been living here since 2018, at least, if not longer. Oh, yeah, there are over 400 languages spoken in India. Oh, yeah, like there are going to be, but like, you know, there are people in India who are more fluent with Hindi than they are with English. Like, that's just a fact. especially with like I said, I know Hindu nationalism can go in some problematic directions, right? Like that would be an interesting thing for me to do a research stream on, I think, because because of like my connections in the polytheist community, um, like I'm aware of Hindu nationalists who can get very right-wing about things, but like unlike German nationalists during the 1930s, it is coming from a place of generational suffering. So like I'm not saying that makes it excusable. I'm saying I'm more willing to hear them out and like try and have a conversation with them about like why going right wing politically, right? So like there are some crypto fascists you can have those kind of conversations with to like hopefully bring them out of it. So like I said, like I understand that Hindu nationalism comes from a place of like centuries of generational suffering under British colonialism, and before that Dutch colonialism. So yeah, like Ethel's given her little anecdote. Like I said, like she's describing like armed guards with rifles strapped across his back. I'm like, yeah, a rifle strapped across your back is not a dangerous weapon. Like you have like like rifles are not a gun you're gonna want to have for a spur of the moment, shoot or be shot decision, right? Like they are the worst gun to have if somebody else is coming in with a handgun. If somebody is coming in to like the public transit with a handgun and the security guards have rifles and without a handgun, I'm sorry, the security guards are going to be going down first. Like the only reason Ethel brought up that it's a rifle is because like all she knows about rifles is that they are the preferred guns of people who do attacks on American schools and other like busy American places, like like there was the guy at the shopping mall, I believe. So yeah, like that's all Ethel knows about rifles. That's why Ethel thought it would be a good look to bring up that the armed security at the metro station in India has a rifle strapped across his back, because all she knows about rifles is like, oh, those are the big scary guns that used by Americans who do attacks on schools. Yeah, that'll make me look so much better. No, it won't. It makes you look stupid. It makes you look like you don't know a goddamn thing about guns, Ethel. Because like I said, a handgun in a holster is basically on a belt that has a little bag for, that is gun shaped. That is designed to force the gun in a position where it can cause the most damage to somebody who's a fucking loose cannon that day. Like, I'm sorry, Ethel. Like, no, like if she wants to be glad, like, well, he had a rifle. If he was having a bad day, then I should count myself lucky that he only barked at me in Hindi like an animal would, like the animal he is, because I'm saying he barked, like, because that's what Ethel thinks of people in India who are probably having a bad day and end up shouting at her in Hindi because they don't know enough English to get through her thick fucking skull, especially if he's already stressed out because of his low-wage security job, right? But Ethel's a fucking racist, so she doesn't care about that. She just cares about however she can make herself look like the most virtuous victim who was ever victimized. Because Ethel's a racist. Ethel's a fake leftist. Ethel of Thurston is a fucking charlatan who's like an emotional predator. That's what she is. And honestly, like I said, like people don't understand like how bad emotional abuse can be. And like this is why like Colleen Ballinger like kind of survived the accusations from others because like people don't understand emotional abuse. Like, yeah, did she say some like questionable things around to and around Adam McIntyre? Yes. Was like when she was like on the stream and offering to send him the bra panties that she bought as like an impulse buy that she didn't like, I'm like, yeah, that's I mean, I'm more in the area of like, what the fuck were you thinking, lady? Like, that's a weird thing to send to a teenage fan, right? I mean, yeah, like you're on a first name basis and like, you know, you're like on a friendly terms with this teenage fan, but he's a teenage fan. But, you know, like he's been very openly gay since he's been on social media. And, you know, I don't remember if Colleen Ballinger describes herself as straight or bisexual, but you know, like, you know, she's married to a man, she has kids, you know, like at worst, most people thought, okay, that's in poor taste, but it shows that she has a history of making like poor judgment calls around kids. So that's like how Colleen Ballinger survived generally unscathed. Like yeah, a lot of people no longer trust her and question like why she is still essentially allowed to be a children's entertainer. You know, for lack of better phrasing, but you know, she survived being outed as an abuse groomer because people don't understand emotional abuse. You know, especially if it's for like these weird little nonsensical power trips, like you know, and Colleen's weird little power trip about it was so undefined. Like, at least with Ethel, people can understand that Ethel is a control freak and, you know, and a practically tyrannical narcissist who cares more about her public image as being the most virtuous victim to ever be victimized, and she's gonna milk that, you know, that idea she has about herself, and you know, try to convince as many people as she can about it. And even if she doesn't convince all that many, she's going to make sure that she has like an emotional stronghold in these people as deeply as she can have it, because that's how Ethel operates. People don't understand emotional abuse and emotional predators like Ethel as being abusive predators, because like, you know, like I was saying, like I was saying on probably the 31st, maybe during while I was making Bottle Breath, the stream before that, but people like really like don't understand that it's just as abusive, but because it's taken so much less seriously, it's just kind of like it can arguably be worse because people don't know how to talk about it because it is taken so much less seriously by others. And that's why Ethel thrives as a predator in her own right. She's an emotional predator on par with Colleen Ballinger. It's just like, you know, she doesn't offer to send fans panties. That's it. Like that's the main difference is like she's, you know, like she's so desexualized her public image that, you know, young people, especially like the teens and young 20-somethings, that, and she has so many teenagers on her Discord server. She does. Her Discord server has more teenagers than Poppy and Xena's. So it's like, yeah, Poppy and Xena, I would feel uncomfortable with them around teenagers for sure, but Ethel's Discord has more teenagers. And like I said, and the fact that she's so desexualized her public image, like, will let these, you know, teens who have the sense to stay away from, you know, from Poppy, the, you know, the omni horny weirdo who considers herself a succubian gender when she's only like admitted on like a stream that I think Malcolm pulled it up a few days ago. Poppy apparently has only had 27 sexual partners. I will not say the exact number, but I have definitely had far more than 3 times as many. But Poppy's the one who's succubian, right? Right? I'm like, I'm sorry, Poppy. I've had way more sex than you, and just because like the most of this was like, you know, 20 years ago, I almost wish I had like you know, a way to prove it, you know, just to like show Poppy, like, you say you're succubian, look at me. Over 3 times as many, both professionally and just for the love of riding dick, right? Both professionally and for the pure love of riding dick. Like, you know, so like, you know, when you consider both, if you want to consider both camps and 2 different things, it's like, yeah, definitely combined, I've had way more than 3 times as many sexual partners as Poppy. But like I said, like, you know, so yeah, like, So like, a teenager who has the sense to stay away from a hypersexualized omni-horny weirdo like Poppy, will then think, or Lily Orchard for that matter, will then think Ethel of Thought is safe to be around and be in her Discord as a teenager. She's not. She's just as dangerous. She's just as manipulative. She's just as abusive. She just operates like, on a non-sexual emotional level, because I'm sorry, like, for the overwhelming majority of people, sex is an emotional action. Like, it's an action you take for emotional reasons. So yeah, like, Ethel is a predator. Ethel is an emotional predator, aka a narcissist. She almost certainly meets the professional diagnostic qualifications. It's just I am not in a position to diagnose her or anybody. But like I said, it would surprise me more if she did not meet the diagnostic qualifications for NPD than if she did meet them. Like, I might pull a Pink Flamingos and reach my hand into the cat box and eat whatever came out if Ethel genuinely did not meet any diagnostic qualifications from, a mental health professional who works with her and is aware of all the things that she does, not just her own sanitized version of it. Because honestly, I think that's the only way you can properly diagnose somebody as a narcissist is to pull the wool out from, that they're trying to put over your eyes, right? You have to brush away the wool they're trying to put over your eyes and like kind of investigate your patient in a way, just to be like, just to like make sure they're not lying off their ass about what they're doing and why they seem to be the victim all the time. Because like I said, that's how Ethel gets away with her emotional predation on her teenage and young 20-something fan base is because she's so desexualized her public image. It gives people this false sense of safety from her when she is anything but. And I can say that because a lot of the abuse I received throughout my childhood and adolescence, like, yes, there were physical violent fistfights. There was also like serious, revolting levels of emotional abuse. Just no intimate, autonomy abuse, right? Silver lining, right?
Regards to Vangelina Skov. Essence of make an hour-long video talk Vangelina Skov called Vangelina Skov plagiarized my Lily Orchard series with the hashtag just another Illuminati, and this of course in reference to the fact that Vangelina has covered Illuminati extensively on her channel. To summarize this video, because we have the full script, I've seen the video and I have the full script in front of me, so I know which parts to highlight to be able to summarize this whole thing. So basically, Ethel shows how a lot of the screenshots used by Vangelina were
is in Skov's video at 22:16, taken from our 50% transparency to reveal that one-to-one match on the zoom factor. Moving on next to the profile pic, since the background is not visible, we see Lee is sporting the exact same smug face in both images. Lastly, looking at Lily Orchard's username, we see that it is highlighted in green in both images, making this a perfect match.
So, as you can see, this is a screenshot that was used in Vangelina's video. This is some sort of Tumblr response from Lily Orchard, and this is the same screenshot that comes from Essence of Thought series. As you can see, they're basically the same screenshot, albeit Vangelina's, for whatever reason, appears to be like in lower quality. She also cites various comments made.
Yeah, and the reason that Vangelina's is in lower quality is it's like, it's basically a screenshot of a screenshot that was like being passed around on KF, for a bit. So that's why it's of lower quality, because it's not taken directly from Ethel's video. It's a screenshot of a screenshot by the time it got to the KF thread it's in, and and that's what Vangelina pulled it from. She said so herself. So yeah, it is not the exact same screenshot, taken from Ethel's video. It's a screenshot of a screenshot. by the time it got to KF, and like it was taken at a lower resolution than Ethel's video, just to like kind of like, well, just to discourage Ethel's insanity, because I'm sure like that's why some people on KF will like do the things that they do, because with certain figures like Ethel. So because like if it's less recognizable to like a Google search, so like a Google image search, something like that. Or it was uploaded to KF at a lower resolution that it was taken at. So it's like basically like it went through a couple generations of, before it got to Vangelina. So that's why it's at a lower quality. And this is where I basically like out myself as being a bit more tech savvy than lazy bedhead.
In Vangelina's video that in her own series. And when Ethel told Vangelina about the situation, she was met with a contact to a lawyer.
This was sent on Wednesday, the 21st of February 2024. I would finally receive a response on Thursday the 22nd, stating, quote, "Thank you for following up. All further correspondence can be sent to our lawyer," end quote. She then gave me the email address of a lawyer in Canada. Now, I'm not going to lie, this threw me for a bit, as Skov either lives in Dublin or Macedonia, at least according
Skov. She says Skov throughout this whole video, because Ethel is lazy and stupid.
to her Twitter and Wikitube profile. Then, my wife Udita, who is also a lawyer, pointed out the custom emails
Your human shield, Udita.
Skov users at Solaro MGMT, with Solaro Management being a Canadian-based media management company.
Ethel also points out some seemingly odd events that happened before her video released, such as Vangelina changing her sources in the description to include other sources, but did not include Ethel as
Midway through the 20
Yeah, that's because she didn't watch Ethel's video. She read summaries, she saw clips other people took from Ethel's video, like the victim testimonial, but like she did not directly watch Ethel's videos. That seems reasonable.
First, I checked back in to find the updated description, sourcing various people, minus myself. This to me was an immediate red flag. That she knew to source these people the moment I questioned her suggests very strongly that whoever is running things is fully cognizant of what they
Or the updated description with the source credits happened, just before Ethel emailed, but like maybe browser cookies did not reflect this. And if Ethel had like, shut down her computer before, between those emails, if she's got her settings set right, it would have like automatically like deleted, browser data or something like that. Like if she had to do like a Windows update or something, that would restart it, that would reset the browser cookies, to some extent anyway. Like you can like options to like stay logged in on most browsers these days. So, but it will like delete all unnecessary cookie data.
are doing. That's to say, Skov or Skov's team know they're plagiarizing.
I wonder if there's a way to to like, like I was just thinking like they keep Windows updates logged just for like just for like the records, so like people know like when these updates happened to like the Windows OS, and like and automatic updates will happen as well, right? Like because that's part of the update, right? So it's like if this happened at around the time that a Windows update happened, that would prove my suggestion that, maybe Vangelina did update it just before Ethel's email, but because of like, browser data that was like, that was like building up, that, that reset itself after a Windows update. That would be funny. But, I think Ethel is just crazy enough that I don't have to, go that deep into it. It was just a thought that occurred to me that, there are completely benign reasons that Vangelina would have updated the sources used in her video on Lily Orchard without crediting Ethel, that have nothing to do with Ethel's paranoid little theory that she's putting out here. these little like, paranoid suggestions that she's making. I'm like, lady, this could have just like been for some like completely benign thing that you are just like too self-obsessed with to even you were just too self-obsessed to even consider it as a possibility.
They're just relying on nobody being size.
As well as Vangelina not monitoring the transphobic comments being made about Lily Orchard.
I was shocked by just how
Yeah, like YouTube does not update everybody of like does not update all creators of every comment that happens. Like there are fucking comments I get that I don't see for weeks or days at a time. Like even on newish videos, like because YouTube is fucking broken. Like YouTube is only just so useful about telling you about shit that happens on your own channel. Like just because Ethel is like more on the ball about these things, like that says more. That says something more negatively about Ethel than it does about Vangelina in this case. Because they're like, well, first off, like Ethel says, Vangelina's got a much larger channel than Ethel does. So when Ethel is, that automatically like means that Ethel is more likely to see every comment that comes through. But I have Ethel's subscriber count is 45 times larger than my subscriber count is, right? 45 times larger than mine. And I don't get every comment that happens on any of my videos because regardless of the video's age, I don't get every comment as it happens. I don't get there are comments that I won't see for weeks at a time, right? Because I'm not obsessively checking my comments all the time. I don't. This is a hobby of mine. Would I like to get paid more than every 3 years? Yes. Is this where I'm getting, like a significant source of income? No. The last time I got paid from YouTube was so long ago, it fell off the YouTube the YouTube Studio app earn page or earnings tab, right? So it says here, you haven't yet been paid by YouTube, and I've got a balance of $51.93, and they pay out a minimum of $100 at a time. But when you go to my let's see, analytics tab, and then go to revenue, and then I'll go to this one, estimated revenue, lifetime. I go to lifetime revenue on my channel, and we see estimated lifetime revenue, $154.90. Again, I have a current balance waiting to breach $100 before paying out of $52, $53, something like that. $51.93. I knew there was a 3 in there. So, I'm obviously not getting, significant income from this. I get more money from Tidal and Spotify every year for like the 5 singles I've uploaded than I do from YouTube. So
how much anti-trans rhetoric there was in the comment section. So I went through, collecting a bunch of these comments up.
And even though I get at least 4 times as many plays on Spotify every year that I do on Tidal, Tidal still pays me twice as much. So if you care about supporting the musicians you love, switch to Tidal, over Spotify. They've got essentially the same library of music. Like Spotify's good for some things, like they've got more podcasts than Tidal does, but Tidal is musician driven and musician owned, and therefore they pay their musicians better. So I'm just speaking as a musician.
Up to 24 of them before just giving up. I couldn't continue because of how depressing it was as a trans person. Here is the wall of bigotry I created. Note that I included my own comment to show just how many of these comments were posted in the 3 days after.
And notice that this is like, you know, a full screen, you know, that lazy bedhead is theater mode. Does Ethel really expect anybody to be able to read all this? Who can read this? Like, all you're seeing at most is some avatars and, like, this teeny tiny print that, like, nobody would be able to read. Like, I mean, yeah, like, I'm not the greatest person to ask about this because I'm half blind even with glasses, but nobody can read this. Like, for all anybody knows, like, some of these comments are just, like, completely innocuous, you know, nonsense that, you know, Ethel's just using to pad out, you know, this wall of bigotry that nobody can read.
After my own post.
The final section of Ethel's video experience of being plagiarized has affected her mental tight on money after a foot injury, and indirectly saying that Vangelina.
You know what would make you less tight on money, Ethel? If you would stop being scared of brown people and go use the public transit instead of taking taxis everywhere. Because as I showed using my hurdy-gurdy as a stand-in for a rifle is not a scary gun. A rifle is the last gun to be afraid of, you know, by, you know, when seen on the back of an armed security guard. You have, like, there's a reason that, I'm sure there's a reason that, that India, that it's, like, standard practice for security guards in India to have rifles than handguns. But, like I demonstrated using my hurdy-gurdy as a stand-in, when a security guard has a rifle across his back, it is not a scary gun. Maybe to somebody who has no fucking idea how guns work, it looks scary just by the fact that it's bigger than a handgun. But it is very difficult to make a spur-of-the-moment, you know, like, crime of passion type of use of a rifle that would end in fatalities than it would be, you know, like, if they had a handgun. And that's because, you know, like, and the reason that rifles are the gun of choice for those who make attacks on schools in the United States is because it is because they are, like, first off, like, the whatever it was that was used in the 1999 Columbine attacks. That's not a typical rifle, right? That is not a typical rifle. It's, and I think they had been modified to be automatic. So, like, they were also being modified to do, like, way more damage than typically, right? So, like, this is not, you know, like, your classic armed security guard in India rifle. You know, like, let me just, like, go to a different tab and do an image search for, that's my, okay, that's not the tab I wanted for that. Okay. Okay, doing a search, security guards in India, images. Okay. Some of these look like, okay, all the pictures I'm pulling up, like, the dudes I was seeing in the first picture, or the first, like, so, like, I added in with rifle. So, okay, this National Security Guard commandos so okay, this looks more this dude here looks like a bunch of the guys in the search with rifles added. So I'm guessing this is a typical uniform for security guards in India. And so this is like a typical security guard uniform for India that I'm seeing. And if this is the rifle, this guy, if this is the kind of rifle that Ethel's talking about, this is not a scary gun. Like this honestly looks like the kind that you give to a 12-year-old on their first deer hunt. That's what it looks like to me. This looks like the kind of rifle you give to a 12-year-old for his first deer hunt. So, like, I mean, yeah, it could do some damage if you're a deer. But, okay. Now we're seeing some, like, paramilitary type stuff going on, which is not the, okay, here's another one. Armed security in India. So, India Mart, that's not the thing I was hoping to look at. I clicked the wrong thing. Okay, so, like we're getting some of these things that look like, okay, so yeah, like this is like, the, Indian security. So yeah, like I said, like the other picture, that guy looks to be wearing a standard, a standard style security guard uniform in India. So, here we see like this does not look like a stock photo. And okay, I think I'm gonna bring my face way up to the screen for a moment. Okay, it looks like this guy might have, but no, I'm not. I think he's just got a part of his uniform on a bit unusual. I thought this looked like the like the business end of a rifle, but he doesn't seem to be having anything like to hold it across. So I think this is just like whatever they're standing in front of. But yeah, like it looks like we've got the natural background, so it looks like somebody was just like taking photos of like actual security guards, not just like in a costuming kind of thing, and putting them up as like stock photos for a thing. So like this looks like actual security guards, not just a model in a uniform with a white background for your typical stock image look, right? This looks like a bunch of guys who probably actually do work as security guards, and they're just like standing in photos for like probably like $1 or $2 each, so that somebody, is taking photos so they can like, have stock photos to, license out, right? Because I've used stock photo sites before for the cover of my second novel. And there's all kinds of like stock photos that you can look through. Like a lot of photographers like licensing stock images on those sites will take these very natural kind of photos, right? So okay, yeah, this looks like a zoomed in version of from Shutterstock. Okay, close that. Okay, here we've got some more stuff that looks like modeling shots. And see, the fact that these guys are like all of like, different shades of brown is making me think these are actual security guards who just like made a couple, just like made a quick $1 or $2 each, like I'm thinking in American money. I'm sure in like Indian rupee, that's probably worth a bit more. Whereas you see like, like the white background shots, like, okay, this is different types of security guards. Okay, so there's this. I imagine this is not, I don't know. So this is like going about different types of security guards. But like I said, like a rifle, a standard, like a regular rifle, like not something like Klebold and Harris infamously used, or a number of other, similar, sniper style attackers in the US. Like a rifle is not a big scary gun. Like a regular rifle, which I think, okay, this looks like a very natural photo of view image. Are you going to make it look a little bit bigger for me? Okay. Now, I'm not a gun person, so I don't know exactly like what kind of gun this looks like, but oops, share this tab instead. Okay. Here we go. So yeah, like I said, I'm not a gun person. I've got an antique Derringer that I don't even care that much. Like I have it mainly because I like antiques, and because I know that I have it. It is an obscure gun to you. So obviously I'm not going to go about committing any crimes with it, because I'm smart enough to know that it could be easily traced back to me, because because who the fuck else in Ypsilanti has an antique Derringer? But, like, it's still packed up in some box in my storage closet that I can't, like, get to the bottom of to, like, show up, because, like, I didn't plan on doing that demonstration with my hurdy-gurdy, right? But this looks like a... Like, again, I'm not getting a good... I'm half blind, so I'm not getting a good... I'm not able to see it too well, but this does not look like a scary rifle to me. I mean, yeah, it looks like a very modern style rifle. It doesn't look like the kind of rifle that it doesn't look like the one in the other one that looked like something that I said, like, it looks like, like the kind of gun you'd give to a 12-year-old for their first deer hunt, where, dad is probably going to be taking the kill shot, right? At least that most people would give. Like, I'm sure there are fucking crazy people who will give, like, bigger, more damaging guns to a 12-year-old on their first deer hunt, but that's another story for another time. I'm not going to start ranting about Ted Nugent this stream. I fucking hate that fucking guy. Just, he's a glorified public nuisance, and I hate him. I hate him. I hate him. But I digress. Anyway, so this looks, it doesn't look like the kind of, like, deer rifles I'm used to, but, like, look, like, so this part is probably the part, I don't know, but only one of these things is going to have the trigger on it. So, like, it looks like it loads from hereabouts, maybe, but there's this spring here, so, it definitely does not look like anything automatic or necessarily semi-automatic, like, so it's, like, not quite as fast and potentially damaging as an automatic would. This does not look like a scary gun to me. This looks like, this looks like a descendant of a hunting rifle, if you want, like, if I want to use, like family tree terminology, right? Like, I can definitely see how it would, like, have been, how this design evolved from a hunting rifle, because, like, only one of these is going to have a trigger on him. It's probably this part here. No, it might be this part. It depends. I don't know. I'm guessing it would be this part, because it seems like it's closer to the part where you would be loading it. So, like, there's this back part that you're supposed to rest on your shoulder, and one of these is the trigger grip. The other one is a stability grip, and I'm just, like, pointing out, just like this would make sense as a trigger grip to me, but I'm not a gun person, so don't quote me on that. But the other one is for stability. But he's going to want to rest this part on his shoulder in order to take a good shot. Like, this is not a scary gun. And this, this looks like, like closer to some of the paramilitary images we were seeing a bit further up in the image search. So again, to somebody who, like, I'm not even a gun person, but I went to high school in a rural part of the Midwest where you saw deer rifles a lot. This does not look especially different from a deer rifle to me. It definitely does not look like one of those big, scary semi-auto that you see from, like, the Klebold and Harris case and a bunch of other cases since. Like, this does not look like a vigilante sniper or, I don't even, or domestic terrorist sniper rifle. This looks like, this. I mean, it's not. I don't know. I'm sure there are some snipers who use this kind, but this is not scary to me. Because like I said, like this part here is where you're going to be balancing the rifle on your shoulder, right? So like, and see, like it slopes in the back so that, it doesn't slide forward too easily. Because like I said, like this is the part that he's going to be resting on his shoulder when he goes to use it. And like, so yeah, like if, like the fact that he's holding it here, this is the part that looks stagey to me. Like he got this out, and is holding it this way for the photo, because this does not look like a natural way to hold a gun, or at least not this kind of gun, at least not given the situation we're seeing around him. This is, this is a relatively close shot. So unless there's like an amazing telephoto lens, the person here is using, which they might, like, I'm not going to assume that somebody with I am guessing that is a very Hindi name. Deshakalyan Chaudhry. I probably didn't get that very well. I apologize if I was way off base, but this looks like a Hindi name to me. I'm not going to assume like what kind of access to amazing telephoto lenses this person's got, but like unless this person has an amazing telephoto lens, this looks like, this looks like that this, guard is holding the gun in this way for this photo, in specific, not because, it just does not look like a natural way to hold that kind of gun to me. Especially if he pulled it out with the intent of being prepared to use it. Because if he pulled it out to hold in this way to be prepared to use it, he would not have the butt of the rifle this far down from his elbow. He would want to hold, if he was going to be prepared to use this, he would want to put the butt of the rifle on this side of his elbow. Because like I said, like it slopes down this way to prevent it from sliding forward too easily. And one of these is going to be the trigger grip, probably this one, just because of the way that I know rifles tend to be designed. And this is going to be a stability grip. The fact that this might be a sight, in which case it's on I mean, I guess somebody right-handed could bring it over this way. I don't know. It just does not look like a very natural position to be holding this gun with the intent to be prepared to use it, right? So yeah, like unless this is a sight and he has a very idiosyncratic way of bringing it up around, to this side to use the sight, on his left eye. Like I said, this does not look like a scary gun to me. I would be more scared of a security guard with a handgun on a holster on the side of his hip, because somebody who's a loose cannon can do a whole lot more damage with a handgun on a holster than they could with a rifle across their back. Like if somebody's going to be a loose cannon and potentially do some damage because you've just had it up to here with transit passengers that day, a rifle is not the gun you'd want, actually, like a rifle is the gun that you'd want for somebody who's a loose cannon, who's about to just go off on, after having it up to here with transit passengers all day, right? Because a rifle is much more difficult to maneuver in a way that will do maximum damage. Like by the time he's got it off his back and is bringing it up around to hold in a way that could even kind of sort of reasonably menace somebody like Ethel of Thought Police, Ethel would have already been able to run to the end of the block and outside the transit station, because rifles held across your back, being carried on a sling across your back is a very cumbersome gun to do, like loose cannon type damage with. I would be more scared of a security guard with a handgun on a holster on the side of his, on his hip, than I would be of a security guard with a rifle slung across his back, no matter what language they were shouting at me at, no matter how much darker than me they are. Because, or even how much lighter than me they are, or whatever. Like they could be shouting in English and like almost as pale as Johnny and Edgar Winter, and Caucasian with albinism too, right? Like no. Like if it was a rifle across his back, doesn't matter like how loud in English and how white he is shouting. I'm just being like, I will probably be mouthy right back, because it's a rifle across his back. It is such a process to do damage with a rifle, that it is not a spur of the moment loose cannon, kind of damage, right? I'm more scared of the mall cops at Briarwood who are allowed to have handguns on their hip. Like, that is one of the reasons I do not like going to Briarwood Mall in downtown Ann Arbor. That and the fact that I just don't like going to the mall in general for a number of reasons. But, even before the decline of the Western U.S. shopping mall, but, as soon as I noticed that the security guards in Briarwood were allowed to carry handguns holstered to their thigh or hip, I was just like, okay, I am going to Briarwood only when I absolutely have to. And I mean, to be fair, the last couple of times I absolutely had to was because I wanted to treat myself to a Lush shampoo bar, but that's another story for another time. So like I said, I'm more scared of a security guard with a handgun than I am of a security guard with a rifle, because that's how racist Ethel is. Ethel just wants to maximize, her sense of terror at this big scary brown man yelling at me in a language that's not English. And I'm like, Ethel, why did you think this was a good look? Like, why did you script this? She scripted that. It was edited. She reviewed it after editing. She uploaded it. She made a choice. She made a calculated choice. And she made a calculated choice because she makes calculated choices about damn near everything else. That was a calculated choice of hers where she let her racism mask slip, because she didn't care as much about looking anti-racist as she cared about trying to make Rachel Oates look bad, even though, history should tell her that it's not going to, it's really not going to make Ethel look any better unless it's more teenagers who don't know anywhere near as much about this as anybody else who's been around long enough. So yeah, Ethel can bitch and whine and moan about but you don't understand. Security guards in India are everywhere and they've got rifles on their backs and it's scary. I'm like, no, a rifle like the one we saw in that photo that I was analyzing as a non-gun person. And like I said, I'm not a gun person. I have an antique Derringer. It's barely functional. I know how to use it. I don't know how to make a kill shot with it, but I've got it first and foremost because I like antiques, and secondly because honestly, Worst X drove me to it. He's so fucking batshit and genuinely scary. Worst X drove me to it, right? That is the kind of emotional abuse that fuck had laid into me for the year he and I were together. In only a year, he further compounded my complex PTSD that it drove me to get a fucking gun. And like I said, a Derringer is a handgun. It is a short round handgun. Most held no more than 3 shots. Most Derringers hold no more than 3 shots. They're very small shots. a Derringer is a gun that you want to have, like, when you're as like it's like self-protection only, right? And I say self-protection only because it doesn't do much more damage than that. Like yeah, you can do a pretty damaging shot with a Derringer, but Derringers have a much Derringers seem to have a much lower fatality rate. Like it would maim a person before it would kill one. Like there are people who can make a kill shot with a Derringer. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to like downplay like the fact that like all firearms, a Derringer can be fatal. There are people who are certainly skilled enough to make a kill shot on the first round, because like I said, like a Derringer holds no more than 3 shots in it. I think there might have been a few that held up to 4, but like they're basically like a mini revolver, right? They're a mini revolver. They hold up to 3 shots. Very rare models held 4 shots. But yeah, Derringer holds up to 3 shots, and it is designed to maim before it's designed, before a kill, right? Like I said, like an especially skilled marksman could, do a kill shot on the first round of a Derringer if skilled enough. There have been accidental fatalities from Derringers, usually of small people, especially children. But like I said, it's a firearm that you want to have if your goal is to maim, before kill, right? That's why I have a Derringer, because like I said, well, first and foremost, it's an antique and it's gorgeous, so that's why I went with it. I was driven to a Derringer because of the emotional abuse from the one I refer to as Worst X. He drove me, a non-gun person, to obtaining a gun that is designed to maim. But yeah, just because like there are people who are very skilled with handguns, they could, do a kill shot with the Derringer. So like, because I don't know a person who might have a Derringer on a holster, and I don't know what kind of shot they are, I would still be more afraid of somebody of an armed security guard with a Derringer, with a basic 3-shot Derringer, than I would be of a security guard with a rifle. And that's because that's because a rifle is like so much more complex a gun. Like it's designed for it. They're designed for rifles were initially designed for hunting, and like sport shooting, and they've been adapted to military sniper use. Like the rifles that are used by military snipers, those have been they're relatively recent to the family of rifles, right? And what we were seeing in that one picture that looked like, an actual armed security guard, in, a work type setting in India, so probably a lot closer to what Ethel's little anecdote described. And like I said, like that's why I get like major racist vibes off of Ethel, even though she's been living in India for like however many years at this point. Oh hey, Cherryberry came in at some point, might still be around. This looks like 20 minutes old, probably closer to 10 or 15 minutes. As if I've crocheted anything cool. I did actually. I don't remember how much I showed it off on here, but I made this. It's a little handbag for my niece, and depending on when I log off tonight, maybe tomorrow, before I go to the post office. So it's like I found at a thrift shop locally a set of 5 pink linen napkins, and so it's like I can use this one as the lining for the purse, which it's a close enough pink to the matching hat to go with the purse for my niece. So And this is done from a pattern from 1943 thereabouts. So it's like a cute little poodle with the pom-poms and the matching hat. And like I said, I'm gonna line the purse with the pink linen napkin, so that, you know, and to go with the two. But I'm gonna send that out a little. I'm gonna send the purse and hat to my niece before I send the coat that I'm making to go along with it. So it's gonna be a pink coat that's gonna have a beige lining, so that, like, you know, the three pieces will go together for as long as it'll fit her. Because she's like 9.5. She's a growing child. So it's like, why am I going through the trouble of like making this like involved duffel coat with, like, you know, a nice match with a lining that will, you know, match the person hat when she's gonna be able to wear it for like maybe a year tops. I don't know, because I'm stupid that way. But anyway, like I said, like that's another reason I get like severe racism vibes off of Ethel, because, you know, like, she's just pulling out all of the words she can to make that the anecdote about the transit station security guards in India sounding scarier than they actually are, because, you know, it's not important to her to sound anti-racist. What's important to Ethel is to sound like, you know, like she faces, you know, as much, if not more, misogyny than Rachel Oates on any given day. And I'm like, no, yeah, he probably assumed you were a tourist, you know, which means that he has probably had it up to here with white tourists on any given day, and you just sent him to here, and like, oh, his rifle slung across his back. I'm like, so? Like, if you think an armed security guard is going to be a loose cannon, you want him to have a rifle across his back at the time he's shouting at you, because by the time he's got it in a position to make a potentially fatal shot, you could have run outside the building and halfway down the block, because that's how involved a rifle is to shoot. No, what you don't want an armed security guard to have on him is going to be the smaller gun that can be pulled out much more easily. But that's how stupid and racist Ethel is. Ethel, want to come for me for streaming about you for like the last 3 streams? I can guarantee you that even when adjusted for the exchange rate and cost of living, I get less money than you and your human shield you call essence of spouse. Because I can guarantee that. So, like, because, you know, Ethel's wife is a lawyer. Ethel all but boasted in the video that Malcolm went over in this one that we went over the other day, about how she's willing to pay 10 times as much as public transit to take taxis everywhere, because she doesn't want to have to deal with armed guards who have had it up to here with white people that on any given day. And whereas, like, I can barely afford to take the bus if I did not have a cripple pass for the bus, which I have clipped to my satchel that I wear out every day. I have a disability pass for the bus. So if I did not have that, I would be able to do a whole lot less, because I cannot afford the bus. You know, I cannot afford to take the bus every day. And if Ethel is taking cabs even like twice a week to go do outside the house errands, and Ethel is saying that, you know, she uses cabs instead of instead of the public transit, which costs 10 times as much. So it's like, even if Ethel is doing that, like twice a week and just like limiting how much she leaves the house for whatever reason, in addition to that, because like I said on my stream 2 nights ago, I can practically guarantee that there is at least one person of the Hijra gender caste of India who lives within walking distance of Ethel and Udita. And I know this because there are at least as many Hijra in India as there are trans women in the United States. Like, when you adjust for population density, right? There is roughly about as many. And, so that means there is like an almost 100% certain chance that Ethel lives within a 1-mile radius of somebody of the Hijra gender caste of India. Therefore, if Ethel cared enough to, like save some money and take public transit, Ethel could go to that person of the Hijra gender caste of India, the place where she's been living since at least 2017, 2018. I know she said she stopped using public transit in 2019. So, like that's even if we assume, like let's say that after exchange rate, Ethel, or after the exchange rate, taking the bus one way in India costs $1 one way, because that's what it averages about in most of the Midwest, last I checked. I know the Ann Arbor city bus is $1.25 one way. And the Detroit, well, there's two city buses. There's two city bus companies in Detroit. One handles only Detroit. The other handles Detroit and the immediately surrounding area. So like suburbs like Redford and that. So it's like, so there's like the D dot that only handles Detroit and the two enclave cities of Allen Park and Hamtramck. But then there's another bus in Detroit that handles Detroit and the immediately surrounding suburbs. So it's like when you get like up into like Rochester Hills where Madonna grew up, the surrounding area bus is not going to handle that. It's going to handle like the immediate surrounding area. So like within within 10 miles outside the Detroit city limits, right? And I know the D dot when I go up to like Smalls for a concert. One way on the D dot is $1.75 exact change only. I very seldom travel with quarters because quarters are precious laundry money, and so I just like put $2 in. But I know there are public transit in Ohio that still run as low as $1, one way, and like with disability passes being disability and low. So like there are two grades of disability pass with the Ann Arbor bus that I take. One of them you get, and that's called the Fair Deal card. Yeah, that's like called the Fair Deal card. And like if you get Medicare or Medicaid, or you can otherwise prove low income, so Medicare or Medicaid, so you're probably disabled, or you can otherwise prove low income. That's a half off fare, which would be like 65 cents, but most people put in 75 just because quarters, right? So or maybe it is up to $1.50 and 75. Yes, like $1.50 one way in Ann Arbor, 75 with the Fair Deal card. So like that would average out to $1 if we were going to do mathematical averages. So okay, let's say one way bus in India is $1. And let's say Ethel would take the public transit in India at least once a day. So we're doing that 2 ways, a 2-way fare. So that's, we assume one bus trip a day, right? And so that's $2 a day to do, one errand, go one way and then come back. And like, I don't know, like maybe 2 errands if she's got if she can do it like within the time span of a transfer. I don't know much about the public transit in the various cities in India. So like I said, I'm just like let's say after exchange rate, it's $1 each way, $1 one way. So then $1 back. So, Ethel goes out to do 1 errand outside the house a day, and then come back. So that's $2 a day Ethel is spending on the bus times 52 weeks a year. So that's $104 spent on public transit every year. If she only takes the bus twice a day, that's like to a destination to do an errand or like go to punch in the clock at a job and then come back. And then like, the other 2 day, or wait, no, that's, I'm sorry, that's 52 weeks a year. So that's like if she was only doing that once a week. So, okay. So once a day times 365 days a year times 365 a year. So, okay, that's $730 on the bus if we assume, if we assume that like whatever it actually is in rupees can like exchange back to US money, right? So $730 a year to do 1 errand and or punch in at 1 time clock job outside the house a day. So she takes the bus once a day, every day, which, like I said, if we assume every day, if we assume that Ethel is like, not staying in for a hurt foot or anything, $730 to do the bus, one way and back every day for a whole year. Now, we will save that on my calculator on my phone versus $10 each way on a cab. And even if she only takes the cab, so $10 each way on the cab, so 10 times 2 is 20. So that's there and back. So if we assume that Ethel only takes the cab, let's say 3 times a week, roughly every other day, times 3. So times 3 days a week, and then 52 weeks a year. That's why I did week the first time. Okay, times 52 weeks a year. $3,120 for Ethel to take the cab 3 times a week, every single fucking week for a year. Versus, let's go back to my calculator history, versus $750 to take the public transit every day versus 3 days a week for a whole year. So let's do some more math. So, like I said, even if at reduced, instances of leaving the house, how does that work if, so let's see, divided by 730. So like even taking a cab on roughly half as many days as she would taking the public transit, that's still like 4.25 times as much money. So Ethel, while you want to complain about, like your imagined scenario of Vangelina Skov pulling food from our starving mouths because, she gets video sponsors and no company wants to work with you because your personality sucks. Well, one way you and your human shield, wife Udita, can save some of that money is if you started taking public transit again. Because even if you take public transit a reduced number of days a week, then you would take, or even if you take a cab reduced number of days a week versus public transit, if you take it literally every day a week, that's still like, you know, a huge fucking savings if you went back to taking public transit. But no, you're not going to do that because you literally said in a video 6 months ago, while you're whining about Rachel Oates and your one-sided beef with her again for like the umpteenth time in 5 years, you literally said about 6 months ago that you have not taken public transit in India since 2019. So, and you're paying 10 times as much for the cab as you would for public transit. If money for you and Udita is that tight, go to the one of the fucking hijra in your neighborhood. Ask them what they do about the public transit queues in India, where, you know, bags get scanned, you know, like you say like you say. Ask them what they do about the gendered public transit queues, you know, for like scanning bags at the transit station. Ask them what they do. I'm not saying you should appropriate the hijra subculture of India to your own purpose. I am saying what everybody with any sense would hear as, you know, asking them for some practical fucking advice on how to navigate life as a non-binary femme-presenting person, or at least femme enough presenting as far as your memory of, you know, armed security guards in India goes. Take some practical advice from somebody with a similar experience. Similar, not the same. But no, you think you're better than the local hijra because you're a racist piece of shit, aren't you, Ethel? That's it. That's how you're getting the food taken from your starving mouth, because you think you're too good for public transit. You think you're too good to ask for practical advice from somebody local who has a similar enough experience. Like, even if Udita had to act as translator because they don't speak enough English, that's still asking for practical advice on how to navigate life as a non-binary, you know, femme enough person in India. That, like, yeah. Hold on. You okay, Nigel? Sorry, Nigel's having an asthma attack. You okay, baby boy? Do I need to get your whiffer? Do I need to get your whiffer, baby? Oh. I know, you heard me say whiffer. You know what that means. Honey, do I need to get your whiffer? You better now, hon? Nigel, hey, sweetheart. You sound better. You're not actively coughing. Want some treats? Want some treats? Okay, there you go. You sound better, baby. Want some treats? Uh-oh. Bran, here's treats. Okay, some treats for Nigel. Maybe a few for Bran. Rico. That's my baby boy. Are these not the treats you were expecting? Okay, Nigel wants better treats. Okay. Is this what Nigel wants? Are these the treats Nigel wants? Yeah? Does Phoebe want these ones? Yeah, she wants them more than Nigel does. Okay, you get the better. All right, these treats are not a hit. Huh? Does Bran want? Huh? Does Bran want the terror control treats? That big brother, big sister don't want? Yes, because they are smaller and easier for him to bite onto than the other treats. The superior treats. Okay. Okay, relatively minor. And he's getting treats. So that I start talking about his whiffer. Okay. All right, let me see if... I'm not picking that up for you, Phoebe. If you want to drop it off the window seat, that's your own deal. Oh, hey! Oh, less than 40 cents on I'm assuming public trans. Oh wait. Okay, so somebody else comes in to chat. I did not see when you came in because I was watching a different tab. So for a public bus system in India, you're looking at very small USD prices, like less than $1. Okay, less than 40 cents. For short distance, long distance rides are about 2 USD for more than like 50 kilometers. In the most ideal settings, you are looking at 45 USD about to take the bus a short distance for twice 3. Okay, well, like you said, like if it's for longer distances that run roughly $2 US, like I mean I was just using like US price averages as just like a random example because yeah, it's a hypothetical example just to like show the maths, right? But yeah, like that's good to know. That's good to know that like, goddamn. Okay, so wait. Okay, wait. So, 40 cents. This is math I could probably do in my. So wait. If after the exchange rate, we can say that like 40 cents, you know, would be like a fair price. I mean, you say less than 40 cents, but let's say 40 cents just for the example. To take the bus, a short distance ride like within the city and immediate surrounding area. Take the bus or I think Ethel used an example of the subway. I don't know how like the prices might differ, but still it's like, if we're assuming bus and we assume that there's not a huge difference between subway prices and bus prices. I don't know. Let's say 60 cents for the subway. Let's say 65 cents for the subway, just because. And a cab costs 10 times as much. Like we're looking at like $4 to $6.50 in US money. And like even if the primary household income is coming from Udita, and her work as a lawyer, I don't think the pay rate of lawyers, like for like a human rights firm, which is like allegedly what Udita works through, right? So like we're not talking about like a high-priced criminal, defense attorney, right? We're talking about somebody who does like human rights cases, usually like on a modest salary. And like even if we adjust for a cost of living, like if we adjust for a cost of living, I don't imagine the average human rights attorney in India is making, like that much less relative to, like I said, when adjusting for cost of living expenses, a human rights attorney in, say, I don't know, like maybe not Metro Detroit, but maybe like the western part of Michigan, like Muskegon or Grand Rapids, right? Where like the income tends to be a little bit lower and all that, but yeah, so but granted, Grand Rapids is a pretty big city, but like it's like I've gone on before about how like Grand Rapids and Lansing keep going back and forth for which is the second biggest city in Michigan by population, but okay, M says, yes, you are correct, and close. Generally, a price for the subway in USD can be about 70. Hey, not bad. Hey, I made a pretty good guess there. So let's see. Average subway price in India, let's round up to 75 cents. Just, cost of living increase for the new year, right? So Ethel is whining about, the equivalent of $7.50, one way for a cab ride, which does add up, but still it's like, what would decrease your financial burden is if Ethel would get her fucking thumb out of her ass and ask her neighbors who are in a similar situation as far as gender identity goes, for some fucking practical advice on how to navigate the public transit system. Uh-oh. Sorry, that was a little bit of a wheeze from Nigel because, like, Brand's coming up to try and play, but Nigel's just like, he's like, no, little guy, I'm just having an asthma attack. Just because I have treats doesn't mean I'm ready to play. These two are so fucking cute. But yeah, it's like, okay, like, even adjust, like I said, when you adjust for cost of living, like I said, I know a human rights attorney is not going to be making as much as like a criminal defense attorney, or like, you know, like somebody, or like the personal attorney on retainer for, you know, like a celebrity or some shit like that. You know, they're going to be having a more modest income, like, you know, a human rights attorney in the U.S. makes. To ask her neighbors, she would have to first be able to empathize with someone other than herself and her own plight. Such plight. Exactly. But, you know, like I said, like, I have a simple fucking solution to Ethel and this alleged financial burden of, you know, like, not having the viewership she, you know, used to. Like, when you look at her viewer numbers compared to, you know, like, subscriber count, and you look at those from, like, even like just about 2.5, 3 years ago, she's going down. Like even though her subscriber count is like gained 1,000 in a week, like, it's because she's a lol cow, not because anybody respects her, not because anybody with any sense respects her opinion. So, like, they're just, like, subscribing so that they are, like, you know, on first alert to, like, see what kind of batshit stuff she says next. You know, they're waiting for the drama, not for, you know, any genuine respect for her opinion. Because, you know, like, people covering the news of transgender rights globally, there are people who do it better than she does. And if they do it, like, on par to how she covers it, they're getting more views because people like them better. Because they aren't fucking, they don't have these fucking guano-ridden brains that always finds a way to position themselves front and center. So yeah, like I said, like, you know, even adding a few cents onto the average price for the subway in India when adjusting for the exchange rate with US dollars, it's like, okay, like, even when you adjust for the cost of living in India versus the US, and, you know, assume that, like, you know, like, I can't afford to take, you know, a $7.50 cab ride roughly every other day. I know I can't afford that. So, you know, I can't afford to take a $4 cab ride every other day. You know, like, if we're assuming this is 10 times the price of the bus versus 10 times the price of the subway, or, you know, vice versa, right? I know I can't afford to do that. I can barely afford to, you know, like, take a Lyft one way from, you know, like, after, you know, like, taking, well, first, like, my bus to downtown Ann Arbor, and then my bus to, you know, which is free to me to take the city bus, but then I get on the D2A2 Express, which is $8 round trip, so I can get back from Detroit the next day. So, like, when I'm going to a concert in Detroit, I did the maths. It cost me, assuming I buy merch, it cost me between $75 to $100 to go to a concert in Detroit. So that's why I only do one once a month. Which is why, like, you know, like, yeah, when you account for the fact that, yes, I have Section 8 subsidized housing, so, like, my rent is never going to be more than 1/3 my income, which is Social Security disability. So it's like, so because of the cost of living adjustment for 2025 to my Social Security, let's see, my rent for between March 2025 and February 2026 will be $341. So it's going up $8 from this year that it's been. So, like I said, that $8 a month, that so $8 a month to, well, I do like to go to City Club in Detroit a bit more often than I just go to concerts. So it's like, depending on how much merch I buy at a concert, I may or may not get an extra trip to Detroit for City Club. So, assuming that I do one concert in Detroit a month, no merch, we're looking at, $55 to $65, depending on the concert, right? It's usually going to be at Smalls or Harpo's, which I get down, free bus ride to downtown Ann Arbor, then $8 round trip for the D2A2 Express. And the only reason it's $8 round trip is because I have the Cripple Pass, which gives me half off the fare. So, like, that's the reason I can afford to go to City Club in Detroit, every weekend of the month if I didn't go to a concert at least one of those weekends, right? Or if I went to a concert and bought no merch. Because if I'm going to a concert at Smalls, the show's going to start usually around 8. So, and because Smalls is in him, so okay, I'm gonna draw a visual aid on the back side of my weekly desk planner. So okay, half map of Michigan. Say, for the sake of argument, that Ypsilanti is around here, Detroit is around here, and then there's a strait here, and then there's this peninsula with Windsor in Ontario, and there's literally a bridge. It's less than a mile. It is so much less than a mile. So it's like when I say that to people that Windsor is across the street from Detroit, it's usually a pun of Windsor is across the strait from Detroit, because it is that close, right? Like they are you can be halfway across the bridge and see Windsor immediately. Hell, if it's a clear enough day, you can see Windsor from Detroit, right? Assuming you're right up here at the coast, right? But it's on a clear day, you can see Windsor from Detroit. This is not even just Tina Fey goofing on Sarah Palin about seeing Russia from her house, right? So, and I bring this up because I've gotten into arguments with people who think I'm further away from Canada than I am. So okay, I go from Ann Arbor to Detroit, and so that's why I have to be out there overnight because the bus sucks. But so okay, Detroit here. So here's the map of Detroit. Let's just assume for the sake of argument it's a circle. So let's see. Where I end up in Detroit at the Rosa Parks Transit Station, which is a block from where, honey, Bran, knock your shit off. So I usually end up at a block from the Rosa Parks Transit Authority in downtown Detroit. And I say downtown Detroit, but it's so close to the coast. So this is Detroit. This is the Rosa Parks Transit Station. But this here is Hamtramck. Hamtramck is an enclave city. So H for Hamtramck, D for Detroit. So Hamtramck is an enclave city. That means it is an independent city within the city limits of another city. Hold on. Can anybody see this? No, I need a marker. But okay. I need a full Sharpie, but I don't know where one is right now. So Detroit, Rosa Parks Transit, Hamtramck, right? So I have to take a $2 bus from Rosa Parks to Hamtramck. And then I'm still walking a quarter mile to Smalls, but that's another story for another, that's why I get there a little bit early, depending on the weather anyway. So yeah, like I said, I've already spent $10 to get to the concert from, my place in Ypsilanti, which is, a good, if I weren't too blind to drive, it's about a half-hour drive, right? So, So yeah, and then I go to the concert. The concert fare is, or admission to the concert is usually in the area of, I want to say average about $20. Some have been as low as 15, some as much as 30, but on average, a concert at Smalls is about $20. So here I've already spent $30 on average for, just to get to the concert. But because the bus in Detroit kind of sucks, not as bad as the one in Ann Arbor sucks, but so after the concert at Smalls, which, like I said, doors at 8, shows usually done by about midnight, or 1 at the latest. So, if I don't want to sit out there and like freeze until 6 a.m. when the bus comes back around to take me back to the Rosa Parks Transit in Detroit, the outskirts of Hamtramck, right? I am going to need to go. I'm going to call a Lyft because there are no more proper cabs in all of Michigan. Like, there are no more proper cab companies, so I'm calling a Lyft. And on average, let's see. Let me pull up my Lyft history. But because I'm kind of a dumb shit who thinks it's worth it to get the 4% cash back from my Ibotta app. Okay, that was in Ann Arbor. So let's see. Average Lyft from Smalls and Hamtramck to City Club, which is about 2 blocks from the Rosa Parks Transit in Detroit. And City Club is open late, like they have a special permit where they don't have to close at 2 like most bars would. Just as long as they're not serving alcohol past 2, they can stay open until 4. A lot of nights. They don't usually stay open till 4. They usually close around 3 or 3:30. But on Friday nights, it's usually closer to 2:30, just because there's so much less business on a Friday night for them. So let's see. Averages about. So let's see. Wait, why is this not showing anything from? Did somebody give me a ride from Vision Video to City Club? I think so, because that was in May. Okay, so Bran, knock your shit off. This is okay, Nigel. So let's see. December, yeah, this was definitely from Smalls to City Club. So that was $18. October 20th, that was $21. September 6th was $19. So let's say average about $20. So we've got a $20 ride, and this is before tip. I usually tip about $2. So we've got now another $20 ride. So I don't sit outside freezing all night in downtown Hamtramck, basically, which is within the city limits of downtown Detroit. I am not so much scared for my personal safety, just like hanging around downtown, like outside by myself. Part of it is because I grew up in that area I grew up in a tougher area than Hamtramck. Tougher area of downtown of Metro Detroit, the greater Metro Detroit area than Hamtramck, honestly. Crackheads burned down my childhood home. It might have been my literal crackheaded late younger sister, but that's another story for another time. So, like I said, I've already spent about $40 on the concert, not even buying merch, right? I think I said 30, but I usually buy a drink at Smalls just because I know that the house doesn't make. I know enough people who work at Smalls that I know the house doesn't make as much from concert admission as some venues. So most of the concert money, most of the concert admission money goes to the performers. So I buy a drink to support the venue as well as the bands, and then I so like I said, like, so that comes to about like $35 to $40 just to go there for the concert. And then because I don't want to I don't want to halfway freeze to death, and I want to do, I kind of want to do something where I'm not using up all of my battery power from either my phone or my book light. So then I take a Lyft from Smalls to City Club, runs me an average of $20. So now we're looking at a $60 night out, plus $5 to get into City Club, plus another like $5 for a drink, or at least a bottle of water. Bottle of water is like $3 after tips. So, again, like we get to City Club, admission is $5. So that's about $70 for the night out. Then a drink at City Club up to $5. So we're looking at $80 for a night out. And this is before buying merchandise. So, I can figure, I don't know how I got onto this by talking about Ethel somehow. I think it's just like, I think it was like to point out like how I've got like this intense financial burden, that like, oh yeah, it's because like I cannot like afford to take, I can barely afford to justify a lift from the concert venue back to approximately where my bus will take me back home the next day, because it's like a block from the it's a block from where the D2A2 lets off, which is just around the corner from the Rosa Parks Transit Center in downtown Detroit, right? So yeah, like I'm paying like $20 to go from to go less than 5 miles, honestly, from Smalls in Hamtramck to City Club in Detroit, so that I'm not sitting out all night freezing, waiting for, the bus to take me back to downtown Detroit to the Rosa Parks Transit, which will hopefully get me there in time to take the 7 a.m. bus back to downtown Ann Arbor. So, as like I said, it's like, I cannot justify that once a month. If Ethel is justifying even one cab ride a week, and we're assuming like 10 times the amount that and we're assuming 10 times the amount of a high-end Subway fare, which I brought it up, to 75 cents. Like, I'm sorry, Ethel, your financial burden is not that huge. Like, clearly the cost of living in India, if a cab is $7.50 one way to like whatever errands you're doing, we're assuming like 3 times a week. Like, I'm sorry, Ethel, you do not have this huge, massive financial burden. Like, when I can't even justify, taking a lift from like I can just barely justify $8 a week before cover, because like there have been times where I've met up with a friend at City Club, and they were gonna get me my cover. So it's like I don't have to spend a full $13 to go to City Club and get in. Like maybe 1 out of every 5 times I go to City Club, if I'm going weekly or close to it, I've got a friend who's got my cover. So yeah, it's like, like on those weeks, if I can just barely afford $8, round trip for once a week, and Ethel is doing like $7.50 for a cab each way, at least 2 to 3 times a week. Like, I'm sorry, Ethel, cry me a fucking river. I mean, she could also use the self-powered ambulatory system for free? Oh, if dealing with the public transit is so daunting and money is tight enough to complain about. I haven't heard of this, but it sounds pretty cool, and if it is free, like, based on what you've been looking up during the stream, I'm like, yeah, like, Ethel is Ethel is at the very least exaggerating her financial situation and like all the hardships she faces living in India as a white person of the former colonial power of India, married to a local. So it's like, Ethel, cry me a fucking river. Cry me a fucking river, Ethel. M says, my city is small, but it's about $2 for an all-day bus pass, and the bus will stop anywhere you are as long as you wave it down. Oh, that's pretty cool. I wish the buses like that worked around here. Like, the closest we've got to that is, like, if there is snow blocking the stop, like, blocking the designated stop, and I cannot safely, like, cross that blockade of snow, I'm allowed to, like, wait by, like, the nearest cleared driveway. And, like, but, I have to make sure that I have, like, a lamp on me or something and am able to wave them down, right? Which is fucking pathetic. Like, if they don't see you and you weren't at the stop that's been blocked by snow, they're allowed to just, like, drive right by you. But yeah, like Ethel is at the very least severely exaggerating the financial burden of herself and Udita, because, like I said, like, I can't imagine that even when adjusting for the cost of living differences between the US and India, they're like, hi. Oh, they're like, Udita's got a modest salary. It's not going to be anything spectacular, but, it sounds like, since fuck if I know what Ethel's income is besides YouTube and Patreon, it sounds like Ethel is the, quote-unquote breadwinner in the house, and Ethel is just a step or two up from a mooch. So, but, like, Ethel's got to make herself sound far more important than she actually is. Because, that's just how this, narcissistic variety of lolcow works. And I say narcissistic variety of lolcow because, like, then you see people like, oh shit, Rogue Internet Man did a video about him, Justin RPG, I think? Hold on. I think it's Justin RPG. This is a guy based out in Kalamazoo or some shit. But yeah, like, then there's this Justin RPG guy who, yeah, he's got a pretty explicitly weird and, like, sexually explicit internet history, but, he seems to be doing this just for his own entertainment. Like, yeah, he's got a following of onlookers who are just like, observing how weird this guy is, but he doesn't seem to be doing it to draw an attention for himself. He seems to be doing it just for the love of doing it. Like, he makes his weird little, like, fan songs about his favorite Pokemon, and he does it just for the joy of doing it, right? Like, he doesn't think he's, like, this great songwriter like Chris Chan thinks they are, or like this great wordsmith that Chris Chan thinks they are, or this internationally famous singer-songwriter that Daniel Larson is anything but. Daniel Larson doesn't even write his own music. Like, like this has been long uncovered. His music's by the Denver-based songwriter Tony something. Shit, I forgot. But, like, basically he's like one of the guys in charge of the recording studio where Daniel's big 3 singles have been recorded. And Bob paid for the licensing to record those songs. So it's like, but yeah, like, this Justin RPG guy, he's just weird for the joy of being weird. Like, this is why I say, like, there's two kinds of lolcows. There's the self-unaware eccentrics like Justin RPG, and then you've got the narcissistic types. Like like Chris Chan before the mother effing, like Daniel Larson before before a lot of stuff, honestly. I don't know. Like, I'd say Daniel Larson has been a horror cow far longer than a lot of people think, but Danderson is very narcissistic. That's just a fact. That's just a fact. Like, it's not just schizophrenia. It's not just his schizoaffective disorder at some point. It's just pure straight up narcissism that has been complicated by his schizoaffective disorder and associated delusions. But like, the extent to which his delusions of grandeur are is just like it's just pure narcissism at that point. And I understand he's got his like intellectual handicaps and discipline. This could complicate things somewhat, at least, but at the same time, like, don't infantilize the disabled, because when you infantilize the disabled, you end up like Nancy Scheimer, Danderson's departed grandmother, who thought it was cute and sweet that he was 17 years old and already sexually fixated on an 11 and a half year old child that is Grace Vanderwall. And to be diagnosed with pedophilic disorder by the DSM-5, one needs to be a at youngest 16 years old and fixating on somebody, like, if 16 or 17 years old, the one would be fixating on somebody a minimum of 4 years younger. And Daniel Larson is about 5.5 years older than Grace Vanderwall. So, yeah, like, that is absolutely minimum criteria for pedophilic disorder for his age. Danderson has been a known pedophile since he was like not even yet a legal, since like he was like at least within a few months of being a legal adult. Let's put it that way. Since like he was 17, since he was still high school aged, roughly. And because, like, the criteria has to be very specific to diagnose it in somebody 16 or 17 years old, like, yeah, it met the criteria. And Nancy thought it was cute and sweet. Nancy Scheimer, his grandmother, thought it was cute and sweet because she was a fucking dumbass who, is ableist in the most, patronizing way. Like, she's not violently ableist, like, she's not even, just disgusted with disabled people. She is ableist in a way that is patronizing and, allowed Danderson to become a risk to not only himself, but others. Because she thinks it's cute and sweet because, he's only got an IQ of 68. It's so cute and sweet. He's an innocent. No, he's not. Like, you can be mentally handicapped and still predatory. But like I said, like, because like people infantilize people like Danderson, and because Ethel's predation on teenagers and young 20-somethings isn't overtly sexual, Ethel is indeed a predator. She's an emotional predator. does that give Lily ammo? How does omitting the name of somebody, you don't, have current info on like how much they want their name associated with Lily Orchard publicly? So like, Ethel's video that had, this person in it was already at least a year old at this point, right? So like, and because this person is so young, their mind, they're far more prone to being to like wanting to change their mind about a thing, after the fact, right? So yeah, like Vangelina, like, didn't know what this person's current opinion on being publicly associated with Lily Orchard in this way was, it wasn't current. It wasn't current because, this person was, is still pretty young. And at least at the time, like Courtney, was, wanting the info from, the info about, how to get in contact with them from Ethel, it was still within the statute of limitations because that's how young this person is. And like I said, young people are, they can like more easily change their mind about something, especially a year after the fact. So yeah, like Vangelina was, describing this, the situation that they were under with Lily Orchard, but by operating with, with information that may not have been current, she was not comfortable with dropping this person's, proper name because, what if this person has changed their mind about it in the previous year, right? Or, like in the last year, if they've changed their mind about it, then like they might not want somebody of, Vangelina's audience is to be dropping their name and, more thoroughly associating their name with that of Lily Orchard. So like, no, it's not stripping the victim of the voice. It's saying that I'm not going to name the victim based on outdated information or potentially outdated information, right? It's like, no, that's responsible commentary. And this is Ethel centering Levi to obfuscate her own narcissism. Because, she knows that if she only focused it on herself and her own feelings, then her narcissism is going to be more obvious to other people. So she's got to get in these little, like, these little, like, name drops for Levi and Odita every once in a while, just to, like, remind people that, like, no, there are people I think about besides myself. Or, no. In Ethel, there are people I think about besides myself. Every once in a while, I do mention Essence of Spouse, Udita. Every once in a while, I do mention former transagenda co-host Levi of Bird. No, like this is just obfuscation of her narcissism because she knows that if she only focused on herself and her own feelings, then her narcissism would be more obvious. Therefore, Ethel is an aware narcissist, as HG Tudor would say. Like she knows how to, obfuscate these facts like just enough to, like give some plausible deniability to her own narcissism. But Ethel, like many lolcows, is nowhere near as smart as she thinks she is. Like I've had people on Reddit like accuse me of sweeping for Chris. I'm like, no, I'm not sweeping for Chris Chan. I'm not making excuses for Chris Chan by pointing out that Chris Chan is a lot more clever than some people are willing to give them credit for. Because, like, just because my just because my pocket knife is sharper than a butter knife does not mean my pocket knife is as sharp as a brand new razor blade. Like that's the comparison I'm making when I say that Chris Chan is more clever than a lot of people realize. Like Chris Chan has made some fucking calculated decisions, including around the mother effing, right? Like Chris Chan is not like some innocent little uwu small bean who just, got manipulated into effing their mother. I'm like, no, Chris made calculated decisions to do unspeakable things to Barb. Having admitted on Chris's own videos, admitting, as late as early as 2017 that Barb was experiencing cognitive decline. So yeah, Chris has made some downright evil decisions. But that does not mean Chris is anywhere near as smart as they think they are. Like, Chris is still chronically stupid. Stupid in ways that, somebody even half as smart as Chris thinks they are would not be stupid. And my mother had me tested. I have an obscenely high IQ, I don't like to give the exact number all that much, but I'm still stupid as fuck sometimes. Sometimes, not all the time, but like I'm still fucking stupid sometimes. I will sometimes do and say stupid shit, in spite of having this obscenely high IQ, because like intellectual ability v disability, and cognitive ability and cognitive potentials, and like abilities with logic puzzles that are tested with most IQ tests. None of this says whether or not somebody is like habitually stupid just from basic carelessness. So yeah, like I said, like Chris is chronically stupid, like more so than somebody even half as smart as Chris thinks they are would ever be. But Chris is still like a lot more clever than a lot of people seem willing to recognize, because they have this idea of Chris as, just being like, ooh, woo, small autistic bean. I've seen people who clearly have like no like significant experience with the entire spectrum of autism and how it can affect a person's abilities to regulate themselves, who think Chris is severely autistic. No, Chris is like dead center level 2 autism, formerly known as HFA, which, about the time Chris was diagnosed in the 80s, we're talking about people about on par with Rain Man without the savantism, just to use like an easy pop culture, shorthand. Like, I know there are issues with the Rain Man character, but most notably that it led to a public misconception of people with autism being savants. But when autistic people are not inherently savants, Chris is very far from savant in any area. But yeah, like I said, like Chris, like think Rain Man without their savantism. Like, this is somebody who needs somebody checking up on them, at least, like, even if you give Chris a semi-independent living, structure, you're still going to have somebody checking in on Chris, like, once or twice a day, like, just to, like, make sure everything is going, as it should be. Chris is a bit more capable than some people realize. Chris Chan was running the 14 Branchland Court household from about 2016 until the arrest in August of 2021. Like I said, like, Chris is a lot more clever than some people realize. That does not mean Chris is brilliant. Chris can still be chronically stupid. Like I said, just because my pocket knife is sharper than a butter knife doesn't mean my pocket knife is anywhere near as sharp as a razor. It is nowhere near as sharp as a razor. Because, in no small part, because this is my grandfather's pocket knife that he purchased in the 1930s. So We've got like an 80-some-year-old pocket knife. Of course, it's not going to be as sharp as a new razor blade right out of the box, but it is definitely functionally and practically sharper than a butter knife. I can use it to do many things that a butter knife would be very hard pressed to do. So yeah, it is not a great compliment to Chris's intelligence when I point out to people that Chris is more is more clever than they are willing to accept. It's not a high compliment. It's just pointing out a basic fact. But anyway, yeah, like I said, Ethel is bringing up Levi here, to lean on on his personal experiences with Lily Orchard to to obfuscate her own narcissism. This is the calculated decision of Ethel's, to obfuscate her own narcissism, because she knows that people only have just so much sympathies for her. But if she tries to center somebody else, even if only for 2 sentences, not even a full paragraph, this will be throwing a bone to try and distract, have something that she can point to say, no, look, I'm not narcissistic. I think of other people. No, you don't. You think of other people only as far as they are useful to you, Ethel. Okay, I've got somebody saying that they're not hearing the audio. That may be due to the fact that I switched the speaker to the Bluetooth so I could hear it in the when I was making the cats their dinner. So I'll switch back to the internal speaker. See if that helps any. So were you able to hear that bit after I switched back to the internal speaker on the laptop? Let me play some more of that. That's where I'm going to quibble. Double's initial email was already accusing Vangelina of plagiarism. That is that is a matter of actually, the copyright law around plagiarism can be really weird, because there are things that are ethically plagiarism but would not meet the legal definition of copyright infringement, right? But there is a degree of plagiarism that does fit within copyright infringement. So no, it was within Vangelina's best interest to have a lawyer respond to Ethel, because the first email from Ethel was to immediately accuse plagiarism, and so therefore Vangelina was absolutely professional, and it was completely reasonable to respond to that, by having a lawyer review the email and respond in her stead, or by saying like all further communications can be through my lawyer, with a very stock stoic response to the Ethel's email. So like, no, it doesn't look like she's trying to cover anything up or anything like that. It looks like she is remaining professional in the interaction, and because no, like she's been accused of something that could be interpreted as a crime of copyright infringement. So to or at least, if we're going beyond like ethical plagiarism. So yeah, like, she was within her best interest, in addition to within her right to get a lawyer involved immediately. It's not about trying to cover anything up. It's about, it's about looking at the situation where Ethel is accusing her of, of copyright infringement, or at least of potential copyright infringement. And she's just like, okay, that is something that could be, that could go to court, even if it goes nowhere. So yeah, I'm gonna direct you to speak to my lawyer about this, because I'm not the legal professional. Okay. I think Lazy Bedhead gets into that in this chapter, problems with EOT's video copyright infringement. Yeah, let's skip ahead to that chapter. Wait. Oh, threats of extortion. God. Okay, so Ethel did explicitly say violation of copyright. Yeah, so yeah, at that point you do want to get your lawyer involved right away, because fuck that. Exactly. Well, a tweet is technically copyrighted work. Copyrighted, not copywritten. Because it's copyright, R-I-G-H-T. So copyrighted, not copywritten. It's not copyright, W-R-I-T-E. But yeah, like technically even tweets fall under, the copyright of the person who's making the tweet, assuming it's an original comment rather than just like a link or something, right? So like when I post to, I don't know, I'm pulling up Blue Sky right now because fuck Twitter. And I say, let's see, what's my last, okay, here's a good one, just because, like I said, I've been a long time shit poster. I've been shit posting to like email lists and Usenet since like 1997, and live journal since 1999, various other social media platforms in the years between then and now. I'm a shit poster. I'm a shit poster who will, like, about 25% of the time say something like pretty damn serious in my original commentary. So, but let's see. Okay, here's one from 3 days ago. JFC, Barra breath is so full of dried fruits. I've been tooting all day and it's scared the kitten. On the good side, I'm getting my fiber. So, theoretically speaking, Ethel could take a screenshot of that and, put it in a video, another video about me or whatever, and I would therefore have greater grounds to claim copyright infringement. Now, granted, it would fall flat on its face because, like, whatever Ethel says about it, would therefore recontextualize that as fair use of my Blue Sky post. So but if, say, for, let's just say Vangelina Skov, for whatever reason, decides to, like, do a video about Ethel, trying to come for me, and Courtney, Pete, and all that, like the newer victims of Essence of Essence of Thought Police, right? If Vangelina Skov wanted to do a video about Ethel trying to come for me and Courtney, and so she took Ethel's screenshot of my Blue Sky post about farting from all the raisins in my bar of breath, and Ethel tried to claim that screenshot of my Blue Sky post as her copyrighted material, I could therefore sue Ethel for breach of copyright because, like, no, it's your commentary about my Blue Sky post and my farting that is copyright, that is within your copyright. Your screenshot of my Blue Sky post is not something you are able to claim copyright on because it is my words. Just because you took the screenshot doesn't mean it is now your protected copyright. That's not how copyright law works. Like, Best X, even though his education is in microbiology, he has worked for intellectual property lawyers, or, well, a intellectual property lawyer, but, like, for a few years he worked for an IP lawyer. I know a lot more about copyright than the average YouTuber does, especially the average YouTuber of my size. Are there those who know more about copyright than I do? Absolutely. Are there YouTubers with smaller audiences than mine who know way more about copyright than even my Best X did during the time he was working for an IP lawyer? Probably. But it is within my best interest to know a lot about copyright because I've done a lot of music with sound collage. These are things where, like, I know I don't have the lawyers to back me up if I were to, like, upload it to DistroKid to, like, distribute on Spotify and Tidal. Please do Tidal instead of Spotify if you're listening to music. So it's like, it's in my best interest to understand copyright law because I do sound collage, which involves a lot of sampling of other people's works. So yeah, I have a vested interest in knowing copyright law beyond just, like, my own, well, I'd say beyond my own personal, interest in, as a musician and artist. But it's like, I don't know, like, knowing about the intricacies of copyright law for doing sound collage, that is also in my interest. But it's like, like, beyond the average musician who does not do sound collage, right? Damn it. Damn it. This is what I get for speeding it up. Okay, hold on. I want to read that other part. Slow down. To clarify, the person who cannot claim the screenshot they took of someone else's words online as their intellectual property. Exactly. And that is where Ethel fucked up majorly and just like dropped her mask of narcissism. This is not about like, like any kind of like, journalistic integrity, for lack of a better term. This is about Ethel. This is about Ethel realizing that like, Vangelina Skov's video has reached, one 45-minute video that does, an overview has already reached more people than her, like, 9-part series, that was already a year old at that point, if not, just under 2 years old, like, a little over a year old at that point. Which, as one of the commenters on Lazy Bedhead's video that I read a couple of hours ago said that, H. Bomber Guy 1, showing how shit was done, crap. Somebody said something about how, like, these shorter 45-minute videos, are going to appeal to different people, but like there's still like the higher likelihood that that now, because it's a newer video, it's going to pique some curiosity of people who had not previously been aware of Lily Orchard. And so if they're going to be looking for other videos about Lily Orchard's controversies, just because Ethel had done so many of them a little over a year before Evangelina's video, well, this is now going to increase some traffic to Ethel's own videos. But no, Ethel had to go shoot herself in the foot because she's a fucking narcissist who can't just accept the fact that, Vangelina took some screenshots that ended up on Kiwi Farms, which Vangelina admitted to, using that as, a way to source information about Lily Orchard. And it's just like, so of course, like, Ethel had to fabricate this like huge, conspiracy of sorts where Vangelina is just like combing through Ethel's videos to, it's like, no, this is like completely made the fuck up. Anybody with any sense can see that. Like, I don't think Ethel genuinely believed any of that. I think Ethel just wants more attention. She knew that Vangelina was friends with Rachel Oates. She's mentioned it a few times. I know they go, I know they, talk together, like they publicly, like, go back and forth with each other, friendly on Twitter. So, this is just another part of like Ethel's one-sided, vendetta against Rachel Oates that, so like, now she's like trying to involve more people in this, and it's like, no, Ethel felt personally insulted because somebody, got some screenshots of Ethel's screenshots from Kiwi Farms, somebody who was a friend of Rachel Oates, and so Ethel fabricated the story very briefly for less than 2 sentences, centered Levi, because, to obfuscate from her own narcissism and egomania. I will say, I will hit quibble about Patreon. Um, Patreon is not exactly donations. Because when you have a Patreon page like I do, like I don't do anything with it. I prefer Ko-Fi for a number of reasons, but like Patreon, when you get a significant income from Patreon, they will send you tax paperwork. They will send you paperwork to do your taxes and use them as a source for your taxable income. Patreon is, for lack of a better description, a tip jar, right? It's like you're doing work for tips, and Patreon is facilitating that for you. Patreon is the platform where you are doing work for tips. It is taxable income with Patreon. It's not donations. Donations are generally considered, like, at least as far as like tax law goes, donations are not taxable. Donations are tax deductible. Nobody can deduct what they pay to a YouTuber, a musician, or other kind of artist on Patreon. You cannot deduct that from your taxes because it is not a donation. It is a tip. It is a tipped wage that you are offering to pay this creative, this creative worker on a monthly basis in exchange for, additional services, right? It's not donations. It's it's tipped wages. It's tipped wages. It's exclusively tipped wages, basically. Okay, 7 videos. Oh shit! I forgot that. Yeah, yeah. Like the most recent, like at the time of this, the most recent video that Ethel had done about Lily Orchard was a year old. But that's right. That's right. That this was a series of videos that spanned, like a few years. It's not like they were all done, and released, like every other week, a year ago, before this, debacle that Ethel decided to try and start 9 months ago. No, no, no. These were videos that were released over the course of a few years, with the most recent one being, just over a year old at the time. Oh, oh, hey, please, Ethel. Hello. Hello. Hey. I forgot that Lazy made that comparison to Onision. Um, I will say though, just because I'm fucking old, the "I'm a banana" video is still kind of funny to me. I still find that kind of. I mean, yeah, okay, it's a product of the time where like where YouTube was like loud equals funny. So yeah, it's very much a product of that period. But like, um, 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 um Onision's another person where he's not as smart as he thinks he is, but he is significantly smarter than a lot of people on the internet, especially. Um, um, like, it would honestly surprise me if his IQ were like tested at like even 20 points lower than mine. That would surprise me. Now, if it was like closer to the 20-point mark, lower than what my mother said I tested as, like I said, if it was closer to the 20-point mark, like like 21 points lower than mine allegedly, I could still make sense out of that because he's very socially savvy. Well, I say very, but but like look at like who he tries to target, is like teenagers and very young 20s, right? So it's like compared to who he targets, he's pretty socially savvy, so he can he can make himself easily seem smarter than he is to that kind of person. But he's not nearly as smart as he thinks he is, but he's smarter than a lot of people, and it really wouldn't surprise me if he did the "I'm a banana" as like kind of satirizing the loud equals funny period of YouTube humor, because like, yeah, he's always been like very cruel in a lot of his humor, especially like the stuff where he's mocking Eugenia. But he wasn't especially loud, I'd say. So like that's kind of like why "I'm a banana" stands out to me, that he could have been like from day, like, of course now he's gonna like try and retcon his intention with "I'm a banana" to say it was to say it was satirical on that brand of YouTube humor, even if that was not his initial intent. But like, if we could go time machine on this, it would not surprise me if it was indeed the his intent from day one, that was going to be like somehow satirical, but like also like just obnoxious enough it could seem like a genuine attempt at at like a genuine attempt at humor of that sort, rather than a satirical mockery of that kind of humor, right? Like he is a smart dude. He is. I would believe he is that smart to be satirical about that with the "I'm a banana," but it's like Lily Orchard doesn't even have an "I'm a banana" moment where Brad, knock your shit off, hon. Like, Lily Orchard doesn't even have a moment like that where you could argue that she was being funnier than some people were willing to give her credit for. Ooh, I Oh, did I bork up the cat toy already? Ah, crap. And this was Ethel, humble bragged about, like paying 10 times as much to take taxis everywhere as she would pay for public transportation in India. So it's like, Ethel, if you and your essence of spouse were really that hard up for money, maybe start taking the bus again. Right, Bren? Hold on, I gotta fix this cat toy. But I need to. Oh shit! But I gotta find my precision screwdrivers to do it. Hold on, Josh. Have you gotten back to me about the internal speaker volume on this? Really, Bran? We're doing this tonight? Oh gosh, it's almost 4. I've been doing this for 6 hours. Okay. You know what? I gotta find my precision screwdrivers, and I've got like all of my craft supplies that I've accumulated today all spread out on the bed, along with like I had to refill my pill pods today, so I've still got some things that aren't, that like I can't, like that don't fit in my pill pods that I take in the morning and or at night. So I've got to clear some stuff on the bed, take myself a no, I think I'm gonna have an Epsom soak tonight, and we will get back to this Sunday because I'm going to City Club on Saturday. So in 2 nights where I would, where I would usually stream if I'm getting myself back onto a schedule, I'm going to City Club instead because I just need to get out. I just need to get out of the apartment. I haven't been outside of the apartment since for almost exactly a month because I saw the amino acids on December 6th and at Smalls in Hamtramck. So yeah, I'm gonna wrap this up now. We will get back to Ethel of Thought Police on Sunday, and hopefully I'm thinking I'll be able to upload something on Saturday while I'm out. It'll be like, I don't know, like 20 minutes, half an hour, probably filmed while I'm setting my hair tomorrow night and edited before I leave for the bus. All right. So all right. Be sure and take your meds if you need them. Stay very well hydrated, and take good care of yourselves and have exactly the kind of day you deserve. You know what kind of day you deserve, Ethel? It's not as good as you think it is. And other than that, I don't know. I had a thought and it wandered away from me. Bats and kisses, Nosta Achwil. Oh yeah. Also, like, feel free to go like follow my, waste your time watching me on social media. Feel free to donate not, like use the tip jar on Ko-Fi if you want to, and